This is a 7 News weather alert.
All right, South Florida, with all the moisture in the air and with the heat that we're seeing across South Florida, showers and thunderstorms have developed across our area. So we'll jump right into Storm Tracker so we can see exactly where the problem spots are. If you're in Broward County and in Miami-Dade, we're seeing those thunderstorms developing across your area. We'll zoom in here because you can see a lot of them now beginning to approach western suburbs of Broward County through areas like Miami-Dade, areas like Hialeah Gardens, Hialeah, Palm Springs North, all the way up into Pembroke Pines and even west. And we're getting some strong thunderstorms, and we're keeping a close eye on these thunderstorms as they move closer and closer to our metro areas, because this storm in particular is capable of producing winds in excess of 45 miles per hour. This will be until 12:45 as it continues to move towards the east across South Florida. The rest of Broward County so far looking quiet, but we are expecting those thunderstorms to develop as we head into the later afternoon hours. We're also seeing some thunderstorms pushing through areas of the Middle Keys near Isla Mirada, Duck Key, and also lower Matacumbe. All of this activity is pushing towards the north. So afternoon thunderstorms in the forecast for us once again after a very hot start to the day, temperatures reaching into the lower 90s. Feeling like the hundreds. And then as we head into Thursday, unfortunately, it looks like this front that remains across North Florida will remain in its place, and that's going to help trap moisture across our area. So another thing that is looking a bit more active is portions of the Atlantic, the tropics, as we approach the peak of hurricane season. Today, NOAA issued its newest numbers as far as the rest of the season, and they're calling for 15 to 21 named storms, 7 to 10 hurricanes, and 3 to 5 major hurricanes. This is in upwards of the averages of 14, 7, and 3. And this is the reason why they're calling for more moisture, the possible return of La Nina from August to September, which would cause weakening wind shear over the Atlantic. And of course, the season isn't expected to be as active as it was last year, but that's because our sea surface temperatures are near normal this year. And here's a quick check at what we're looking at as far as the tropics. We have a tropical wave that is forecast to move off of the west coast of Africa. Right now, a moderate to low chance with this developing as it moves westward. And then another one, a tropical wave, an area of low pressure in the central Atlantic, also with a low chance of development as we head into the upcoming weekend.
An important part of hurricane season and the hurricane hunters. The Air Force Reserve hurricane hunters, they took to the skies again this week. They were busy taking temperature readings in the Atlantic from 11,000 feet above the water. Their flight comes as we head into the peak of hurricane season in the Atlantic, which is just in a few weeks. Right around September 10th is the statistical peak of hurricane season. And Dr. Postel, we've had a bit of a lull, but it does seem as though the Atlantic is beginning to wake up. And you know what? This is the perfect time to make sure you're prepared. The last thing you want to do is try to get prepared with your hurricane kit and your hurricane plan when it's getting really busy.
It's not too early to do that. You're exactly right, Felicia. And the tropics are waking up. That call is being answered. And we're seeing a lot more thunderstorm activity in the what's called MDR, Main Development Region of the tropical Atlantic. It was a couple of weeks ago that the signs were kind of pointing toward the middle of August, where we might see an uptick after being very, very inactive and less than busy for a long time now, right? Most of July and the first few days of August, we've seen nothing out here, which is rather unusual. But now things are turning around as we expected, and it's going to be a very active period ahead, I think, as we head toward the rest of August and into September. Check this out. We've got one candidate for development here, 30% chance over the next 5 days as it moves roughly in that direction. There's another one right next to it, right about there, 30% chance over the next 5 days, according to the Hurricane Center, of turning into a depression or a named storm. Also moving in that direction. If that weren't enough, there's one more, 10% chance of development over the next 5 days. This one moving closer to our interests in the Caribbean. So Lesser Antilles, the Windward, the Leeward Islands, let's say Puerto Rico eventually, and maybe even the DR might be dealing with some showers and thunderstorms a bit more than usual thanks to this one's progress and its movement toward the west. Here's what I think. I think the odds are higher than 30% that we'll see development come out of here. I'm not sure which one yet, but I think the odds are higher than 10% there that something will emerge from this. Now, that doesn't mean it's going to happen, but I would give it a little bit better chance based on some of the details that we're seeing in here. There's a well-defined tropical wave right in there, really nice curvature in the wind field flow, about 10,000 feet up, and actually also near the surface, and a whole lot of thunderstorm activity to boot. So this thing is going to bring some squally weather, we think, to parts of the Caribbean over the next few days, and we can track it day by day There's the timestamp of this one. There's one there, and then there's the one there. So let's look at some of these areas moving toward the west, and you can see that there it is. It moves through parts of the Caribbean, and the lead disturbance might actually be in whatever shape it's in by this time next week, very close to the Bahamas. So if nothing else, Felicia, a lot of this stuff that's in the MDR is at least moving toward North America, something to pay attention to.
Live, the news on NBC6 starts now.
Right now, plenty of eyes on the Atlantic tonight. We're watching a system that could soon become a tropical storm, and Florida could soon be in its path. Good evening, and thank you so much for joining us. I'm Trina Robinson. That system expected to become Tropical Storm Fred and could reach South Florida in the next few days. Let's get right over to NBC6's Chief Meteorologist John Morales with the details. John.
Thanks, Rena. So we've got one of these systems that is not even a tropical depression yet, but the National Hurricane Center has labeled it as a potential tropical depression or potential tropical storm. The generic term for that? Cyclone, right? So it's potential tropical cyclone number 6 with highest winds of 35 miles per hour, but no closed cyclonic circulation yet. It's a tropical wave just now. Now, here's what it looks like on satellite pictures. Pretty disorganized system, big blow up of thunderstorms just in the last couple of hours there as it approaches Barbados, which is right there, and here are the Lesser Antilles. Here's Puerto Rico. It is moving towards the west-northwest and expected to cross through those islands of the Lesser Antilles actually very late tonight, so that by Tuesday, which is tomorrow, it's going to be near the Virgin Islands and Puerto Rico. Now, notice, you see this here? This is dry air, linked to the Saharan air layer, or Saharan dust, as it's commonly known. Now, if this system becomes a tropical depression or storm and has a closed circulation, a lot of that dry air could start wrapping around its center, could effectively kill it. So that's the biggest obstacle it has. The second obstacle is that it has to run through some of these Greater Antilles, which have a pretty significant topographic relief, right? Interaction with land, dry air, a lot of reasons to think that this system simply doesn't have a chance to become anything too terribly strong. You can see that the National Hurricane Center forecasts it to be a tropical storm, winds of up to 50 miles per hour as it crosses the northeastern Caribbean. There you go, near Cuba, near the Bahamas and Cuba, 45 miles an hour. And here's their last position, actually near Key West at 45 miles per hour. But that cone of uncertainty does encompass parts of South Florida. Now, if it crosses through over the weekend, what would be the biggest threat? Rain, not so much wind.
Storms will push away from the coast. Great day to head to the beach or do some boating. You can do it again tomorrow and possibly squeeze it in Thursday before our rain chances increase Friday. All thanks to whatever this tropical disturbance brings us. As you've heard me mention throughout the hour, we are waiting for us to get some more information on the system since Hurricane Hunter aircraft are out there. As of the 8 o'clock intermediate advisory, it has winds of 35 miles per hour. It is bringing downpours and flash flooding possible to parts of the Leeward Islands and Turks and Caicos as it heads towards Puerto Rico, possibly strengthening to Tropical Storm Fred before interacting with land of Hispaniola, eastern Cuba, and then coming very close to our area by the end of the week and into the weekend. So Hurricane Hunter aircraft looks as though, look at that, they're reporting a wind of 40 miles per hour. So we'll have to see if they're going to strengthen this system to Tropical Storm Fred as we go into the 11 o'clock advisory. That will be a new full advisory. You can watch it right here on Local 10 News. Also follow social media, WPLG, also Julie Durda, WPLG, I'll have it there. One thing I can tell you is we'll also have a new model run. We'll have a new forecast projected path as we do see the system moving towards the west-northwest. We need to watch it because it will be very close to South Florida. The immediate threat is for our friends in the Caribbean and then Puerto Rico and Hispaniola, and then our threat will be the rain that's going to bring us. Again, it just depends on where the system is. We could see some very heavy rain. Some of these models, though, look at that. Anywhere between 2 to 3 inches for parts of Miami and Fort Lauderdale, possibly even more for the Keys. All depends on what's going to happen when we fine-tune this forecast by Wednesday and Thursday.
Severe weather. We're also watching the tropics. Brand new advisory has just come in, the 2 o'clock update. This is an intermediate advisory. It is not the full suite of tropical products that the National Hurricane Center goes through. That type of update will happen at 5 o'clock this afternoon. But there can be some big changes during these intermediates. It just wasn't this one. No significant changes on the thought process process here. Still 35-mile-per-hour winds, still a potential tropical cyclone. We haven't yet made it to Fred. Still moving west-northwest at 18. So basically steady state from the 11 o'clock advisory to the current 2 p.m. Eastern Time advisory. That said, there are some signs that this is getting a little bit better organized. We're seeing some blow-up of thunderstorms right near that center. We, at least in the cloud pattern, are starting to see a little bit more trying to kind of back its way west to east on the south side of the circulation, but it's not a closed-off low yet. That may happen later. Also, with regards to any changes to watches or warnings, usually not done during the intermediates. I suppose it could be, but no changes on the watches and warning maps, and the cone is not updated at this point, so you shouldn't see any changes on this. Still forecast to go over the Dominican Republic and the big terrain there, which will weaken the circulation to a degree. And then the reorganization trend begins into this weekend, maybe South Florida. If it's not directly into South Florida and still in the Gulf, then later in the weekend, a much more organized tropical system. The wind speed forecast is absolutely tied to the track forecast. In this case, it's all about how much land interaction there will be. So we'll continue to go through any new models when we come back.
Live, the one and only Local 10 News starts right now.
And right now at 4 o'clock, we are tracking the tropics today. South Florida is in the path for what is to forecast to become Tropical Storm Fred. And right now, almost all of Florida is in the cone of concern.
But there is still a lot of uncertainty regarding the system's path and strength. So let's turn it over to the experts to get more details. Local 10 hurricane specialist Brian Norcross is standing by.
But we begin with our chief certified meteorologist, Betty Davis, today. Betty.
Hi, everyone. We'll get a full advisory coming up at the top of the hour, but as of 2 o'clock, winds of 35 miles per hour moving west-northwest at 18 miles per hour. A potential tropical cyclone 6 still forecast to become a tropical storm. Right now, it is lashing Puerto Rico. You'll notice how the disturbance is moving over parts of the east-northeastern Caribbean. It's going to continue that journey toward the west-northwest. The official forecast from the National Hurricane Center, here it is. It's forecast to become a tropical storm approaching Hispaniola tomorrow. Interaction with land, that could knock it down a few notches. And from that point, it's forecast to continue to move west-northwestward. And noticed approaching the Keys and South Florida as we head toward Friday and regaining some strength, becoming a tropical storm again. So this is what we have right now. As you mentioned, a lot of uncertainty with the system in terms of the intensity and also the track. Will it be more so on the right side of the cone and tracking right over the Keys in South Florida, or will it stay on the left side of this cone? What we have going right now are advisories, tropical advisories, extending for parts of Hispaniola. Notice the tropical storm watches reaching up toward the Turks and Caicos and also the southeast Bahamas. And with that, let's bring in our hurricane specialist, Brian Norcross, for another look at the system. Brian, anything you're expecting to see with this next advisory?
No, I don't think we're going to see any big change. The hurricane hunters don't go out there till this evening, and then we'll really know what the structure of the system is. At last report, when they looked down in space with kind of a radar system, they did not see a circulation, so that's why they're still calling it this potential tropical cyclone name. Just means it does not have a circulation. All right, here you see the location of the estimated center at 2 o'clock, and it's moving clearly in this direction, moving in the direction of the Dominican Republic here, and that is an interesting situation. First of all, for the folks in the Dominican Republic, it means a lot of rain, and they are very vulnerable there, of course. But for us, it could mean a significant change in what we see after it goes over that mountainous island. What's affecting it right now is this dry air. See the oranges out here? That is wrapping around into the circulation. You can kind of make it out right in here and maybe even all the way around wrapped in, and that seems to be what's slowing down the progress. If that continues and then it runs into the mountains, that combination could be kind of terminal for this system, which of course would be the best thing possible for us on the other side of the Dominican Republic. So here's the thinking as of tomorrow. If it stays right on the track, and where you see the little icons there, that's the National Hurricane Center track. Boy, it goes directly over these very tall mountains here in the Dominican Republic, right in here. It will go directly over top of them. But if it deviates just a little bit, the mountains aren't as tall down here on the bottom, and they're not as tall up here on the top. So that's the question. If it goes directly over, many systems in the past have been completely shredded, so it wouldn't necessarily come out of there as a 35-mile-an-hour tropical depression. It might come out of there as a nothing. So tomorrow is the critical day on what happens when this system encounters those mountains. So taking that into account, that means, okay, what happens over here has everything to do with what happens for us. In any case, a tremendous amount of moisture is going to come our way. Whether it has the wind associated with a tropical storm of some kind, that's the open question at this point, guys. And we'll see in this new advisory coming up at 5 o'clock what the latest thinking is from the Hurricane Center.
The second week of August, and right on cue, things begin to typically amp up through the second half of August, peaking in September and staying fairly active through the month of October. 88% of our average annual activity still to come.
Our hurricane expert, Dr. Rick Knabb, is following potential tropical cyclone 6 in the Caribbean. Dr. Knabb, what's interesting about this, you look at it on satellite, it looks pretty good, right? But the planes haven't quite found high enough winds or an organized center yet.
No, but we haven't had aircraft data for several hours, but that's about to change because the hurricane hunters of the Air Force are forward deploying from Florida down into the Caribbean. And when they fly into what is still designated as potential tropical cyclone 6, they might find that it's a tropical storm. That's what the Hurricane Center is forecasting to happen tonight. That's why the advisories were started yesterday. Tropical storm watches and warnings are up because they don't want to wait to put those watches and warnings up. Those watches and warnings are supposed to go up 36 and 48 hours in advance. And when something's forming right on top of you, you got to get those watches and warnings up before it actually becomes a depression or storm. So it's a little bit academic at this point exactly when it becomes a storm, but we do need to make that determination because knowing what the structure of the system is before it tangles with Hispaniola could really help us understand what could happen after Hispaniola. Now, the Air Force is going in between Hispaniola and Puerto Rico. They'll be descending and getting into the system here within this hour, and that data will go into the intermediate public advisory that the Hurricane Center will send out by 8 p.m. Eastern Time. We'll bring that to you when it comes out. And will they determine based on the aircraft data that it's a tropical storm? They might, and as Mike mentioned, it certainly has that look about it. But again, satellite intensity estimates, satellite structural determinations can have some error, and that's why we send the plane in after all. But regardless, it is a concentrated area of thunderstorms and heavy rainfall. It's going to be close enough to Puerto Rico over the next several hours that it could bring some flooding range, especially to southern and eastern portions of that island. For the time being, the worst of the weather is off to the south of Puerto Rico and the Virgin Islands, but it's getting harder and harder for this weather to avoid Hispaniola, where there will be a significant rain-induced flood and mudslide risk. No flood advisories or warnings for the Virgin Islands or Puerto Rico. They are under a flash flood watch. The gustiest winds appear to be to their south. We've gusted over 30 or 35 miles an hour at St. Croix, but it hasn't been too windy yet in Puerto Rico. So that tropical storm warning is still up, though. Things could change as this makes its way west-northwest. Now, you notice that the system is underneath this upper-level high pressure, weak wind shear, warm waters. That's why development and strengthening is anticipated tonight. But look at this upper-level low over Florida, Cuba, and the Bahamas. So the system has to deal with land interaction, but it also has to deal with some increasing wind shear when it gets close to Florida. All of those factors counteracting the warm water are why the Hurricane Center's intensity forecast doesn't get very high until you see a noticeable increase at the end. But that's assuming that the center is over the eastern Gulf of Mexico rather than over the Florida Peninsula. So a lot of uncertainties yet with regard to exactly where this will go, how strong it will be relative to Florida, a lot of different possibilities. But what I would say to the folks in Florida is get ready for the possibility of tropical storm conditions this weekend and for the greater likelihood that you're going to get some heavy, maybe even flood-inducing rainfall.
Well, the new advisory is in, and as you can see, Tropical Storm Fred has formed as it crosses through the Caribbean. Hello and good evening. The system upgraded moments ago. Could be a real rainmaker for us later in the week.
Chief Meteorologist Phil Farrow is live in the Weather Center. He's got the latest on this new advisory, Phil.
And good evening, everyone. We do have some changes. Number one, we do now have a tropical storm by the name of Fred in the eastern Caribbean Sea. It has gotten its act together, still dumping a lot of rain across Puerto Rico. Here is the latest advisory. 11 p.m., 40-mile-per-hour winds. It is being tracked out of Ponce, which is in the southwestern corner of Puerto Rico. Moving due west now at 17 miles per hour. And look at this little explosion of cloudiness right there. More thunderstorms are developing, and they will eventually wrap around that center as it moves towards the Dominican Republic. So here is the forecast cone. High pressure, still the main driver, pushing the system towards the Dominican Republic. But now they're not showing any weakening as it moves across the Dominican Republic. And also, the cone has shifted a little bit more towards the east as high pressure will kind of move away into the middle of the Atlantic Ocean. A reminder that the center of circulation can be anywhere in this shaded area come Friday evening or Saturday afternoon. Plenty of advisories in place. We do have a flash flood watch for Puerto Rico and the Virgin Islands. 2 to 6 inches of rain expected there. The Dominican Republic with a flood alert. More of the same, 1 to 5 inches of rain across northern Haiti as well as the southeastern Bahamas. Also, everything else in green here is under a tropical storm warning. Everything in blue is under a tropical storm watch. The spaghetti models are in agreement that it will track towards the Dominican Republic and Haiti, but they're shifting a little bit further north, and that's why we've seen that change now in the strength of the storm as it moves past for the Dominican Republic. One of the things that we were looking at was which way will this system bounce if it runs into Pico Duarte. Right now, it looks like it's just going to be in the northern extent of that. It could miss the highest terrain altogether. I'll have a lot more on this a little bit later on in weather.
This is CBS 4 News This Morning.
Hey, good morning. It's 5 o'clock Wednesday, August 11th. I'm Frances Wang.
And I'm Maribel Rodriguez. Thank you so much for making us a part of your morning.
And we begin with the new advisory on Tropical Storm Fred. The system is nearing the Dominican Republic this morning. It is a storm South Florida needs to keep its eyes on.
CBS 4 meteorologist Lisette Gonzalez joins us now with the very latest. Lisette, good morning.
Good morning, Maribel and Francis. Good morning, everyone. And yes, as of the 5 a.m. advisory, notice a change in the movement right now. Now heading more towards the west-northwest at 16 miles an hour, whereas as of the latest advisory was moving more westward. So it is now nearing Dominican Republic, and the max sustained winds are 40 miles an hour. Right now, tropical storm warning in place for Puerto Rico, U.S. Virgin Islands, as well as most of Dominican Republic. A tropical storm watch is in effect for northern Haiti, as well as Turks and Caicos and the southeast Bahamas. And Fred is forecast to weaken to a depression later today. And keep in mind, it could be passing over some of the mountains here of the Dominican Republic, and that land interaction is likely the reason it is forecast to weaken, but then it is forecast to regain strength and re-intensify into a tropical storm heading into tomorrow. And then the question is, will it be moving a little bit more on that northerly path, or will it be moving more across portions of Cuba and interacting with the land? This is really going to determine some of the impacts and how we're going to see Fred affect us as we head into late week and the weekend. But as of now, there's a potential that it could be moving across portions of the Bahamas, Cuba, and then eventually, yes, South Florida. We are in the cone. So, yes, a heads up that we absolutely need to remain vigilant, and we should already be prepared as it is the peak of the season after all. And we do have a tropical storm headed in our general direction, and then it's a forecast to move into the eastern Gulf of Mexico and right up the west coast of Florida. Here's a look at the satellite imagery, and you can see a big blow up of convection, some heavy rain, gusty winds impacting Puerto Rico still, and most of the models in agreement that it generally moves west-northwest. But again, we have to wait and see if it moves across the Caribbean islands here in Cuba, or does it stay to the north of Cuba. Less land interaction would mean a stronger storm approaching South Florida, and more land interaction would likely indicate a weaker storm. But there's still a lot of uncertainty, and we will certainly be monitoring it. Right now, keeping an eye on some rain rolling in around Aventura, Hard Rock Stadium, Miami Lakes, Hialeah, and Doral. The breeze is out of the east, about 9 to 12 miles an hour. It already feels like the 90s out there. And as we head into the afternoon, our highs will be in the 90s, and it'll feel like the hundreds. Keep the umbrella around. Spotty storms will be possible, and we'll see that rain chance go up later this week, as well as the potential for flooding due to Fred.
Let's start with a live look with our tower cameras. You see lots of blue skies, looking very pretty on this Wednesday. Almost 9 a.m., 85 degrees to start things off for you.
We love to see that, but of course we don't love to see this. We have Tropical Storm Fred on the horizon this morning. A lot to talk about here on this Wednesday.
Yeah, let's get straight over to our Weather Authority meteorologist, Julie Durda.
Yeah, and since I saw you guys last, I wanted to let you know the convection of the system continues to get weaker and weaker. And the center is apparently just off the coast of the Dominican Republic. It will be making landfall. This will be its first landfall as we go in the next few hours. It has winds of 80 miles per hour, but you can even see it on our radar. Like the rain starts to break apart, and it's a very lopsided system. The center is located 50 miles southeast of Santo Domingo and is expected to make landfall over the very high terrain of Hispaniola. So today will really be the day we wait and see what happens with the system. The structure could definitely be disrupted, as it already is a very lopsided system. We have the high terrain, we have upper level winds, and we have some dry air, all really working towards the system, making it a lot weaker. There's really nothing favoring it to stay strong as a tropical storm unless the structure stays together and it stays threading the needle between Cuba and the southeastern half of the Bahamas, staying over the very warm waters of the Atlantic. That's what so far the forecast projected path and the intensity has it strengthening to a tropical storm again off the coast of Cuba. Yes, we are in the projected path, but again, there are a lot of things that could change. Once again, we got to get through today to see what happens with this system. As of now, all the models are hinting for a wet weekend. We could be dealing with some tropical downpours. Some models are showing rainfall totals anywhere between 2 to 4 inches. Depending on where the system goes. We do expect wetter and windy conditions to increase in our forecast starting as early as Friday. I'm going to break all that down for you coming up in just a bit, but I can tell you today and tomorrow are your days to get outside and enjoy.
And let's have a look at the latest on Tropical Storm Fred, which is now inland over the Dominican Republic with 45-mile-per-hour winds or so. We did earlier see some wind gusts in some local observation stations right along the coast of the DR at about almost 50 miles per hour. So it makes sense that it's that strong, and the pressure 1,006 millibars, probably rising a little bit. Now that it's inland, the circulation overall will likely weaken as the friction tries to slow it down, and will do so pretty effectively. But that doesn't mean we're going to get fewer thunderstorms or less vigorous ones, because sometimes when these circulations, in fact, oftentimes when these tropical systems move inland, you'll get a flare-up of thunderstorms. It's not because the wind is circulating around it any faster. It's because the air mass is more unstable over land than it is over water during the daytime. And that's exactly what we're seeing here. This burst of convection is coincident with this thing making landfall. And we are going to see these thunderstorms produce a lot of rain over the next several hours throughout the afternoon and overnight tonight. There's the prior track of Fred, now inland somewhere over here, going to continue to move on a path like that inland for much of the afternoon. So again, the wind speeds will come down and overall the circulation will kind of wobble around a little bit, but it will still be very capable of producing a lot of rain, in some cases up to a foot of rain or even more than that.
Off the top at 6, tracking Tropical Storm Fred. There's still a lot of uncertainty, but South Florida remains in the cone of concern.
And Fred is belting the Dominican Republic with heavy rain right now. Parts of the country already underwater. Check out these flooded streets in Santo Domingo. Fred is expected to weaken once it moves away from Haiti and the DR.
But then it could regain strength, and your weather authority is tracking it all. And we begin with Chief Certified Meteorologist Betty Davis.
Good afternoon. Fred drenching the DR. That center moving across, interacting with land. Winds of 40 miles per hour as it's moving toward the west-northwest at 15 miles per hour. And the one thing we are noticing is that interaction with land should not be good for it. But that said, it is forecast to weaken to a tropical depression as it's moving over Hispaniola tonight. But once it gets right in the vicinity of the north coast of Cuba, it may be in a spot where it could become a tropical storm again. So thus the National Hurricane Center's official forecast does show it becoming a tropical storm and getting nearer to South Florida and the Keys, I should say, overnight Friday into early Saturday. And it moves across, heads over toward the eastern Gulf of Mexico. Does it stay over the Gulf waters, or does it track right over the Florida Peninsula, or does it track right along the west coast of Florida? So still some question marks there. At this point, rain is definitely in the forecast for us here in South Florida. I'll have more specifics on that forecast in a moment, but I do want to bring our hurricane specialist Brian Norcross into this discussion to talk more about what we are seeing with this system on the satellite imagery. Brian?
Hi, Betty. Yeah, what we're seeing is that all the moisture is stuck on the east side of the mountain. So where the National Hurricane Center located it about an hour ago at 5 o'clock is right over top of the mountains there. The mountains in the Dominican Republic are kind of like this, the big mountains. And so you look at the blow up of where the thunderstorms are. They're all kind of jammed over here, way separated from the center. So the moisture and the center are coming apart. Now that very often happens. Sometimes that just obliterates the system completely and it doesn't survive. Other times it eventually pulls moisture back into it. We don't know what's going to happen. Hurricane Center kind of taking a conservative approach on that and saying, all right, let's just imagine it's going to be a tropical depression when it gets past those mountains. So here's that forecast in detail that Betty was showing you. There it is right now, right over those tallest mountains, 10,000-foot mountains. And by the way, in the DR, they're forecasting up to 8 inches of rain, which can be a big problem there. As you know, it'd be a big problem anywhere. And then it's over some high country in Haiti, and then finally out over here toward the eastern end of Cuba, plus or minus. So what shape is it going to be in tomorrow morning? That's going to tell us so much about how it's going to affect South Florida, how it's going to affect all of Florida in general. And then, as Betty was showing, it comes up in our direction, but look at the possibilities here. If it just goes a little bit left, it's over the Cuban mainland, so it probably would never really recover in a big way if it's right over Cuba. On the other hand, it could get over the water here. Even though the upper level winds are not favorable, it's not going to have a lot of time to regenerate. Obviously, it might be a little bit of a stronger storm, but we don't expect any kind of a really serious storm with this, but tomorrow morning is really the definitive time. Tune in to Julie tomorrow morning and find out what's going on with the overnight development.
Thank you for joining us. I'm Trina Robinson. Tonight, we're keeping a very close watch on Tropical Storm Fred's track through the Caribbean. Now, that system made landfall in the Dominican Republic this afternoon. South Florida's chief meteorologist, John Morales, has what striking Hispaniola means for Fred's future.
I think it could very well mean the death of this system over the next 12, maybe 24 hours. Right now, you can see some of the activity of rainfall and thunderstorms that's over Hispaniola. Of course, Hispaniola includes the Dominican Republic and Haiti. It is still over the Dominican Republic, having made landfall just to the west, but very, very close to the capital of Santo Domingo. But now it has to deal with 10,000-foot high mountains, the highest mountains of the entire Caribbean. You know, it's interesting because as the Hurricane Center had originally forecast this system to track, which was kind of clipping the southwest tip of Puerto Rico and then along the northern fringe of the DR, on that track, the interaction with land would have not been that severe. But that's not how Fred tracked. Fred actually went pretty much straight west, remained south of the Dominican most of today, and then eventually made its way onshore, again, just to the west of Santo Domingo. Now, current conditions there has been some heavy rain. There have been some floods. Their wind did gust to 41 miles per hour. That's the highest wind speed I've been able to find. Right now, highest winds are 40, moving west-northwest at 15 miles per hour. So there's dry air. There's interaction with land. There's also upper level wind shear that's going to last 2.5 more days. That's pretty much the entire trek over this area, this forecast track from the Hurricane Center. During this entire time that you're seeing here, it would be impacted by upper level wind shear. That's why you never see it becoming, here it is a depression, here it is a minimal storm, almost minimal storm, almost minimal storm. you know, this is not a big deal, okay? Either way, I think there's rain in the forecast for us this upcoming weekend, and we'll be talking more about that rain in the next few minutes. Now back to you.
First tonight, the new updates out from the Hurricane Center. Fred remains a tropical depression.
The storm already causing flooding and damage across parts of the Dominican Republic as it takes possible aim on Florida.
Let's check in with First Alert Chief Meteorologist Steve Weigel now with the very latest for us. Any improving news with the 11 o'clock advisory, Steve?
Well, the track remains about the same, Kelly and Michael, but there's still a lot of uncertainty as it moves off the north coast of Haiti overnight and early tomorrow morning. Still a tropical depression, still expected to become a tropical storm as it moves up over open water again along the north coast of Cuba on Thursday and Friday. It looks impressive on the satellite loop, but a lot of this is enhanced by the mountainous areas of the Dominican Republic and Haiti. And there's a little swirl that is just moving across the border from the Dominican Republic into Haiti. It would be around this area right here. Tough to make out. Hurricane hunters flew around the storm during the evening, so it's not a very well protected closed low, to say the least. Very disorganized, but is expected to reform and redevelop into a tropical storm in the next 24 to 36 hours, becoming Tropical Storm Fred again, and then heading through the lower Keys. That would happen on Saturday, and then tracking on the coastline on the west coast of Florida, starting to get a little bit better organized, a little less wind shear in this area. In fact, the Euro model brings in a stronger storm than some of the others because it doesn't pick up as much wind shear as some of those other models, and it would mean a more blustery day for us on Saturday and actually Saturday night and Sunday. The other computer model tracks now. Some of the models keeping this storm weaker with a more westward track, but the Hurricane Center keeping with the consensus models, which turn it into the eastern Gulf on Saturday and Sunday. No changes to the watches and warnings other than a discontinued tropical storm warning for the north coast of the Dominican Republic. Up next, obviously, our area, and we could see tropical storm watches issued for parts of South Florida, perhaps even into our area later tomorrow. The probability of seeing tropical storm force winds has bumped up a little bit, but not very much, still about 5 to 15%, and those numbers are relatively low. I expect this will be more of a rain and a flooding threat than a wind event for South Florida on the weekend, and it's going to be a messy weekend. We'll talk more about that in the complete forecast coming up.
Good morning, South Florida. I'm Vanessa Borge.
And I'm Alex DiArmis. Today in Florida at 6 starts right now.
This is 7 News Today in Florida.
Here's Storm Station tracking Fred after making landfall in the Dominican Republic. The tropical storm downgraded to a tropical depression.
But as the system heads near us here in South Florida, it is expected to gain some strength, which means we could be feeling the effects.
Let's start you off with this live look at the Hard Rock Hotel in Hollywood on this Thursday morning. Nice and dry from this vantage point, but Fred is back over open water after dumping heavy rain over the DR.
Which means we could get some of those downpours here soon. Meteorologist Erica Delgado is in the Weather Center for Viv this morning, and she has the very latest. Erica, you keep saying no matter what, we're getting rain this weekend.
Yeah, absolutely. Definitely plan for indoors this weekend because we will continue to see some of that tropical rain, and we could see it as early as Friday, increasing throughout the day. But here's the very latest on Tropical Depression Fred. As of 5 a.m., maximum sustained winds of 35 miles per hour. It's a little over 100 miles to the east of Guantanamo, Cuba. It is now offshore. You can see all the thunderstorm activity associated with the system remains over Hispaniola. So the thunderstorm activity is very displaced from the actual center, which is now over warm waters. Here's the latest forecast track. We have high pressure in the Atlantic that will continue to steer Fred in that west to northwesterly direction. So it is expected to remain a tropical depression, but some strengthening is possible. You can see much of the cone does keep Fred over the warm waters, possibly becoming a tropical storm once again as we head into late Friday into early Saturday as it makes its closest approach to South Florida. Right now, most of the cone looking like it could become pushed through areas of the Florida Straits, but portions of South Florida now outside of the cone. Eastern Broward, you're included that. You're no longer in the cone. Northeast Miami-Dade. Regardless of where the system ends up in the intensity, we are expecting rain as we head into the upcoming weekend, and then we could see some further strengthening down the road once it moves into portions of the Gulf of Mexico. Locally, though, we are waking up to some showers, and you can see the tropical storm watches extend into the southeastern Bahamas and across the eastern half of Cuba. We'll take a closer look at your forecast plus the showers that we're dealing with now coming up in a few minutes.
All right, Erica, and as Fred continues to move, the system left behind some serious damage in the Caribbean. 7's Robin Simmons shows us.
It didn't take long for the rain from Tropical Storm Fred to make a mark in the Dominican Republic. Gentle raindrops on metal rooftops in the country's capital one moment, soon leading to flooding in the streets. 3 to 5 inches in some areas, up to 8 in some spots. A group of women seen banding together to push this truck along. Other drivers just stuck. People fighting a losing battle with Fred.
The storm began to close in on the country during the morning, bringing heavy wind and rain as expected. But it wasn't until mid-afternoon, 1 or 2 in the afternoon, that the rain really picked up in the greater part of the Dominican Republic.
Jean Suriel is a meteorologist, but you don't have to be an expert to take note of the nasty conditions. This video first posted on Instagram and then shared on Twitter as crews worked to get power restored in the pouring rain. Outages also reported in Puerto Rico and the U.S. Virgin Islands. Robin Simmons, today in Florida.
Right, and of course, we've got the whole gang here. I'm here, Steph's here, Jim's here, and we're here to prepare you on more storms that could rage up later on today. We're not done by a long shot, and they go all the way from Missouri, clear over to Vermont, and every spot in between, Steph.
Yes, but first we're going to keep an eye on Fred as it heads basically just to the north of Cuba there. The storm lost some steam as it went over the Dominican Republic. Of course, we have over 10,000-foot peaks there, and also just the fact that the low-level circulation is separate from that mid-level circulation due to shear. That's been another player.
There are a lot of questions with this, and this story's got a long way to go till its conclusion, so obviously you're going to want to keep it here at the Weather Channel because, again, a lot of moving parts for that doubt.
So let's talk about what this could potentially do to Florida and into the southeast. Jim, right now it is fighting a lot.
It is fighting a lot. It's interesting. There's dual missions out there. There's hurricane hunters from NOAA and also the Air Force that are flying dual missions. One of them is looking more at the low levels that are surrounding this, and one of them is looking more at the whole mean layer, if you will. But there's a lot of dry air still left over in through here, and that's what they're finding this morning. And with no deep convection and dry air around, that does not bode well for turning Fred back on anytime soon, all right? So it's 35 miles an hour. Look at that pressure, too, 1,011 millibars. That's a lower pressure in the environment, but it's not enough to really pull that air together. So, you know, something, frankly, will need to kickstart this thing. Where's the center? Of course, we talked about how it went over Hispaniola, and Hispaniola really, took the wind out of it, if you will. So here it is this morning, right here. All right, just kind of spinning around up to the north. It's kind of a broad low, if you will, maybe not fully an open wave yet. So as you look at this and you think, well, Jim, this is showing a lot of moisture where that is, but this is mean layer. Okay, this doesn't show the pockets of dry air within each layer, and that's what's kind of missing about that. But we still have dry air that is surrounding this, and you can see some of this that's certainly getting entrained. And we remember you had that huge slug of Saharan dust that came off yesterday, and we showed you about 4 days ago how it was going to outrun the system. And some of that certainly may be getting in. We're still raining over parts of the Dominican this morning, so unfortunately we haven't gotten out of that. So there's been some flash flooding, and there certainly could be more. Whether this thing develops or not and where it goes, it's still going to be a surge in the moisture field. All right? NHC has dropped their top end of this to 60 miles an hour, which until we see something different, this is a gift. Okay? We may or may not get there, is what we're trying to say. Friday night, Saturday morning, here comes a little wind, here comes some rain showers, and we do think that there's certainly enough with this to bring in some heavier rain. There's a lot of moisture coming northward, but the models are still pretty much all together in bringing this through the Keys and then eventually up into southern Appalachia with that surge of moisture. So that doesn't mean that even though this thing is struggling this morning, Steph, we won't have impacts down the road,
That's true.
In terms of heavy rain and even localized.
By the way, this could be also a blessing for South Florida. Fort Lauderdale is almost 9.
Yeah, you said Fort Lauderdale was way down rainfall.
It's almost 9 inches. I think it's 8.88. Don't quote me on that, but it's near 9 inches. Yeah, Miami's about 3 inches below average for the year. So we could use this surge without the wind, right? So it could be a helpful thing here.
And again, there's a lot that we are watching for you. Lots of news, but of course the big talker here right now is Tropical Depression Fred turning in the Caribbean with the sight sets here on South Florida. But what will the impact be?
That's the big question. Now it moved across Hispaniola, and the good news is those mountains really ripped this system apart, and that's why you see it's a very unorganized system as it continues to get closer to South Florida.
Yeah, thanks for being with us. We want to go ahead and get the very latest on the track. Of course, the advisory did come out at 11 a.m., so let's check in with Angie with the very latest. Angie? Angie.
Yeah, guys, and as expected, the interaction with the topography of these islands has really helped to weaken this system, barely hanging on. I mean, you look at the satellite imagery and the radar picture from folks in Hispaniola, and it's hard to find anything near the center as far as showers or thunderstorms go. We're looking at barely hanging on to a closed center of circulation. So either way, right now, for the time being, it is a tropical depression, but it is looking more like an open wave. But either way, 35-mile-per-hour winds coming in at that 11 a.m. advisory, moving west-northwest at 14 miles per hour. Now, this speed is going to slow down slightly over the next day or so, and it'll kind of hug that Cuban coast here, the northern coast of that island, as we go through Friday into Saturday night. We'll start to see into the overnight hours it emerge and be sitting in portions of the Florida Straits. Now, notice it does become a tropical storm again, just as it nears our area, Monroe County, Broward, Miami-Dade. Folks, going to see some added rainfall from this as it is just 2 hours south. But either way, becoming a tropical storm yet again. These waters are warm. It isn't likely to strengthen much more past tropical storm strength. And you can see it's barely a tropical storm with winds at 40 miles per hour by Saturday morning. So what does it mean for us? It means that we'll see some extra rainfall, some of that tropical moisture moving in. We will be, of course, on the right side of that system. So as it moves through, we can't rule out any isolated tornadoes. Of course, the heavy rain leading to some flooding concerns for folks in Monroe County specifically. As we get closer to Saturday, good idea to bring the stuff in your backyard in. Anything that's loose out there on the back patio, you're going to want to bring that inside, and of course be keeping a close eye on First Alert Doppler 6000. It'll continue to move up the west coast. We'll see if it gets any stronger, guys, as it does so through the weekend before making landfall likely in the panhandle of Florida. We'll talk more about that coming up.
Invest 95L will be coming right on the heels of Fred to some of the same areas in the Caribbean. So even though Fred has departed places like Puerto Rico and the Virgin Islands, you might have another system on your doorstep this weekend. Now, Fred doesn't look even very much like a tropical depression right now, but there is a low-level swirl in here, and there's enough thunderstorm activity that for the time being, Hurricane Center is holding on to the tropical depression designation. But how much of a comeback can it make? And by the way, there's 95L. We'll talk about that in a few minutes. It's being steered by the high pressure to the north. So right now you got onshore flow from the east in Florida. And Fred just doesn't look like a whole lot. But one thing it does have is a pretty well-defined center of circulation, at least in terms of the cloud field. And it's got some heavy thunderstorm activities, scattered about, but it has really taken a beating from going over the mountainous terrain of Hispaniola. And unfortunately, they're still getting some onshore flow into the mountains. Some heavy rain still could cause additional flooding and mudslides in Hispaniola. The winds aren't too bad, though, gusting 20 to 30 at Guantanamo and then other portions of the Cuban coast. The winds are not too strong. We've gusted, over 30 miles an hour in some portions of the Bahamas and the Turks and Caicos. Just, fresh easterly winds coming into the Florida Peninsula right now. Now, if we look at the water vapor, you really have trouble finding the depression, but what you can find is an upper level low here that is providing some wind shear over the system to add to the impediments to its comeback. So that's working in our favor, but there is a little bit of high pressure back in here. So what will be the wind shear configuration to work against this while the warm waters, if it avoids Cuba and Florida from this point forward, the water certainly is there to fuel re-strengthening. Now, given all of that, the Hurricane Center's intensity forecast is pretty much in check until we get up in here. If it's over the Gulf of Mexico, as the exact track forecast shows, it could get to 50 or 60 miles an hour, but a track on the right side over Florida would keep the intensity down a little bit more. And you can see from the Euro ensembles that there are plenty of tracks that do go over the Florida Peninsula, but there's a lot of them that go over the Gulf. So what it does relative to the Florida Peninsula will have a lot to do with its future intensity. The models show how the center of circulation, how robust the low-level spin is going to be struggling, and the Euro has it going right up the west coast of Florida and then going fairly quickly inland. But look at the GFS, how discombobulated the low-level spin is in those colors as it gets to Florida, and then it tries to reconsolidate over the northeastern Gulf as a much slower mover. So regardless of how strong it is and what the structure is, there's still a chance of tropical storm force winds, especially the southern tip of Florida and the west coast, Big Bend, and portions of the panhandle of Florida, starting very early Sunday morning in South Florida, and maybe early Saturday morning in South Florida, Sunday morning in a place like Tampa, if you get those winds. But even if it's not a big wind event, tomorrow night, the flood risk starts in South Florida, and then it increases on Saturday. So whatever the case, Mike and Jackie, this is going to be a rainmaker. It just might not be all that well put together for the next couple of days.
Yeah, and some of these areas have had a lot of rain as of late, but it's not just all about Fred. Dr. Nab, we've got an invest out there, and that one's looking kind of familiar, isn't it?
Boy, it sure is. Although, pre-Fred didn't look as impressive as 95L does right now. So let's take a look at the specifics on the invest. Here are the Windward and Leeward Islands, and there is the area of spin and thunderstorms that the Hurricane Center is giving a 70% chance of development over the next 5 days, and a lot of that development chance is in the next 2 days. So this could be ramping up relatively quickly. So here's that Bermuda high, here's Fred, and here is 95L, and in some ways this is currently looking a little bit more like a depression in some ways than Fred is, because you've got a pretty tight low-level swirl there and fairly concentrated thunderstorms, still a bit disorganized, but this is certainly on the upswing while Fred has taken a downturn and trying to make a comeback. So here's the Windward and Leeward Islands, and again you can see a fairly decent area of concentrated thunderstorms near what is a pretty tight low-level swirl. So this is not as, pre-Fred didn't look quite this healthy when it was out in the central tropical Atlantic. And this is starting to look pretty healthy where it's on those marginal 80-degree waters. It's headed toward warmer water, and that's where Fred got its act together. But this will have a chance to maybe get a little more potent, possibly, before it gets to the islands this weekend. Got upper-level high pressure overhead, and here's Fred, here's 95L, and these solid white lines are just the mid-level high that's steering everything along that same path, west-northwestward, across the tropical Atlantic into the northern Caribbean. And you have those traveling white lines, upper level high pressure, so there's not much wind shear. There's just a mid-oceanic trough in here that could provide some wind shear if 95L gets far enough north to interact with that. But for the next couple of days, it looks like a straight west-northwestward path with conditions conducive for development, and that's Saturday. And then we get Sunday and into Monday. Oh my goodness, that low-level spin from 95L is almost in the exact same spot that Fred is now. So we could have another round of bad weather for the Leeward Islands, Virgin Islands, Puerto Rico, and Hispaniola, but we could have another tangle between a tropical system and Hispaniola, although a slight movement farther to the north would mean that this could end up a little healthier farther down the road. But then the big question is, how much wind shear will there be in the atmosphere? The Euro shows enough shear and enough land interaction to maybe it not being all that well put together, but this is still pretty far out, Mike and Jackie. So I would be expecting similar sorts of things to happen in the northern Caribbean that happened with Fred, just maybe amped up a little bit, and maybe the risk for Florida and other parts of the U.S. could end up being a little higher if it avoids land.
We start with a new advisory tonight on tropical depression Fred as it inches closer to South Florida. Let's get right to CBS 4 Chief Meteorologist Craig Setzer with everything you need to know. Craig.
Yeah, the good news tonight is that there are not a lot of changes in the new advisory. One thing we wouldn't want to see at this point is Fred to be doing things that are kind of unexpected or out of the forecast parameters that we're looking at here. One thing that has happened tonight that we will pay attention to is that Fred has slowed down, moving now northwest at 9 miles an hour. We wanted to see it keep moving because we don't want a storm that's coming towards us in South Florida to take its time. We want to get it here and get it on past us and then not worry about it. But Fred has slowed down because it's trying to reorganize this evening. 35-mile-an-hour winds, but the winds from the hurricane hunters this evening, I'll show you in a second, are getting real close to being back up to tropical storm strength. The other good thing tonight, the pressure here hasn't gone down. If the pressure starts falling, that's an indication that Fred is trying to come back together and get stronger, and located at this advisory 450 miles east-southeast of Key West. Same watches are in effect, tropical storm watches for eastern and central Cuba and for the Florida Keys as well as the southwest coast. No watches at this time for Miami-Dade or Broward. We'll see at the 5 a.m. advisory if that changes, but for the moment, no watches in Miami-Dade or Broward. In terms of the forecast track, this is different. The 8 a.m. position now calls for tropical storm strength because Fred on the verge of becoming a tropical storm once again. So that's sped up a little bit, and then the 8 p.m. position is here. Now, the overall motion, because it's slower, means it's going to take longer for Fred to get here. So the worst of the weather is not going to arrive until late tomorrow night. Here's the 8 a.m. Saturday morning position. So late tomorrow night and Saturday, and then after that, there's the Saturday evening position. So the weather takes longer to get here, but then it also might take a little bit longer to improve. It won't be maybe until Saturday night or Sunday morning before the weather does start to improve in terms of the winds coming down. And then there it is up the eastern Gulf of Mexico and making landfall there up in the Big Bend area where they're going to be watching the whole state of Florida, basically watching this on the west coast and South Florida. Now look down in this area here, northeast of Cuba. This was Fred this evening. Kind of hard to see. When I put it into motion here, you'll see a little bit of a swirl. Here's the hurricane hunters coming in, but watch this. Big thunderstorm starting to blow up there. Hurricane hunters investigating that. There's where they found the center kind of meandering around in this area near those thunderstorms. If the center stays near or under the thunderstorms, Fred is going to strengthen. So what we'll be watching for during the night tonight is, are these thunderstorms persisting and are they getting over that center? That's going on, then Fred is in a strengthening trend. In terms of another system we're watching, it's way off to the east. That disturbance right there, it is on the verge of becoming a tropical depression. Development potential is high. Development of a tropical depression expected by this weekend. And folks in the islands are already watching that here. And we may have to watch it as well, but that's not until the middle or latter part of next week. Stormy, stormy night tonight over South Florida. This is not directly related to Fred. Some of this moisture has come up ahead of Fred. This is more from a low pressure area that's spinning to our north in the upper atmosphere. But we've seen showers and heavy thunderstorms moving through Broward and in Miami-Dade. Persistent torrential rainfall along the beaches there, and a flash flood warning now in effect for much of Miami Beach. That's in effect until 2 a.m. and street flood advisories outside of that. It has been a stormy, stormy evening, and these storms showing no signs of relenting.
I didn't hear the F word, fall.
Yeah, I know.
But it was close, right?
Yes, close.
It was close. Good Friday morning, everybody. Welcome into the show. Jim, Steph, Reynolds all here to get you out the door, get you into the weekend here. Of course, we'll be talking about Right Said Fred. We'll see how right it gets, if it can right itself before it makes its way to Florida. Here's a preview of what we can expect as Fred surges ahead towards Florida. Streets in the Dominican Republic littered with debris and downed trees. Again, even with a system that got whacked by the Dominican Republic here, this area definitely suffered a lot of rainfall. 300,000 families here are without power as they start the cleanup process here. The tropical depression kind of scraping past northern Cuba at this time, still convectionless, having already dumped inches of rain on the Caribbean. As a matter of fact, Steph, eastern Cuba, all the way down to eastern Jamaica, it's still pouring there this morning.
Yeah, it is. So that's the thing. And I think that's what we want to focus on now, is even if this system is limping into Florida, though it does look like there are some factors that could make this a tropical storm again, and we'll detail those. Even if it is limping into Florida like it is now, look at the explosion. This is what Jim's talking about. From Cuba to Jamaica, we are seeing some of those stronger thunderstorms. Now, here is that low at the center, or kind of open wave-ishy still. But again, it is not stacked with that mid-level entity. That's still back off, dragging to the west. It's been experiencing shear, and it's getting torn apart, but that could be changing, and it also is going to be hitting those warm waters. So those are the advisories Jim was mentioning at the top of the show, and we have them also, tropical storm watches into Cuba as well. And this system is, the winds aren't too bad with it, but it is a rainmaker, and it will continue to be a rainmaker at the very, very least. So heavier showers there into the DR, also southeastern Cuba the past 3 days. We have seen 5, 6, 7+ inches of rain. Here's our system. Again, it looks awful. There's your upper level low we were talking about. That's been shearing this system. So that is not helping it. This should weaken and move north. And then once it gets into some of these warmer waters and we get in a lower shear environment, that's why this could kick back up. But even just a little bit of shear still, after it was dealing with the dry air and Hispaniola, it's just torn this thing apart, has done it totally dirty. So notice, remember, tropical storm force winds start at 39, so we're just getting to tropical storm force winds here, and then it looks like we're going to stay on the lower end of that scale. The thing is, Reynolds, regardless,
It looks like the heaviest rain will probably be on the east side of this system. So even if it does stay offshore, the west coast of Florida could feel some of the heavier showers.
New images from Miami as South Florida prepares for Fred. The city is handing out free sandbags to the public this afternoon so residents can try to keep floodwaters out of their homes and property. Even though Miami-Dade County and surrounding areas are not in the cone, there is still a chance for severe weather, and certainly already seeing some of those bans in the last 24 hours and more to come. Let's get right to Dr. Greg Postel. We're fortunate to have him here with us today. I think it's so interesting about Fred because it is continuing on that track right along Cuba. It's its weakness right now. That could end up being its strength because the farther it goes to the west, we're talking about some open, warm water.
That is indeed the case. And in fact, the heat content, the amount of fuel that Fred could use over the water, the farther west it goes, the more of that there is. So that's something to consider down the line over the next 36 hours. We're not there yet. We're still dealing with, I believe, Fred circulation center over Cuba. And around it, of course, we've got some showers and some squally thunderstorms moving through parts of the Florida Straits and the lower Keys. Right now, the weather is fine. The weather's could be really good the rest of the day, maybe a scattered shower here and there. Overall, no problem for South Florida, for that matter, or the Florida Keys outside of the typical thunderstorm activity you get this time of year. But Fred is right about there as a tropical depression inland and probably going to still be inland for a little while longer. And the satellite presentation, while it may look very convective to those of you sort of used to looking at these pictures with a big flare-up of thunderstorms there over Cuba, that in part is natural because we have the daytime heating and the loss of the stability, the increased instability over Cuba during the afternoon and evening hours. And a flare-up of thunderstorms would have happened regardless, probably in this atmosphere setup that we've got around the region. But Fred is inside of here and enhancing and exacerbating some of the weather. And I do believe that the circulation center over land, well, it's almost impossible to tell, but if you dug deep, I think you'd still find it not yet off the coast and over water. And it's not going to be for a little while longer before that indeed happens. But when it does happen, I think we will see an opportunity for Fred to strengthen, and that may occur, let's say, very late tonight or tomorrow morning as it reemerges over this region, bringing some squally weather to parts of the Florida Keys. But here comes the interesting part of the forecast to me, and this is what Molly was alluding to, is what happens out here over the Gulf of Mexico Saturday night, Sunday morning. And as this whole thing approaches the northern Florida coast, we may be dealing with, a rather substantial tropical storm. It's hard to know for sure how strong it's going to be. Again, Chris, we know that the forecast intensities are very challenging. But don't be surprised if this thing maybe gets a little bit stronger than some of the forecasts, because what we're given is the best expected value, but we know there are other options on the table.
Fred putting the Keys under a tropical storm warning, and another system is now behind it. Fred is soaking Cuba as we speak, and then it's headed towards Florida.
And right now the Keys remain in the cone of concern, and all of South Florida is under a flood watch. Local 10's Terrell Fournay is standing by in the Keys. We'll check in with hurricane specialist Brian Norcross as well.
But let's begin with our chief certified meteorologist, Betty Davis. Betty.
Hi, everyone. We are still looking at a highly disorganized Fred, a tropical depression, winds of 35 miles per hour, moving west-northwest at 12 miles per hour. And it's right here, right all along that north coast of Cuba. And you can see the flare-up of shower thunderstorm activity associated with it. And it's that deep tropical moisture that looks to head in our direction on Saturday and drench the area. Here's the projected path from the National Hurricane Center. They do show, by the way, that it could become a tropical storm as it's closing in near the Keys. But by Saturday morning, it's near the Keys, moving over into the southeastern Gulf of Mexico, and thereafter the Panhandle headed up in that vicinity. Bottom line for us, though, we're looking at a tropical storm warning for the Keys. So this is where we would expect some 40-mile-per-hour winds, or maybe even winds just over that at times. As for Broward and Miami-Dade, and the Keys too now, heavy rainfall is in the forecast. The rain forecast through the weekend, some 3 to 7 inches per the National Hurricane Center. We are under a flood watch. And with that, let's bring in our hurricane specialist, Brian Norcross, for a lot more on Fred and to look at that next thing.
All right, Betty, let's take a look at the satellite picture here, the close-up high-resolution satellite picture. There's where the National Hurricane Center located the center of circulation as of 2 o'clock, so 2 hours ago. And if you watch it closely, it's hard to make out what happened to it after that. Did it dive down here a little bit to the south? I looked at the wind observations from Cuba, best I could find. I couldn't find anything really current. So I'm going to be really interested to see here in the next hour what they come up with as far as where this center of circulation is. It's supposed to be moving along the coast like this. But I don't see any signs of it in the satellite sequence right here. So anyway, we're going to know about that in the next hour. In any case, if it behaves the way the Hurricane Center has been thinking, that's what it's going to do. It's going to move along the coast, and then it's going to get into this area here off of the Keys where the water is kind of deep and warm. So that might provide enough fuel for it to organize. There's no sign of organizing now. That takes some time, but just in case, they've gone ahead and put up the tropical storm warning and had the forecast here of 40 miles per hour in terms of the top winds when it's in the vicinity of Keys tomorrow morning. But the moisture and the strongest winds are not going to be related to the center. They're going to be spread out over a wide area, including all of South Florida. So here's the way the moisture looks right now. You see it's a big area, and it's mostly behind the center. So the idea is that we don't want to look at the center here. We want to think about this as a much longer term event. Here comes the moisture. So tomorrow it arrives, and then the wind, such as it is, which I just think is going to be gusty, is going to come in from the southeast generally over most of South Florida. And if you're near the coast, you're going to notice those gusty winds. And then it moves on to the north on Sunday. And look at that, we're still in the moisture. So Betty is keeping some rain in the forecast. All right, out in the Atlantic, here's the other one. And there's where it was as of 2 o'clock, and look where it has already moved. So it is speeding along here. As a matter of fact, it's moving so fast, they already have tropical storm watches in effect for the extreme northeastern islands there. And look at the cone. Yes, folks, the cone aims right at Florida. The good news is that the forecast as of right now is not for a strong storm because once again, the track is right over the mountainous islands of the Caribbean. Of course, that's well into the future. That's next week's problem. So anyway, nothing pending immediately on that. It'll be the islands this weekend.
All right, that's the latest on Fred. We've got another system to watch out for. And as we take a look, at this graphic, it shows you we have 87% of our tropical season still ahead of us. So let's go back to Dr. Nab. Dr. Nab, we now have tropical depression number 7 out there, and this one could become Grace. Somebody just sent me on social media, by the way. They said after Fred, we should have Ginger instead of Grace. Don't you think?
Well, this is unfortunately going to be going to some of the same places that just dealt with Fred in the northeastern Caribbean as it was forming right on top of you. Unfortunately, there's Fred. This one, about to become Grace, we think, before it gets to the Leeward Islands, is going to be more potent for the Northeast Caribbean than pre-Fred and Fred were because it's developing sooner and farther to the east and will be stronger. So here it is, now a tropical depression because you got that. You can see on the satellite, pretty good indication that it's got a close circulation and the thunderstorm activity has become really concentrated near the center. This is a tropical wave in between Fred and TD7 that isn't bringing too bad of weather to the Lesser Antilles, so that's good. But there'll be a brief break, and then tomorrow night, you'll start to feel the effects of what will probably be Tropical Storm Grace by that time. So certainly looks like a depression based on the satellite estimates, and it had a buoy nearby that showed the wind shift and indicated a close circulation, and the hurricane hunters will fly into this tomorrow before it gets to the island. So no longer potential tropical cyclone. It is a tropical cyclone, still numbered 7, moving west really fast, 22 miles an hour. So remember how Elsa was able to hold together and strengthen even though it was zipping along? Sometimes fast-moving tropical cyclones have a hard time maintaining their structure, but this is getting its act together, even though it's got that fast motion, because the upper level pattern is very conducive. Now, here's the other headline. It has become a tropical depression, and because of that fast motion, they had to extend those tropical storm watches farther to the west. So now it includes St. Martin and St. Bart's, the U.S. and British Virgin Islands, and Puerto Rico. all of these areas now under a tropical storm watch, and I think the easternmost area is likely to go under a warning later tonight, because this fast motion is going to bring the center of circulation over the Leeward Islands very early on Sunday morning. So that's like right after midnight on Saturday night. And so you got tonight and tomorrow during the day to get ready for the tropical storm conditions. And let's not take this intensity forecast to the bank. Let's prepare for the possibility that it's a little bit stronger if it gets its act together over those warmer waters with the wind shear weakening. Could be a pretty potent tropical storm coming to the islands. And then the big question is, just like with Fred, how much land interaction with Hispaniola? How much wind shear after that? How strong could it be when it's on the doorstep of the United States in about a week? Mike, I would be getting used to the idea that this could be stronger than Fred when it gets close to the U.S. next week.
So here's a storm tracker. You are going to see a couple of lines of rain moving in. Those are feeder bands, rain bands from Fred. We've seen a couple of them already, and there's another one that's starting to move in across the Florida Straits, and that'll continue to push towards South Florida, so we will see some overnight downpours. Now, this system highly disorganized. We can barely find a center of circulation. Now, the National Hurricane Center says that they're going to wait till tomorrow morning after a recon plane goes in and checks it out to see if there's anything left of the system before they write it off. Moving west at 12 miles per hour, 35 mile per hour winds. Now, here's what we are looking at. As far as advisories are concerned, they have all been canceled north of the 7 Mile Bridge. This is where they're still keeping it, just out of an abundance of caution in case of some gusty winds, as whatever is left of the system makes its way into the Gulf of Mexico. We can say goodbye kind of to the system, but hello to another one. Tropical depression number 7, 540 miles east of the Leeward Islands, moving west at 21. Here's the forecast cone, very similar to Fred. It'll probably be named Tropical Storm Grace during the day tomorrow, tracking right over the same area and be very close to South Florida sometime Wednesday evening. A lot can happen and plenty of time to watch. Meanwhile, there are plenty of advisories in place already. In green, tropical storm warning. In blue, tropical storm watch.
Tracking the tropics, time is 5:10, and right now I am tracking tropical depression Fred that is actually exiting Cuba, the center circulation, but you can see all that tropical moisture right over the Bahamas and spreading over Cuba. Latest forecast track as of the 5 o'clock advisory just came in, just takes the track just further west, which is great for us, but we will be dealing with lots of tropical moisture still associated with Fred. So overall, it will be tracking towards the north and heading towards the panhandle of Florida by Monday and Tuesday as a tropical storm system, so it will likely become a tropical storm in the next 24 hours over the very warm waters of the Gulf of Mexico. Meanwhile, we do have Tropical Storm Grace that just formed 10 minutes ago, heading towards the Lancer Antilles, getting better organized this morning as well. Sustained winds of 40 miles per hour, and it is racing towards the west at 22 miles per hour. And the latest forecast track, as you can see, will be right over Puerto Rico and then going over DR, the mountainous area. So let's see if it survives over that area on Tuesday into Wednesday, and then tracking west of the Bahamas and heading towards the Florida Keys, just like Elsa and Fred. So we'll keep you posted on this. Overall, the computer models are suggesting that it will be tracking a little bit further south of South Florida. So of course, we'll keep you posted. It's too early to tell. And also, we will be dealing with some tropical moisture. So I'll have more details on your future track coming up in less than 10 minutes.
All right, Vanessa, thank you so much.
Here's a live view of our radar right now as we await and keep watching Fred's every move. We begin right now with a quick check on the cone, the very latest forecast. You can see the cone has moved a bit westward. Not even the Keys now in the cone of concern, but don't let your guards down just yet. We can experience some of those outer bands.
And let's take a live view now of North Bay Village on this Saturday morning. Really not bad considering
the depression is right off the Florida coast at this point. Let's begin with a check on our weather this morning. Meteorologist Erica Delgado in the Plex with a look at what we can expect for the day. Hey, Erica, good morning.
Hey, then, yeah, we have the very latest on Tropical Depression Fred. This is as of 8 a.m., but you can see it's very hard to find even where the center of Fred is. It's over western Cuba, but all of the thunderstorm activity associated with this system is well to the south and actually south of Cuba. Some of that moisture, though, is moving into our area, and we're seeing in the form of clouds, we're seeing in the form of some showers, and we've even seen some thunderstorms so far this morning. Here are the latest numbers. Winds of 35 miles per hour. It's moving towards the west-northwest, and it's being tracked out of Key West a little over 120 miles to the south-southwest of Key West, Florida. So this system is expected to remain a tropical depression through the day today. It's been over land for almost 24 hours. That land interaction with Cuba really not allowing it to get its act together. But some changes today is that all of the Florida Keys are now out of the cone, and it could begin to strengthen once again as we head into the latter part of the weekend once it does move over the warm Gulf waters. At that point, it could regain its tropical storm strength, and you can see all of South Florida does remain out of the cone. However, the moisture is well to the south and to the east of the center, so we will continue to see some of that rain pushing through. Watches and warnings are still tropical storm warning in effect for portions of the Keys. It begins across the 7-mile bridge and extends into the dry Tortugas, surrounding waters as well. The rest of South Florida, no tropical storm watches or warnings. But we are still under a flood watch until at least on Sunday because we have seen some showers and storms pushing through. We're seeing another batch now to the south of Key Biscayne, some isolated thunderstorms embedded in there, and the showers right now extend as far west as Kendall Lakes and as far north as areas like Durrell. We'll take a closer look at what we're expecting today coming up in a few minutes.
Moisture tail, which will lead to some wet days as we kick off the new week. Now let's talk about Tropical Storm Grace. Grace actually looking pretty healthy on satellite as compared to Fred. And as far as Grace goes, it's moving quickly towards the west at 22 miles per hour. So later on by tomorrow, making its way across the Leeward Islands, Virgin Islands, and then over Puerto Rico late Sunday, overnight Monday, and then over parts of Hispaniola throughout Monday and Tuesday. Now, lots of uncertainty with Grace. Once again, how much land interaction will Grace get? That will play a huge role in the intensity of Grace. But the thinking is that it will still remain a tropical storm as it moves around this blocking high over the Atlantic. So if we get any impacts, it is expected that those will arrive later on in the week by Wednesday and even Thursday. Again, that flood watch for South Florida and the Keys in effect through tomorrow evening. So basically what we are expecting is some gusty squalls at times throughout today. A little more sunshine for Sunday, but still with some heavy downpours at times. That will continue Monday, Tuesday, and yeah, we'll be watching that other tropical storm, Grace, on Wednesday.
In the meantime, let's get the latest on Fred. Dr. Postel, Fred is dead apparently right now, but likely to make a comeback.
Yeah, I think so. It's complicated. You're right about that, Jackie. And there's more than summer showers, we think, for parts of western Florida, including Tampa, where the remnants of Fred may bring some showers as we move into the latter half of the weekend for places like Tampa. We've seen a whole bunch of rain here lately, and we could see some more, at least enhancement of those rain chances with Fred moving along by. And it's, you know, Jackie mentioned Fred was dead, and to some extent, that's exactly right. I mean, there's not really any circulation to identify anymore. We are now dealing with what's called the remnants of Fred. But it may come back to life if you believe in the afterlife, I guess, right? Not dead yet, as Monty Python said. There's some room for that because this area or trough of low pressure, it really is now, not a closed circulation anymore, more of like an open wave type feature. As it moves northward, it may have some opportunity to regenerate and come back to life in that way. So we'll see if indeed that does happen. But there's the latest stats from the Hurricane Center. And looking at the radar, as I have all morning, it's relatively benign. There are showers sort of rolling around in a pattern about like that. There is no west wind underneath it. At Havana, we even have a sort of a southeast wind. So everywhere the wind is out of the east. And when you have that, it's hard to collect the thunderstorms and organize them in the way that can trap them and heat the atmosphere in a way that would allow this system to grow and mature. We're just not seeing that. There are too many open hatch doors into this thing for now, and that's a good thing. because some showers and storms will probably roll into parts of South Florida and the Florida Keys today, maybe a little bit more than you would see on an average August afternoon. But look at the satellite picture, the visible one. It's really pretty, and we got some scattered thunderstorms over here. We have some thunderstorms over Cuba, some thunderstorms over here, but right where kind of the sort of center of that wind curving around like that, there's not much going on. And we want to keep it that way because that means that this will take longer, if ever, to get its act back together. The latest forecast track of this thing we'll call Fred, hard to track when it's a trough of low pressure. You're going to have to rely on some other sort of techniques. But the idea is, let's say the whole thing goes in that direction. That's a bit farther to the west than some of the recent forecasts that were issued, let's say, last night or even yesterday. That brings the western edge of Florida a little farther away from some maybe impactful weather. That's good news. But it also maybe gives Fred, or the remnants of Fred, some opportunity to make a comeback. If indeed it were able to gain a closed circulation again, it could get some better thunderstorms with it over some warmer and higher octane fuel here over the Gulf of Mexico, where the heat content, the fuel, is a bit higher than some of the earlier tracks had it moving in that direction. So maybe oceanically it's got a shot if the atmosphere allows it. We'll see about it. But here's just a generic forecast to give you an idea that whatever happens to Fred, it moves northward, maybe skirts parts of western Florida with some showers. This forecast may be a bit bullish, but the idea is that rain and some wind may be moving into parts of North Florida and northern parts of the Gulf of Mexico by Monday morning or early afternoon.
All right, we've got some new video into the Weather Channel right now out of Haiti. This after a 7.2 magnitude earthquake struck the island nation earlier this morning. Here you can see the chaotic scene. Buildings have been toppled. Mass casualties are expected. These are residents in Lake Hay. The earthquake, a 7.2 magnitude, is a bit stronger than you might remember the deadly 7.0 earthquake that struck in 2010. That earthquake killed more than 200,000 people, displaced millions more. This is farther west away from the capital, so this could be affecting less people, hopefully, to keep those numbers down a little bit. This is a very breaking and evolving situation. We'll keep you up to date. There was word that a small tsunami also took place. Now, another very important factor into all this, and we tie this in with Grace because, you know, this is such a disaster and such devastation already, but to put a tropical storm potentially on top of that, just as terrible news, unfortunately, as people could be left homeless in this situation. So there you can see this may be moving over Haiti late Monday and into your Tuesday morning. There are tropical storm warnings up across the area. Dr. Postel, we just got a brand new advisory in for Grace, and Grace is a little stronger now.
And the advisory may not be strong enough. We'll know for sure when the hurricane hunters get in there. They're on their way, and they provide invaluable data for what's happening inside of these storms that we can otherwise only estimate from satellite pictures. But we're talking about Tropical Storm Grace, which is here. All right. And this looks very healthy on the satellite pictures. Now, a lot of times you have to wait and see if those thunderstorms and that satellite presentation is durable. It may fall apart. I'm not saying this one, but a lot of times when you look at a system that looks very impressive, it does so very briefly and fleetingly, and in a matter of hours, then whatever looked really good all of a sudden is gone. I'm not so sure that's the case with this one. This one, I think, has a lot more sustainability to it, and we have to watch this very carefully because some of the satellite estimates that I've seen are over 60 miles per hour now. They keep going up, and the hurricane hunters are on their way, and we will indeed see how strong this thing is. Also, I might add, we will be watching the observations from the islands here later on today and tonight, which will give us some estimate of what kind of storm we're dealing with. Right now, not a problem whatsoever, just a trade wind. But, you know, some of these squalls will be rolling on in, and we'll indeed see how strong they get. Overall, again, there's the latest advisory on it. And Jackie showed you the cone, and that does bring the islands into play. And on one hand, that's a bad thing. It brings a lot of rain and flooding potential to places that don't need it. But on the other hand, it's kind of a good thing because it keeps Grace's strength a little bit lower over land.
This is not the only storm that we've been dealing with this year. Of course, just about a little bit over a month ago, we had Elsa, and then right behind Fred, we have Grace, and all of them, at least for now, taking a very similar path.
Yeah, it's pretty amazing how they've been really, really close to one another, these tracks, and what we're expecting of Grace. And so that's going to have everything to do with how strong this storm ends up being, which we'll explain here in a moment. So right now, a 45-mile-per-hour tropical storm moving west pretty quickly at 23 miles per hour. Hurricane hunters are out in the system right now, certainly finding those tropical storm force winds from time to time. They'll continue to do a crisscross pattern across the storm and get a really good sense of what exactly we're dealing with. So there's a look at Elsa, which of course became a Category 1 storm before moving into northwest Florida. It skirted the islands, the Greater Antilles, Hispaniola, and Cuba until it crossed the western part of Cuba at the very last. And then you have Fred, which went right over Hispaniola, and some of the mountains in Hispaniola are as much as 10,000 feet high. So that can really disrupt the circulation. Spent a lot of time over Cuba as well. And then here is the forecast track for Grace, and it's going to be really similar to Fred, but exactly where it ends up going is going to have a lot to do with how strong the storm is. If it were to go right over Hispaniola, right over Cuba, and there's also some wind shear, which we'll talk about in a moment, you might end up with a significantly weakened storm. And then the opposite is true. If it manages to stay north of those islands and stay out over the open water for the most part, then we could be dealing with a stronger storm. And you see on the far end here, certainly Florida is implicated, but there are some models showing that it comes across South Florida and then moves out into the Gulf and perhaps gets even stronger. But this very same model that was doing this today was showing it moving more towards the Carolinas yesterday. So there's still a terrific amount of uncertainty in the longer term as regards this storm. That's something you definitely want to keep in mind. It's really early yet as far as East Coast impacts or Gulf impacts are concerned. But one thing that we're watching here is there's the storm on Tuesday. Really strong winds coming down right as it might be interacting with land, and so that too could serve to weaken the system. Molly, over to you.
And developing right now, at least 227 people are dead after a magnitude 7.2 earthquake hit the country of Haiti. It comes at a time when the island nation is already overwhelmed with problems.
Right, and let's get right out to Local 10's Andrea Martinez in the newsroom with some of the videos we're getting out of Haiti.
Yeah, a state of emergency has been declared for the country of Haiti for at least a month after that 7.2 magnitude quake killed hundreds this morning. Now, the country is no stranger to these quakes. 11 years ago, a similar earthquake killed hundreds of thousands of people. All of this just a little over a month after the assassination of the country's president. More than 200 people are dead after a devastating 7.2 magnitude earthquake rocked Haiti this morning. It struck a little over 90 miles from the capital, Port-au-Prince. Video from the ground after the tremor shows people panicking in fear and running onto the streets. Images from Les Calles shows the chaos, debris from collapsed buildings and structures everywhere. From that rubble, women and children being pulled out, some badly wounded. Officials in Haiti say search and rescue teams are on the ground and say the death toll is likely higher. In the aftermath, people were seen organizing medical supplies and treating the wounded outside of a damaged hospital. Humanitarian aid organization Mercy Corps is now on the ground.
We're looking at basic needs, covering those basic needs of individuals and communities. So we're looking at water, electricity, any health provisions, or supporting people that may have been injured in the event is absolutely our top priority.
The earthquake was virtually the same size and along the exact same fault line as the 2010 earthquake that killed an estimated 300,000 people. And in 2018, another 5.9 magnitude quake killed more than a dozen. This one striking just days before Tropical Storm Grace is forecast to reach Haiti late Monday night or early Tuesday. The country is now in a one-month state of emergency.
And over the past 3 months, we've seen a bit of everything. The presidential assassination, as you mentioned, in addition to COVID, right? The Delta variant in Haiti as well is on the rise. So the ability to assess and address the situation is increasingly challenging.
Now, President Biden releasing a statement about the situation just moments ago, saying in part, "I am saddened by the devastating earthquake that occurred in St. Louis du Sud, Haiti this morning. We send our deepest condolences to all those who lost a loved one or saw their homes and businesses destroyed. I have authorized an immediate U.S. response and named USAID Administrator Samantha Power as the senior U.S. official to coordinate this effort." Now, we will continue to follow the situation in Haiti and, of course, bring you the latest. For now, I'm live in the newsroom. Andrea Martinez, Local 10 News.
Thanks, Andrea. And our team coverage now turns to Joseph Ojo.
He's live in Little Haiti with how local Haitians are reacting to news of this earthquake hitting the country at a time when it is already in turmoil. Joseph.
And Sinella, the nation of Haiti is going through so much political chaos, ongoing killings and massacres in the nation of Haiti, and now this earthquake having many Haitians feeling that they just can't catch a break.
We all woke up under shock and disbelief this morning.
Across South Florida, reaction pouring in after the massive earthquake that killed hundreds in Haiti Saturday.
It's just draining because people are constantly talking about how resilient Haitians and Haitian Americans are, and I just wonder, when is that going to run out?
The 7.2 magnitude earthquake comes just months after the assassination of President Jovenel Moïse, leaving some Haitians to feel the nation can't catch a break.
I just can't even imagine having to deal with one more trauma.
Miami City Commissioner Jeffrey Watson releasing this statement that reads, "To the Haitian residents of District 5 and all that have family in Haiti, from myself, my colleagues on the commission, and the City of Miami employees, our hearts go out to you and the many citizens of Haiti affected by the recent earthquake on the island. The enormity of the earthquake will undoubtedly cause disruption in the lives of so many, and we as a city stand steadfast by in our support that you will need in the days and weeks to come. Our blessings go out to you as we continue to pray that the loss of life was minimal and as we prepare in our efforts to assist you."
A lot of people are wounded. A lot of people are dead. There are a lot of collapsed buildings. I would encourage my brothers and sisters not to fall under despair.
And so if you would like to help the people in Haiti, on our website, local10.com, we will have more information on where you can donate to help out, as well as for here in the Little Haiti. Events will be going on until later on tonight. We're Little Haiti. I'm Joseph Ojo, Local 10 News.
Thanks, Joseph. And right now we're tracking Tropical Storm Grace, adding insult to the injury on the situation there on the ground in Haiti. Grace's potential path putting Haiti in its cone.
Meantime, Fred is fizzling out, but still bringing showers to South Florida. And certified meteorologist Luke Doris is here to give us an update on the systems that he is tracking for us.
Starting off with the new advisory that just came in a few moments ago. Luke.
It did. The 5 p.m. advisory from the National Hurricane Center just came in. We'll start with Fred. We'll get to Grace in just a second. Fred never really could get kick-started again after all the land interaction with Cuba. It's not even a tropical depression. It's what we call a remnant low. It does not have a closed circulation. It's a disorganized mess. Winds to 35 miles per hour, might even be a little bit generous. Here's where the center is, so well west of the lower Keys, and some of the worst weather's down here still over Cuba, though we do have a bad band that's moving through the lower Keys right now. All right, so the forecast is that it will be able to reorganize and strengthen some over the next couple of days as it moves through the Gulf of Mexico, and the forecast is for a mid-grade tropical storm approaching the Gulf Coast somewhere along the West Florida Panhandle, Mississippi, Alabama, somewhere along there. That would be on Monday. Current forecast is a 50-mile-per-hour tropical storm. Let's check out our radar. This is that squally band that I mentioned. Just a fire hose of rain that's going over Marathon right now. You probably have gusts to 45 miles per hour. It's been a rough day in the lower Keys, but you get away from that, and it really has not been much for the rest of us. Some scattered showers that are moving through from time to time, and the chance for heavy rain is still on the table. We have a little bit moving through Broward, but I emphasize little bit. Here's the future radar as we go through tonight, and we can see that the models are trying to say that some of these bands may fill in across Dade and Broward at times as we go through our Saturday night and maybe linger into early tomorrow morning. We do still have a flood watch for that threat, for if those bands move through, produce a lot of rain, you could see some localized flooding. Here's Tropical Storm Grace. Some good news here is that it's weakened. Its winds now down to 40 miles per hour as it approaches the eastern Caribbean islands around Guadeloupe, Antigua, Montserrat. And part of the reason why it's having trouble, it's going so fast. west at 26 miles per hour. It's having a difficult time holding together. The forecast track has shifted south. This is good news, bad news. Bad news because here is the site of that devastating earthquake in Haiti, and they're likely to see some tropical storm impacts, heavy rain, all of that as the system approaches. That would be by Monday. Good news is, just like Fred, if it runs headlong into those high mountains of Hispaniola, that means a weaker storm down the line. If it had missed some of those, or if it still does, it could be a stronger system if it takes the right side of the track. That's looking a little bit less likely now as it interacts with Cuba. So the forecast from the Hurricane Center is for a low-end tropical storm. We have to watch it closely to make sure that it does indeed have all that land interaction. Timing for South Florida would be Wednesday into Thursday. Too early to know yet exactly what our impacts will be. That's what we'll be monitoring.
We have Grace, new advisory, Dr. Neb. What do we know?
Yeah, this is an intermediate public advisory on Grace, and now we have tropical storm warnings for the Dominican Republic and tropical storm watches for the western part of the Dominican Republic. I'll show you that in just a little bit. So things are progressing westward, and I think later tonight or tomorrow, Haiti, unfortunately, will likely go under a watch and then a warning as Grace is now moving through the Leeward Islands. And here's the latest advisory. Max winds still at 40 miles an hour. Now, I'll show you why in just a little bit, but remember earlier how the center was relocated a little bit farther to the south. Now it's been bumped back up to the north a little bit. So they're having to really work hard at the Hurricane Center to keep track of where the center is initially located. But in any case, it's located. See how that up and down in the track in white there? That isn't actual motion of the low center. It's relocation and reformation of the center. So it was up here, relocated farther south. Now it's farther north again, just a little bit north of Guadalupe, moving west at 23 miles an hour, still moving very quickly. So there is the tropical storm warning in the eastern parts of the Dominican Republic on the south coast, east of Cabo Caucedo and east of Samana on the northern coast, and then watches for the rest of the Dominican Republic. Haiti, unfortunately, you're going to be next. Now let's take a look at it on the radar. So here is Guadalupe, and here is where the center circulation was, but now it's estimated to be just a little bit north of Guadalupe. So gusty conditions coming through the rest of the leewards, the Virgin Islands and Puerto Rico could have several inches of rainfall in some spots. So here was the 11 a.m. advisory, and there's Guadalupe for reference. Watch what happened at 5 p.m. as it got adjusted to the south. But now the center of circulation is just north of Guadalupe again. So it's just slightly outside the cone again. So what I would say is if you take the original track from 5 p.m. and adjust it for where it is now, maybe the center track goes a little farther north, but that still, Mike, I think takes it over Hispaniola, where there could be locally up to a foot of rainfall with the flash flood and mudslide risk in a place, especially in Haiti, that does not need it.
It truly is the last thing we want to see after we had Fred that came through and then what happened this morning. Hundreds dead as a 7.2 magnitude earthquake struck the island. The government says at least 300 people have died, several towns destroyed, hospitals overflowing with the wounded. The epicenter, 78 miles west of the capital of Port-au-Prince. Look at this home. I mean, just nuts. Search and rescue teams are going through the rubble. They're trying to reach anyone that's trapped beneath that debris. We have actually seen them pull out several people in some videos that we've seen and showed you here on the Weather Channel. But truly, a nation that's left shocked right now. And then thinking about what could be coming their way with Grace. What do we know about this quake? We're going to give you the stats of what happened here. It sits along a tectonic plate, which ended up being the trigger with the epicenter here on the southwest side of the island. 7.2 magnitude, considered to be very strong to severe. 6-mile depth, considered to be relatively shallow here. The shallower, the closer to the surface that earthquake is, the more likely you are to feel the shaking and the effects of that. But you take a look here, ultimately what's going on, and you'll end up noticing that that track has an intensity increase up to the Dominican Republic. A lot of mountain areas right in here. That could help weaken the system, but also could create a lot of rain force in places we don't need it, like Haiti, unfortunately. And then a potentially weakening system coming through Cuba. If you take that center track there, it takes a very similar track, Dr. Nab, as Fred did. We can hope there's some weakening, but again, interaction with Haiti and the Dominican Republic could really be trouble for the folks there.
Yeah, it could. I don't wish anything on Hispaniola right now. You just wish them the best, going through a very difficult next few days with recovery and then with Grace approaching. Now let me show you what could happen after that. So there's the track, but look at this intensity forecast. It is pretty low because of the expected passage over Hispaniola. And so as a result, if you're in South Florida, the chances of tropical storm force winds the next 5 days, really, really small at this point. That could change. We'll have to watch for the trends. And if the tropical storm force winds were to arrive in South Florida, it might be during the day on Wednesday. But if the GFS is right, the colors of the low-level spin, if it goes right over Hispaniola, then afterward over Cuba, it could completely fall apart. Can't take that to the bank, though. Stay tuned.
Okay, 2 tropical systems in play. We've got at least the remnants of Fred out across the Gulf waters, providing us bands of rain. That'll continue on into part 2 of our weekend. And Tropical Storm Grace, which looks fairly impressive in the satellite display, but there's a lot of little things going on here. A lot of thunderstorm activity being displaced away from the center of circulation, a center of circulation which has been tricky to locate. And that really plays into a big part of where's the system going if we're still having some trouble finding the center. And again, all of these little problems that we add to the equation work together to help us find a better solution. We'll talk about that in just a moment. Right now, top of the hour with the 11 o'clock advisory, winds at 40 miles per hour. Notice how swift it's moving off to the west-northwest at 20 miles per hour. The pressure right now at 1010. Moving off to the west-northwest here, we do have impacts down the line for Puerto Rico, and that's coming as soon as tomorrow afternoon on through the evening hours, with winds estimated then in the forecast at 50 miles per hour. Then here's really the uncertain part of the entire equation. I'll note, though, unfortunately, we have tropical storm watches now surrounding Haiti here as we move out of Sunday into Monday. It is possible that the system runs right over top of Hispaniola, similar to what Fred did as we went through this past week. And the forecast track overall as we advance into the time, if you were watching earlier this evening and now watching again, it has yet again shifted back off to the north. And so this is kind of a shifty forecast here across the area. That will likely be the case over the course of the next few days. The computer models have jumped around throughout our Saturday, and we're seeing that reflected in this uncertainty that we're dealing with. So it's very difficult to pinpoint right now. A southern track, of course, would keep the land interaction high, could even dissipate the system as we get into Tuesday and Wednesday. But if there is a shift off to the north, that puts South Florida in a little bit better position to maybe see some impacts. So we'll be looking to pinpoint this a little bit better Monday night into Tuesday as we get an idea as to how it behaves near the Dominican Republic and Haiti. So stay tuned on that.
Good morning, everyone. We continue to track the remnants of Fred, but Fred is getting a little better organized. You can see thunderstorms really starting to develop in the Gulf of Mexico. It is expected to become a tropical storm later today, and then eventually it's going to continue to work its way up towards the north, up towards the Panhandle as we head towards early Tuesday morning. Winds of 50 miles an hour at that point in time. Then after that, it moves inland where it quickly starts to dissipate. Now, in addition to that, we're also watching Tropical Storm Grace. Grace, it's not a very well-organized storm system either. Across the islands during the overnight hours, got a little bit weaker compared to yesterday. Winds of 40 miles an hour. You can see it just south of the Virgin Islands. The storm system is going to take a very similar path to Fred, working its way across Puerto Rico and Hispaniola. As it moves across Hispaniola, lots of mountains, so as these tropical systems move across it, they tend to get a bit weaker. Then the storm system is forecasted to work its way across Cuba as well. So it does have a lot of hurdles to get over before it finally works its way into the Gulf of Mexico. The Hurricane Center just keeping it just south of us, working its way across the northern coast of Cuba, and then eventually into the Gulf of Mexico. Computer models pretty much all over the place with this one, so not a lot of consensus with it. Some models taking it into South Florida, others keeping it just south of Cuba, and the Hurricane Center is taking it right down the middle of the road, taking it across the north coast of Cuba, and then eventually into the Gulf of Mexico. But by the time we get to Wednesday and Thursday, nonetheless, we could be dealing with some locally heavy downpours from that storm system. For now, just a couple of showers back across the lake. You can see all of the moisture right there with Fred, roughly 300 miles to our west. We do have some moisture to our south, and this will continue to work its way into South Florida and into our area as the day goes on. So we will have a few showers and thunderstorms as we head into your Sunday afternoon. But the threat of severe weather no longer there. Any severe activity should be limited to the Gulf Coast since they're going to be closer to the center of that storm system.
Breaking waiting for us. If you're just tuning in, we're now dealing with a tropical storm. Of course, we were tracking Fred there in the Caribbean, kind of got shredded apart, became a remnant area. But now it's back up to tropical storm status at this point with 40-mile-per-hour winds. And you see here the satellite view shows you it's kind of seeing a little more shower thunderstorm activity associated with here than it did several hours ago. So again, signs that it's trying to get its act together. The hurricane hunters, they've been flying on through, and essentially what they were trying to find at this point was the center. Where's this thing at, and is it closed off? Do we have those winds in a manner where the system is closed off in terms of aerial low pressure? And it looks like that is what has happened. So now it's being bumped up to tropical storm status. Again, they're still flying around here, getting more data, and of course continue to put that into the computer models to better fix where this thing will be headed over time. And right now, it looks like it'll be moving off towards, right now, it looks like southwestbound, but then more of a turn towards the north. It looks like sometime late Monday night into early Tuesday, that landfall taking place. Panhandle of Florida, most likely, maybe southwest parts of Alabama before we see it moving its way northbound, of course, losing its strength over land, but nonetheless, still bringing with it some of that rain. Tropical storm watches, they are in place here for us right now from essentially the Alabama border with Florida off towards the east to just east of Apalachicola. So within those areas, tropical storm conditions, they are possible. Of course, we'll also be talking about some of that rain coming on through. This goes through Wednesday. Got an area here of some higher totals in the 3 to 5 inch range, and then another zone off towards the North Georgia, the western parts of the Carolinas could also see some widespread 3 to 5 inch totals, and no doubt there could be some locally higher amounts as well associated with the system. So that's the very latest now on what is now Tropical Storm Fred, but there are other entities out there as well. In the Pacific, we've got a Hurricane Linda. That one's churning and buzzing its way through the Pacific. Then you've got Grace and another invest area, 96L. Let's track Linda here in the Pacific, which again, almost that buzzsaw appearance. Now, it's actually peaked a bit. And you can kind of get a sense of that. Look at the eye that was much well defined than what it looks like now at this last part of the loop, becoming a little broader in nature, a little bit more ragged. So it's peaked in intensity, but an intense system, no doubt. Category 3 hurricane, 115-mile-per-hour winds with this thing as it's moving westbound at 12 miles per hour away from any kind of landmass. So good news there, not having an impact on anyone, and should continue to weaken as it moves over some cooler waters, some drier air as well. So that'll be on a slow decline there. Then we've got 96L. That's here in the Atlantic. There's Bermuda. It's off towards the north and the east. And the National Hurricane Center is giving this about a 30% chance of developing here into a tropical cyclone over the next few days. A near term or better shot. Longer term, not so great of a shot as we head through the early part of the week. Conditions become less favorable for this to develop as it slowly drifts to the south, but still could bring some gusty winds and some showers there to Bermuda. And of course, we're still watching what's going on with Fred. European model has a zone of some pretty high totals of rain. The GFS maybe not as widespread with those areas, but you get the picture. Gulf Coast, southeast. Get ready for some wet weather. Then there is Grace. Tropical storm Grace here, basically now just south and east of Puerto Rico. 40-mile-per-hour winds with this, moving to the west-northwest, right around 16 miles per hour. So it slowed down from what it was yesterday. This thing was buzzing its way more than 20 miles per hour, but it slowed down just a bit. We'll continue to move off towards the west-northwest and take a very similar, eerily similar path to what happened with Fred. Moving here just south of Puerto Rico, then right across the Dominican Republic, Haiti as well, and then over Cuba, also impacting those areas there. Will it survive at this point? Who knows? It's really, we'll have to see what happens. So don't pay too much attention to those wind speeds. Just know moving through these islands could do a number on Grace here for us. But in the meantime, impacts will be felt. Heavy rain, flooding, maybe mudslide issues. We'll have to watch for that. Tropical storm warnings, they are up. Virgin Islands, Puerto Rico, over towards the Dominican Republic, and then you've got watches there that north coast of the Dominican Republic over towards Haiti. So those are the areas first. U.S. impacts down the roads possible, but we have to keep an eye on it.
This is 7 News Today in Florida.
All right, we are tracking the tropics this morning. Tropical storm Grace closely following Fred's path. A live view of downtown Miami now on this very hazy Sunday morning. Let's begin with a quick check on your weather. Meteorologist Erica Delgado in the Plex with a look at the first forecast and where Grace is headed. Erica?
That's right, Ethan, and there's a lot of moisture in the air for us here in South Florida, so we'll get to that in a moment, but we'll start off with Grace first, which is farther off right now. As of 8 a.m., winds of 40 miles per hour. It's a tropical storm, and it's passing just to the south of Puerto Rico. You can see all the heavy rainfall spreading from the Lesser Antilles, now moving into areas of Puerto Rico. That's where it's being tracked of, other than St. Croix. Right now, it is moving towards towards the west-northwest and will continue to do so. Now, this is the latest forecast track, very similar to what we saw with Fred. It's moving towards the west-northwest, and next, once it crosses south of Puerto Rico, expected to move through areas of the Dominican Republic and Haiti, spreading heavy rainfall and remaining its tropical storm status. And then eventually, similar like Fred, close to the northern coast of Cuba. Portions of South Florida still in the cone for this one. You can see from Wednesday early to early Thursday. So we still have a few days to keep a close eye on Grace. In the meantime, we're dealing with our own tropical moisture. And the reason for that is remnants of Fred have reorganized at 8:40 this morning and is now a tropical storm once again across the southeastern Gulf of Mexico. It's being tracked out of Pensacola, 350 miles to the south-southeast of the Florida Panhandle as it lifts towards the north-northwest with winds of 40 miles per hour. Latest forecast track keeps all of South Florida out of the cone. You can see keeping its tropical storm status. The National Hurricane Center will begin to issue tropical storm warnings for the northern Gulf Coast. That begins at 11 o'clock. Now, Fred is the reason we are seeing some moisture in the air. Here we find Fred over the Gulf of Mexico, and even though it's far removed, indirectly it's drawing in some moisture from the Caribbean, and we've been seeing scattered showers and thunderstorms across portions of South Florida since this morning. Down to the Keys, as far south as areas like Big Pine, we're seeing showers from Layton Key, Lower Matacumbe, Isla Mirada, all the way up into areas like Tavernier and Key Largo. And we're seeing some light rain now still spreading across portions of Miami-Dade County, but all of that is lifting north, so we'll have to keep a close eye on that. However, the flood watch for Miami-Dade and Broward County is still in effect through 8 p.m. today, and that's the reason why. It won't rain all day, but when it does, we could see some heavy downpours. We'll take a closer look at your Sunday and your extended outlook coming up in a few minutes.
Let's look at where Fred is right now. We do have Fred swirling over the Gulf of Mexico. Still not what you would look at and say, hey, that is a classic tropical system. This is a very eastern loaded side system, and we have some of that moisture wrapping around the north side right now, and that's some of the storms that Justin was just talking about that moved through Panama City Beach, now setting its sights on the Destin area with a lot of rain and some lightning and some gusty winds. These are the far outer reaching impacts of Fred. Once we get to Monday, especially Monday, the second half of Monday afternoon to evening, that's when we're anticipating landfall of Fred somewhere in the Panhandle. That's why we have tropical storm warnings out from Apalachicola all the way to Destin, the Emerald Coast, and a tropical storm watch out for Pensacola and portions of southern Alabama. As we move into the Big Bend of Florida, that's where the storm surge threat is amplified. This is a very prone area to storm surge where the water can pile up very quickly. And from Indian Pass all the way to Steinhatchee, that's where we could see 2 to 4 feet of storm surge moving in onto normally dry ground. So a lot of factors here to watch with Fred over the next 24 hours, but we do want to send it over to Carl Parker. We're fortunate to have storm specialist Carl Parker with us here today. And this is an area that is still reeling from a Cat 5 Hurricane Michael that happened just a few years ago. So obviously, you know, people are nervous in this area when they see another approaching storm. Talk us through some of the track and the intensity factors that are going into this forecast.
Yeah, you know, there's a lot going on right now, and we can start with the water vapor imagery. There's all kinds of stuff to unpack here. You know, the first is that is the upper low that's been bothering the system right in there. In the early part of the loop, you can see a really well-defined spin. You can also really see that wind driving right across the circulation on the northwest side. That's a little less apparent now. You look at the character of the upper low, it's not quite as well formed as it was. It's been lifting to the north as well. But another thing that's interesting is notice the orange coloring right there. That is dry air that's on the west side of the system. And I think that too is part of why you see this bifurcation, why you've got a center of circulation right here and all of the weather is displaced off to the east. And as a matter of fact, as we get tighter on the center, I want you to notice these little circles that are coming out of the storm right in there, and there's another one right there, and here's another one down in here. All of those are what we call outflow boundaries, and so what that's indicating is that thunderstorms are developing near the center of this tropical storm. They're taking in some dry air, and as they take in some dry air, that air becomes much less buoyant, and you get rain and drier air falling down to the Gulf surface there. So those outflow boundaries indicate the presence of dry air, essentially killing off some of those thunderstorms that are near the center. So I think that too is a factor. So it's working against a lot of stuff right now, and I think that bodes well for the forecast to be a good forecast in that it may gain some intensity here over the next day or so, but it's probably not going to take off. It's probably going to be limited in terms of what it can do. You got a big mass of rain that is offshore. You can see the heavier rain that's well to the west of southwest Florida. Some of that may scoot a little bit closer today, though, and so there could be some active weather, say, around Sarasota and Bradenton. Yes, and we want to take a moment to talk about what's been going on in Haiti. A moment of hope here in the midst of despair. Incredible video of rescue crews combing through the rubble with their hands in the city of Cap-Haïtien. They find a terrified girl buried under the rock, and those men work to free her, pull her to safety. Somehow she is strong enough to stand despite being crushed beneath the remains of a building. Incredible work, an incredible rescue, and especially as the death toll has risen to over 700 people there in Haiti. And we are sad to report that there is, at a minimum, very heavy rain that's on the way from Tropical Storm Grace. There's going to be some gusty wind as well. It does appear that it is going to be a low-end tropical storm as it moves in. It's been struggling a little bit. In fact, it's kind of elongated right now. I think you could make the case that we might even have more of a tropical wave than a tropical storm right now. But a lot of rain coming across parts of Puerto Rico and also the Virgin Islands. That is on the way for Hispaniola, especially the southern part of Hispaniola. And so that is certainly not going to help with the ongoing recovery and rescue efforts there. Here you see the forecast, and the storm is expected to continue to be a low-end tropical storm. A lot of land interaction with Hispaniola and with Cuba. And the big question for us is what happens as it pulls out into the Gulf of Mexico. Right now it is forecast to be a strong tropical storm at 65 miles per hour. I will tell you that the modeling's sort of all over the place. When you look at the ensemble modeling, a lot of it's in the camp of tropical storm. There are some members that make it a hurricane. This is the operational GFS model, really kind of washes it out and actually develops another circulation that comes into the Yucatan, so well to the south, and then comes across the southern part of the Gulf. Here's the European model. We're looking at the spin again, and this model takes the storm across Cuba and then also does kind of wash it out as it comes into the Gulf. So still a lot to figure out on this one.
And it appears Haiti's in for a 1-2 punch. Tropical Depression Grace looks to move over that region as early as tomorrow. Meantime, there's the lingering effects of Fred to deal with as well.
That's right, and certified meteorologist Luke Doris is tracking the tropics from the Weather Authority Center. Luke, you've been busy these past few days.
There's a lot out there. We have Grace, we have Fred, which is expected to make a landfall in Florida by tomorrow, and also a third disturbance that's out here near Bermuda. It's got a pretty good shot at becoming a depression or storm later on tonight. Not going to talk much about that. It's likely to curl back into the North Atlantic and die. So we'll start here with Fred. It's back from the dead after being just a remnant low yesterday. Now a 45-mile-per-hour tropical storm, way lopsided to the right. You can see the worst of the weather is on the Florida Gulf Coast or near Tampa and Fort Myers, and forecast to strengthen into an upper-level tropical storm by tomorrow with peak winds to 60 miles per hour, making landfall somewhere near Panama City in the afternoon or evening. This is a tropical storm warning in yellow, storm surge warning in pink. They could see 3 to 5 feet of storm surge in the Big Bend of Florida from Fred. Now, we remember Fred's track. Of course, it did track over Haiti, brought a lot of rain there, and by the time it got to near us, it was a nothing storm, just a remnant low, because it got so beat up with all the land interaction from the mountains and from Cuba. It looks like Grace is going to have a similar fate, which is good news as it pertains to South Florida, as that would keep it a very weak system, and it's already weak. You can see that now. It's not a storm anymore. It's a depression with winds to 35 miles per hour, very disorganized southwest of Puerto Rico. But it is headed toward the Dominican Republic and Haiti by tomorrow and into Tuesday. It's not a wind event. Wind here, 35-mile-per-hour tropical depression. It's the rain, 4 to 10 inches of rain, flash flooding, mudslides, quite likely. You hate to see that for earthquake-stricken Haiti after yesterday's event. Now, as we move beyond that, yesterday we were looking at the models. Some of the models said, hey, it could track out here over the waters, and Grace could be a stronger system and a threat to South Florida. Today, the models are much further south, a lot of land interaction. Some of them are even south of the cone, so confidence is much higher today that Grace is not likely to pose a big threat to South Florida. In fact, the official forecast is for a minimal event, a tropical depression somewhere near the northwest coast of Cuba. This would be by Wednesday. We'll want to watch it once it's in the Gulf of Mexico. It could strengthen some there. Notice the Keys in South Florida are removed from the cone. So for us, it might bring us some rain, or it might actually aid in bringing in some nice weather. I'll explain how that could work. Your forecast will be up in just a bit.
Right now, special live coverage on the Weather Channel as we track two threats in the tropics. We have Tropical Storm Fred nearing the northern Gulf Coast. Then we have Tropical Depression Grace now racing through the Caribbean. We have live coverage and in-depth analysis from our hurricane expert, Dr. Rick Knapp, coming your way right now. Dr. Knapp, closely watching with the latest advisories. What do we have?
Yeah, digesting all the new information coming in from the Hurricane Center. Now, in terms of the intensities of Fred and Grace, we don't have any major changes. But we do have an Air Force reconnaissance plane inside of Fred right now, and they haven't completed their mission yet. So far, they haven't found max winds greater than 45 miles an hour. But they're not done yet. They'll be out there for a few more hours. And the motion is north-northwest at 10 miles an hour, pressure at 1,000 millibars. And notice how the center of circulation is some 200 miles away from Tampa, Florida, but heavy rain and thunderstorms are a lot closer to the west coast of Florida than that. Now, here's what the Air Force has been finding so far. Coming from Keesler Air Force Base in Biloxi, Mississippi, have gone northwest to southeast. And they will be out there for the next few hours. That'll feed into the 11 p.m. advisory. And they have found winds that peaked out at about 45 miles an hour. But they'll probably come back up in here and go through that northeastern part. That will be perhaps where they'll find stronger winds. Now, as we lose the visible imagery of the day, I hate when that happens because I love to diagnose the visible imagery. Especially in this case, it's instructive because you can see all these little outflow boundaries and the lack of thunderstorms on the west side and those overshooting tops on the east side. Why? Because of upper level low pressure here, upper level high pressure here, southwest winds that are making the storm lopsided. Now, why do you care about that? Well, if you're on the Florida Peninsula right now, that matters to you because that is making the storm very, very east loaded and putting some dangerous weather right on your doorstep. All these buoys showing gusts over 30, over 40 miles an hour, and right offshore, look at the radar here, just offshore of Fort Myers, a really nasty band of heavy rainfall, and it is getting closer and closer to coming on shore. So you could have some rocking and rolling weather tonight from Fort Myers up to Tampa. Hopefully some of this slides just offshore or weekends before coming on shore, but it is really, really close. And we don't have any flash flood warnings or severe thunderstorm warnings at the moment, but that could change. We had earlier today that gust of 59 miles an hour at St. Petersburg. A severe thunderstorm went through. Now let's look at the future radar. And again, I'm hoping this is right, that band all of a sudden just falls apart, but it just hasn't been trending that way. So I'm not totally trusting that model depiction, but in any case, you get the picture that if it's not on land, it's going to be really close to Tampa overnight and into tomorrow morning. And then about breakfast time tomorrow is when the tropical storm force winds will probably start arriving in a place like St. George Island and Apalachicola, and you'll have the strong winds, you'll have the flooding rains, likely flash flooding in Panama City, and you'll have the onshore flow with the storm surge. So it is going to be perhaps a rough night on the west coast of the Florida Peninsula, Mike, but definitely a rough day in the Florida Panhandle and Big Bend tomorrow.
Yeah, looking at that future radar, not a pretty picture for sure. Dr. Knapp, thank you.
All right, there you go. The hurricane hunters, they are so vital to, updates and observations compared to what we would have had without their help. We would have had to wait, really, to landfall. So let's bring Mark into the discussion here. We talked a lot about Tropical Storm Fred. No surprise because it is closer to the U.S., but we also don't want to let our guards down on Tropical Storm Grace. So Mark, when you look at Grace, what sticks out to you tonight? Has there been strengthening in the last few scans? Has there been a change in the path? Are we seeing a reorganization of that center maybe farther south? What sticks out to you?
Yeah, you know, basically this tropical season is moving right along, right on schedule, with that chance for at least a couple of more storms and the potential for many more storms down the road. And this is a little bit too quick, a little bit too fast for comfort, right? We're 2 days removed from effectively the same exact spot where Fred was into Grace. Grace is holding its own right now. A new blow-up of thunderstorms right near that center, which often happens in the tropics at night. A little bit different from what you might be used to on land, but it is nighttime thunderstorms that basically take over as the wind profile changes a bit over the tropical waters, and you wind up with these overnight blowups of thunderstorms that help to organize these storms. So I think that's what you're seeing right in here in the latest couple of scans with the new thunderstorm activity near where that center is with Grace. That is a little bit farther south, especially compared to some of the forecasts from yesterday, avoiding Puerto Rico almost entirely. Could this continue? Could we avoid, say, Pico Duarte, that 10,000-foot peak on the Dominican Republic? If that were to occur, if we stay south, number one, it means we still have a very weak storm system because it never pulls north. Number two, in the long run, you have more potential of a stronger storm because it doesn't get torn apart by the higher terrain, Chris.
So we saw what the Dominican Republic and Haiti did when Fred went over it. It literally just kind of caused it to shred apart and became an open wave eventually as it moved forward. Let's say it tracks just south. Either way, intensity is always a wild card, especially when we talk about the longer term forecast. We were very consistent with the track of Fred. Why is Grace a bit more difficult?
Yeah, you know, Grace has been a weak storm along the way, either a tropical depression or just barely a tropical storm, but it's been very disheveled. It's had maybe a couple of different circulation centers pinwheeling around a parent low pressure center. And so depending on which one of those the model thinks is going to take over as the main low, you've had some different initialization points. And so to compensate for that, we have these ensemble models that use lots of different starting conditions, including slightly different starting points almost immediately for these storms. And that has brought us this. Could we go right over Haiti and the Dominican Republic? Could we go north? Could we go south? All of those are still on the table. But what happens is we have three camps. Some that end in the Caribbean, some that stay weak and go due west into Mexico. And Chris, it's these, the stronger storms that bend towards the northern Gulf Coast and Texas down the road. We'll have to watch those.
The rain is not going away anytime soon. It is expected to be a bit of a soggy start to the work week.
Let's send things over now to meteorologist Brent Cameron with the details. He's also keeping track of those tropics. Hey, Brent.
So we did have some tropical downpours yesterday and again today. That was due to the close proximity of Fred. Fred just wasn't that far away from South Florida. Now in the Gulf of Mexico, getting a little bit farther away. Fred is not alone in the tropics. There is Grace in the Caribbean, and we're also watching in the Atlantic. Maybe even by the end of tonight or tomorrow, a new system might be born there. So lots to look at. Here's how the three areas from the Atlantic to the Caribbean and the Gulf of Mexico kind of line up in relation to South Florida. And Fred's still not all that far away, generating some clouds and a few rain bands as well. Here's how close some of those rains are associated with Tropical Storm Fred. Now with some bands, some outer feeder bands still affecting places like Fort Myers and around the Gulf side of the state. Most of the showers around southeast Florida have since fizzled out. Right now, Fred is a 45-mile-per-hour system located right there in the northeastern Gulf of Mexico and heading to the north and northwest. It's not a strong tropical storm with those 45-mile-per-hour strength, but tropical storm warnings are necessary across a portion of the Big Bend and into the Panhandle area. The tropical storm watch up around the Florida and Alabama border. This is expected to make landfall late tomorrow afternoon or tomorrow night, perhaps as a 60-mile-per-hour system moving north, and that's Fred, which will continue to weaken over time, of course. There's Depression Grace, weakened earlier today, no longer a storm, and it's got some land in its path, too. Large area of rain extending back toward Puerto Rico as it continues to move off to the west. Here's the track for Grace, expected to stay weak as a depression moving over Haiti, and then Cuba staying weak and staying south of South Florida. in the long run. Now, if the system continues to stay far enough south on that cone, we'll probably have very little impacts here. If it takes a northern track of that forecast cone, we could have some minimal impacts with some tropical moisture. Finally, that area in the Atlantic Ocean, 90% development chance. If this gets classified, it would be Tropical Depression 8 or Tropical Storm Henri. And this is a time that we often find a ramp up in activity as we get closer to that peak date of September the 10th. I'll have more coming up with your entire forecast.
People in Haiti are bracing for the impact Tropical Depression Grace will have on their earthquake recovery efforts. The system expected to dump more than a half a foot of rain on the nation. Rescue crews could face major challenges with the potential of flash flooding and mudslides in some areas as the death toll continues to rise. The day after another catastrophic earthquake hit Lacaille, Haiti, a soccer field is filled with families lucky to be alive and safe. But now they brace for a possible brush with Grace. One woman saying the water that's offered is not fit to drink.
Since the earthquake, I did not feel well. We are on a soccer field. Many people are staying there. Our house is destroyed. The water is brought to us. We can't drink the water.
On Saturday, a woman and child were pulled from the rubble alive. But the death toll continues to rise. At least 1,297 people killed, 5,700 injured by the 7.2 magnitude quake. Medical services conducted outdoors under tents. Entire towns destroyed. 4 of the country's 10 departments or provinces have fatalities. The former prime minister says gangs control the area leading in and out of the damaged zone, creating a logistical nightmare for aid efforts.
One of the biggest certainly challenges will be to free up the access to the departments to bring assistance, aids, and a lot of help needed to rescue the victims of this catastrophe.
Officials from the U.S. Geological Survey say the quake was just over 6 miles deep. Haiti facing several monumental challenges all at once: the COVID-19 pandemic and the assassination of Haitian President Jovenel Moïse last month, pushing the Caribbean nation into an ever-deepening crisis. The Prime Minister calling for a month-long state of emergency. Now you've got thousands of displaced Haitians waiting for the impact of Grace, again forecast to bring heavy rain, flooding, and landslides. The storm expected to hit Haiti Monday night. Joe?
We're getting new video tonight after 3 men were saved from their sinking boat near Tampa yesterday. Here it is. The U.S. Coast Guard says the men on that capsized boat were able to call 911. Even way out at sea, their cell phones worked, and they shot flares into the air for help. A Coast Guard boat crew, you see, was able to get there in time and get them out of the water. Doesn't look so bad in that video, Samara, but starting to get rough, I would imagine, in the Gulf from Fred and these other 2 things out there.
Yeah, we have
changing by the minute.
Exactly. We have a new one, Tropical Depression 8. Ta-da.
Wow.
Yeah. We knew it was, strengthening rapidly, but the thing about it is we're not really worried about it at this point just because of the path, which I'll show you in a second. But Tropical Depression 8 has now joined the party out here. It's situated over by Bermuda. I'll show you that in a minute. And then we have Tropical Storm Fred turning off the coast of Tampa at this point, and then we still have Tropical Depression Grace making its way through the Caribbean, bringing quite a bit of rain there. So let's take a look at this brand new advisory for Tropical Depression 8, currently situated 135 miles east to northeast of Bermuda. Watch this, folks. As I put the track in motion, notice it goes around in a circle. It strengthens. We could possibly see Tropical Storm Henri if it does get named by tomorrow morning or even tomorrow night. So we'll be watching out for that, but it's going to move west and then southwest, and it's going to loop around, and models actually take it and fling it back out over water. So we're not really worried about this one. It's going to be what we call a fish storm. The 11 p.m. advisory for Tropical Depression Grace, however, definitely bringing quite a bit of rain to the Caribbean tonight, still hammering down on Puerto Rico and now moving into the Dominican Republic as well as Haiti over the next 24 hours, and then exiting and then moving into Cuba. So the thing about this track is it shifted a little bit further south. So by Tuesday night going into Wednesday night, it'll be exiting Cuba and then headed headed out into the Gulf of Mexico, where then it kind of gets broad again. And that's because the model guidance has a lot to configure. It has to deal with the terrain that it has to go over, and then potentially some drier air in the extended forecast, bringing the model consensus out a little bit as it heads over toward deep South Texas and into Mexico. The 11 p.m. advisory for Tropical Storm Fred still takes it to the western half of the peninsula by tomorrow night, and then it looks like an area low pressure by about Tuesday night. Meanwhile, back at home, quite a bit of moisture moving into our atmosphere courtesy of Tropical Storm Fred. We're going to continue to see our rain chances ramp up. Right now, we're relatively quiet with thick clouds overhead. It's definitely humid out there, and it's only going to stay humid over the next couple of days, and rain coverage is going up. Tonight, I think we're fairly quiet with maybe a stray shower or two, but for the most part, the first half of the day, the rain will be along the coast. The second half of the day, we're talking after 3 or 4 o'clock, we'll start to see showers pop up mainly west of the I-95 corridor, and then stay there and kind of hammer down on those inland areas and pack some really heavy rain by 8, 9 o'clock before it shifts offshore just after midnight. So your rain chances over the next couple of days are at about 60% for Monday and Tuesday, and then some drier air looks like it moves in, bringing rain chances down to about 40% or so as we head into the middle of the work week and into the weekend.
Tropical Storm Fred on approach to the Florida Panhandle this morning. I got to tell you, this thing, it's starting to look like it's wrapping around and intensifying. We'll talk about that, and also the flooding downpours and dangerous surge fueling on the warm Gulf of Mexico waters. Mid to upper 80s, a tropical storm already pushing squally bands ashore. And to give you an idea of just how feisty Fred can get, this is video from the Tampa Bay Metro. The heaviest of these thunderstorms putting down 1.25 inches worth of rain in St. Petersburg on Sunday. And bear in mind, the center of Fred was a couple hundred miles away in the Gulf Coast. Welcome back into America's Morning headquarters. You are looking live at the double red flags that were posted yesterday afternoon. The police were going up and down the beach telling everyone to stay out of the water. They can't officially ever close beaches, but they can say stay out of the water, and that's an indication by those double red flags. I'm meteorologist Stephanie Abrams here in Panama City Beach with Fred about 150 miles off to our south. You see the nice clearing skies to the west, but to the south and to the east, it is dark. And I'll tell you, once that rain gets in, that's really going to be it. We will see continuous rain through the day here in Panama City Beach and the surrounding areas over to Carabel, Apalachicola, up to Quincy, Dothan, Valdosta, I should say, into Georgia. So let's talk about the nuts and bolts. Right now, 50 miles an hour. Now, remember, the forecast is for this to go to 60 miles an hour. But when you look at the circulation, as we will continue to show you, it has been getting sheared. It's moving north at 9. That will also speed up as well, that movement. The water vapor imagery, as I was showing you all last week, had an upper level low over Florida. That was help shearing the system through the Caribbean. That's really kind of dissipated and pulled away. There is a high pressure above it also, and so we are getting a little bit of a southerly shear, but it's getting in a nice little area where it's been able to tighten up a bit, and you'll see quite a center of circulation with this system pulling ashore. Now, I think that if this had a little more water between, hitting the land, this could potentially get to a Category 1 hurricane. So I don't want people to put their guard down, because even a strong tropical storm, that can take out power. In fact, buoys south of us already having winds gusting to 60 miles an hour. So keep that in mind. Rain will be a huge factor. 4 to 8 inches for us here into the Panhandle. We could see up to a foot locally. Tropical storm warnings essentially just saying we'll feel the conditions within 36 hours. In fact, we're already starting to feel the conditions. That's kind of just a formality for us to tell you there are warnings here. But the rain has started. It was on and off. But as we were showing you on the radar, we have, within the hour, we're going to start getting drenched here. And then it will just be continuous through the day, and the winds will pick up as we go into the afternoon and evening hours. Now, here's the thing. We do have those storm surge warnings. Where we are, it's 1 to 3, 2 to 4 off to our east, from Indian Pass over towards Cedar Key, Yankeetown, that area. The only positive with this system is that as it's coming ashore and we are getting that real big onslaught here on the east side of the storm, we will be at low tide. So that is one positive, Kelly. The rest of it, not so good. Wave heights, 8 to 12 feet. Everyone needs to stay out of the water. If you know the Gulf of Mexico, Kelly, like I do, usually it's like a lake, or I should say more like a lake, and not like the Atlantic side, which is what it looks like this morning because of Fred.
The storm station tracking the tropics. 3 different systems to watch right now. In the meantime, here at home, a live view of South Beach shows you a beautiful start to our Monday morning. A nice warm day in store, but an active tropics this morning to tell you about too, as a third named storm is on the verge of forming.
Yeah, meteorologist Vivian Gonzalez in the Weather Center with a brand new advisory. Viv.
That's right, and I wanted to take the opportunity because some schools, administrators, teachers, students will be starting today. So wishing you a safe return and wonderful first day of the school year. And to my Emma starting pre-kinder, I love you. Have a great first day of school. South Florida, now back to business. We are tracking the tropics, and we have 3 areas out there. Fred in the Gulf, we have Grace in the Caribbean, and we also have Tropical Depression number 8 in the Atlantic. We're going to start things off with Fred. As of the 8 o'clock intermediate advisory, winds remain the same at 50 miles per hour. It's still moving to the north at 9, and it'll likely make landfall somewhere around the western Florida panhandle sometime late afternoon, early evening. Winds are expected to go up to 60 miles per hour, and it should make landfall very close to Panama City, Florida. And then once it interacts with land, weakening is expected, but there is a tropical storm warning in effect for the area and some surge expected as well. All of these areas highlighted in green under a tropical storm warning. That includes St. Mark's, Port St. Joe, Panama City, including Pensacola, Florida. The latest on Tropical Depression Grace, we have hurricane hunters en route to gather more information on Grace. 35-mile-per-hour winds. It's still moving to the west at 15, and it'll likely brush land with Haiti by tonight into tomorrow. But over the next couple of days, some strengthening is expected back to tropical storm status. But something to point out that the track has shifted more towards the south, and we are expecting it to be longer over the open waters of the Caribbean Sea. And as far as Tropical Depression number 8, it will soon become Tropical Storm Henri, likely by this afternoon, impacting Bermuda and the shipping lanes. More in your forecast coming up in a few minutes.
So let's get right into the nuts and bolts here with Fred. So winds are up at 60 miles per hour. In case you haven't seen, that was a new development within the last hour. 60-mile-per-hour winds. Lots of observations from this. We've got buoys that are in the area. We also have the hurricane hunters that are flying through. And we've got the radar, too. And you can really see the presentation of it here with the thunderstorm activity moving right over that center of circulation. That's what needed to happen to allow the winds to actually increase in strength. We do have aircraft out there, the Air Force flying through right now, the hurricane hunters, and as they continue to go through, we'll get new data about what's happening, especially, in I think the next couple of hours. We don't have a lot of time until it will make a landfall. That's great, right? The more water time it has, the more opportunity it would have to strengthen. Thankfully, there's not a ton of water in between here and landfall, but there is still certainly the opportunity to see some additional strengthening. Now, tropical storm warnings are up. Destin, Panama City, all the 38 beaches is in this. Apalachicola, Cape San Blas, St. George Island, all places where people may be vacationing and watching very closely here to see what's happening. It is a tropical storm. I don't want you to say it's just a tropical storm, because it is a tropical storm that is increasing in strength as it approaches land. Here's the visible satellite picture, the first images that we're getting of the day. And you see this bubbling up right here of these clouds, taller thunderstorms here, able to produce more energy for the system. So we're tracking it heading towards the coast here. It's been on that northward movement like this, but little jogs certainly will make a difference here. The core of the winds as we watch it, normally within, the strongest of the winds might extend out 20, 30 miles. But we will certainly watch for little jogs as it approaches the coast. But in the bigger picture, this is a fairly large system with the impact spreading well away from the center of circulation, and especially off to the eastern side. So you can see all the way over to Cedar Key, we're in those bands, and we're going to be getting into the heavy rainfall. Port St. Joe, you are in it right now. Apalachicola, you are as well, with winds gusting to nearly 30 miles per hour. And this is all now getting into the Panama City Beach area. We'll start to get into those thunderstorms where Stephanie is soon. We're getting those bands kind of rotating into the area. We'll get the worst of the weather well outside of the cone. You know that, right? That impacts extend outside of the cone. There's a tropical storm warning that extends inland. It's along the coast as well. Destin, Panama City, all the 38 beaches, you are in it. Port St. Joe, Apalachicola, Tallahassee, also under a tropical storm warning. Winds could gust in excess of 40 miles per hour, even, further up towards Dothan. So watching inland areas for that risk. The visible satellite really telling us a lot here, and watching this over the last couple of hours and seeing these thunderstorms bubbling up right over the center of circulation. So we're watching this approach the coast, and you can see off to the east, we also have those thunderstorms that are bubbling up, and it's these outer bands that will bring not just the threat for strong gusty winds and heavy rainfall, but we'll always watch in those outer bands for that isolated tornado risk as well. So that's something to be aware of for today. Here's the circulation. The thunderstorms have been moving over that center of circulation. One thing about Fred is that, throughout the last 12 hours, it was a little lopsided. The top was over here and the bottom was over here. Now things are more aligning, which is why the winds have been able to strengthen to 60 miles per hour. It's over very warm water. If it had more water time, it would have the opportunity to strengthen more, but we are seeing it pretty close to shore, right, as it continues that northbound track. So the rain spreading in, it's already been heavy for the last several hours in Apalachicola. Your winds have been nothing less than 20 or 25 miles per hour for the last several hours. And Panama City, you're now in this band here, and we're seeing the winds start to increase too, up to 26 miles per hour.
It's where we're taking a live look at Fred. We have Grace there as well, and a third yet to be named system. Right now it's being dubbed Tropical Depression number 8.
And so the big question that's on everyone's mind, should South Florida be concerned with all this? Our first alert meteorologist, Angie Lassman, is here. She joins us with the latest advisory this midday.
Guys, yeah, so the answer to that question is no. We don't need to be worried about any of these systems for South Florida, but there are other locations across the world that do. So right now we are keeping a close eye on Tropical Storm Fred as it nears the Big Bend area, the Florida Panhandle. That's where heavy rainfall, of course, and some damaging wind gusts and storm surge will be seen here through the day today. As we look at Tropical Depression Grace as well, we'll have to watch for that to impact folks in Hispaniola and down the line for other portions of the Caribbean. Now, as we take a peek at Tropical Depression 8, I don't even want you to think about that right now. I'll get you some details here short term, but as for right now, that is not going to impact us at all for the United States. Looking at Tropical Storm Fred, winds at 60 miles per hour as of 11 a.m., moving north at 10 miles per hour. That is that movement that will take it right into that panhandle. You can kind of see exactly where it is. Panhandle of Florida near Panama City. That's where we're going to see it move on shore and then eventually weaken as it moves through the southeast. So we'll keep a close eye on that through Tuesday and into Wednesday. Tropical Depression Grace moves west at 15 miles per hour, 35 mile per hour winds. And unfortunately, folks that have already dealt with the earthquake in Haiti, they are now going to be dealing with strong winds as well as some heavy rain. We'll talk more about what else is going on in the tropics coming up, guys.
Well, Angie just mentioned this. We want to turn our focus to the devastation in Haiti, where there are concerns now that Tropical Depression Grace could bring that heavy rain, the flooding, the landslides to the Caribbean nation later tonight, making the relief efforts after the catastrophic earthquake even more difficult.
More than 1,200 people have been killed after a 7.2 earthquake rocked Haiti. Thousands of buildings were reduced to rubble. That, of course, set off a frantic search and rescue effort there. More than 5,700 more people were hurt and thousands more are now left without a home.
All right, Justin Michaels, thank you. Want to show you some new video coming into the Weather Channel right now. This is even a little bit farther to the west of where Justin is right now as Tropical Storm Fred approaches. A look at Florida's longest fishing pier, the Navarre Beach Pier. More than 1,540 feet long, 1,545 feet long to be exact, and it can be certainly a breathtaking stroll walking out there. You're about 30 feet above the water. In this case, some very rough water here with some dark skies off to the south and to the east. So that view is looking from this direction down there at those dark skies, as we're also looking at Panama City live right here, and you're looking almost due south in the direction of where the storm is heading, with landfall likely to be just a little bit to the east of where Panama City is right now. And again, the storm, 65 mile per hour storm, it has decreased in forward speed by about a mile per hour at 9 miles an hour. But once it moves inland, several counties, even away from the coast, still have tropical storm warnings in place. And just a reminder, this is a tropical storm, so it's below 74 miles an hour. But you can see the Saffir-Simpson hurricane wind scale does show just how much the potential damage goes up with the wind strength. So again, the hurricane scale, and that includes tropical storms. That scale up to 74 miles an hour is all wind, right? So the surf is not counted into that, and neither is the rain, both of which are going to be dangerous out of this. Here's that area of low pressure, that spin around Fred right now as it is moving to the north. The infrared satellite showing some of these taller thunderstorms here as they're approaching the coastline. And you can see with the radar where that center is somewhere in here. And it's going to be, heading north as it is approaching, Bay and Franklin County here. And as you look at Apalachicola, 24-mile-per-hour winds, and you can also see how the winds change in relationship to where the system is, that counterclockwise swirl around the area of low pressure here.
Yeah, we got to get to all the tropics. For about a month, it had been so inactive. Now things coming up, ramping up first with Fred. Obviously, that's top of the picture. And then we also have then Grace, which is lingering behind. This is a very, very unfortunate situation. You heard about the big earthquake over the weekend. We've got over 1,000 people that have been killed from this, even more injuries to it. Dropping tons of heavy rain. And then we have this tropical depression. It's near Bermuda. It's moved out of the way. So these are the three topics that we have for you, of course, with Fred, the latest 65-mile-per-hour winds, barometric pressure 994 millibars that we'd like to measure that in. We've got heavy rainfall that can cause flooding, the storm surge, and then that's going to go all the way into the Appalachians in the southeastern U.S. over the next couple of days. Here's Grace. Max sustained winds 35 miles per hour with systems. We average these over 1 minute in the tropics. It is making some headway that is moving westward, and unfortunately there's all the rain that's moving into Haiti right now that suffered from that devastating earthquake over the weekend. We now have new alerts that are now up for the country of Cuba. You can see tropical storm warnings that have been issued from the country here. These are tropical storm watches still in effect for at least we'd say the island of Hispaniola, Jamaica, and then watches in the yellow. Again, the tropical storm warning that's going to be in the south part of Cuba. Some of the latest tracks still have this, and this is not a good thing, actually. If it heads more into open water, this would aid into more strengthening for what Grace would be. However, on that track, that would be great news that it misses most of the U.S. at that potential to it. Again, that was talking about that earthquake. And then we've got this tropical depression. It's really moving south out of the way and Bermuda out of harm. However, there could be some tracks that spin it around. Stay with us. More coverage to come.
Breaking right now, Tropical Storm Fred has officially made landfall near Cape San Blas, Florida, as a strong tropical storm with winds around estimated at 65 miles per hour. So on the bottom of your screen, you can see that's our live feed coming in from Charles Peak. He is at Cape San Blas, and you can see the conditions there. Very rough surf. We've got water rising here. We've had quite a few wind reports in the region, anywhere between 40 to as much as 61 miles per hour, but Fred has officially made landfall near Cape San Blas and will continue to move northward now. So this is an island, and as this moves north, it is possible, depending on wobbling, that we could potentially get a second landfall here in the next couple of hours. So Fred is a strong tropical storm. It's been intensifying all day long and really got itself organized and in much better structure in terms of tropical system at this time. We've got good outflow with this. We've got a little bit of shear, which has been holding it back some, but boy, it was making a run for a really healthy tropical system as this moved northward. Now I want to give you the latest on some of the flash flood warnings because we've been getting a lot of rain here. Radar estimating we've had between 2 to as much as 4 inches of rainfall. This includes you in Panama City and Panama City Beach. That flash flood warning now in effect until 8:15. So we've already had that much rain, and we could potentially double it with some of these outer bands that continue to spiral through the area. So it is likely to be raining here pretty consistently for hours ahead. So this is Cape San Blas right here, and if you look really closely, it looks like our center of circulation is probably right in there just to the west of Port St. Joe. We really have to look at velocity or the wind data within the Doppler radar to be able to see that a little bit better. Here's Apalachicola. We've been seeing some strong wind gusts there as well, and the rainfall rates here are really quite hefty.
Tropics are heating up. We are tracking 3 systems right now: Tropical Storm Fred, Tropical Depression Grace, and just upgraded Tropical Storm Henri.
So busy out there, a lot to talk about in the weather department.
Our Chief Certified Meteorologist Betty Davis is here with your tropical update.
Good afternoon. We're going to start with Tropical Storm Fred, which made a landfall not too long ago around 3:15
along the Florida Panhandle east of Panama City. This one continues to move further inland, still drenching portions of the Panhandle, and heavy rainfall is going to be working its way into parts of southeast Alabama near that border with Georgia as the center of that continues to move farther inland. Winds of 60 miles per hour as of the new advisory. It is moving north-northeast at 9 miles per hour. Notice some of those rain bands over the eastern Gulf heading on over toward western portions of the Florida Peninsula. But here's the projected path on Fred as it's moving overland heading north-northeast. Of course, it's going to weaken with that interaction, but dumping torrential rainfall along that path. Meantime, Tropical Depression Grace as of 5 p.m. The center of the Tropical Depression 50 miles south of Port-au-Prince, Haiti. This is our high-resolution infrared imagery, and those areas of purple just show all of the deep convection associated with the system where you would expect the very heavy rainfall occurring for portions of Haiti and some of that heavy rainfall in parts of the Dominican Republic as well. But let's talk about what we expect from Grace. Winds of 35 miles per hour moving west-northwest at 13 miles per hour as it stands for now. It is forecast to become a tropical storm again as it's passing tomorrow between Cuba, Jamaica, and the Cayman Islands. And then also take note, it is forecast to move near or over that northern tip of the Yucatan Peninsula as we're heading into Thursday, and then over the southeastern Gulf, forecast to become a hurricane before it comes in along the coast of Mexico. For all the action we see over the tropics, there's nothing out there that we have to be concerned about that's going to impact South Florida. And I do want to mention one more time that tropical depression that we were talking about near Bermuda, or south of, that has been upgraded to Tropical Storm Henri, and through the week it's going to maintain itself, or forecast to maintain itself, as a tropical storm south and west of Bermuda. Not a threat for us. Calvin?
The storm station's watching a tropical trio this evening, one bringing flooding rains to North Florida right now. Chief Meteorologist Phil Farrow is here now with full details. Phil.
Indeed, 3 systems out there. We will begin with Tropical Storm Fred, which is impacting Florida's panhandle with heavy rain, gusty winds, and even a storm surge. Here's the very latest as of 5 p.m. The system made landfall right around 3:15 on a little point right there to the southwest of Apalachicola. At this hour, 60-mile-an-hour winds moving north-northeast at 9 miles per hour. This will continue to dump a lot of rain across the southeast. There's a center spin already impacting Panama City, moving right across I-10. All this heavy rain will continue to make its way north across central and northern Florida tonight. Wind speeds 39 miles per hour in Apalachicola, here across Shell Point right over I-10, 53 miles per hour Panama City Beach, 41. You can tell where that center is, and it will continue to move in through neighboring Georgia. So that's one of 3 systems. The second one, Tropical Depression Grace, dumping a lot of rain across the Dominican Republic and Haiti. Right now, 35-mile-per-hour winds. It looks like once it leaves the area, it could become a tropical storm in the middle of the Caribbean, and then down the road be a huge worry for central Mexico. It's also set to dump a lot of rain across Jamaica here sometime on Wednesday. Still plenty of rainfall across the Dominican Republic and Haiti. That'll track to the west. And then there's brand new Tropical Storm Henri, upgraded from Tropical Depression number 8. This is just going to make a U-turn here just to the west of Bermuda and then head out into the open waters of the Atlantic. We'll have more in our local forecast a little bit later on.
We've seen flooding already across parts of the Florida Panhandle, and we know that threat will continue.
Yeah, and we continue to get reports that we have flooded roads, we've got downed trees, we've got wind and water problems at the coast and moving inland. This is not just a Florida problem. This is becoming an Alabama and Georgia problem very quickly. We're going to get an intermediate public advisory within the hour where I think these 60-mile-an-hour winds will come down and this forward speed will come up. Other than that, it's just getting worse and worse the farther north it gets for people farther inland. And that's why you got tropical storm warnings for Dothan and for Bainbridge, Georgia, all along I-10 from Tallahassee all the way out to Defuniak Springs. So this is bringing some strong winds and very, very heavy rains to the inland areas. And there's a big blow-up of thunderstorms just to the west of the circulation center. We still have strong onshore flow and storm surge flooding into the Big Bend area and rain spreading northward, eventually going to get to the Atlanta area by tomorrow morning. Look at that blow up of the really tall thunderstorms, tremendous upward motion and lightning and heavy rainfall west of the circulation center. So part of what's going on is some splitting of the upper level flow, turning into an upper level high in the northeast side. And that's really, along with low level friction, causing that upward motion. And look at the gusts. Mariana, Florida, gusting around 50 miles an hour for quite a while now. Bainbridge, Georgia, gusting to 46. Tallahassee gusting to 46. So really gusty inland. The gust factor, as compared to the sustained winds, goes up percentage-wise for inland winds as compared to winds over water. But speaking of water, my goodness, this part of the storm has really been convectively active. Look at that lightning signature. That's a proxy for where the upward motion is strongest, where you got the really heavy rainfall coming down. And we have a number of flash flood warnings in effect now encroaching on southeastern Alabama. We've had over a half a foot of rain over a large volume of an area. Now we've got a flood advisory for Bainbridge, Georgia. That's probably a precursor to a flash flood warning. Dothan, it won't be long before you're under one. The warning goes across the border into Florida. We've got Chipley and Bristol under your warnings for a while longer. Over in the Vernon and Wausau area, we got warnings, and then Panama City, Bay County still under the flash flood warning. And look at these reports from the radar. In an hour, we're getting more than 3 inches per hour. Multiple reports of flooded roads in the Panama City area. And now on the east side, we've got wind problems in Tallahassee, as I feared. Report of a tree down on a mobile home near White Hill Lane, gusting near 50 miles an hour, guys.
Now, we've got a lot going on in the tropics. We've mentioned Tropical Depression Grace. We also, as of this afternoon, have Tropical Storm Henri, in addition to Tropical Storm Fred. Then we've got Hurricane Linda in the Pacific. 2 other areas that we're going to be watching coming off the coast of Africa. So a very mid-August look out there. Dr. Knapp, we want to start with Fred, though, because we've got a new advisory in.
We do. We have new advisories on all 3 of our named systems right now. Let's start with Fred. The maximum sustained winds, as you would expect, have come down from 60 miles an hour to 50 miles an hour on the 7 p.m. Central Time update. It's a little bit farther inland now, 15 miles south of Mariana, Florida. So getting very close to that triple point where southeastern Alabama, southwestern Georgia and the Florida Panhandle all meet, and it will be bringing heavy rain to those areas increasingly over the next few hours, and that will be extending farther north. And as Mike Seidel mentioned, even Atlanta tomorrow morning be getting in on it. Pressure at 999, north-northeast at 10 miles an hour, just a smidge faster forward motion than before. So it'll keep going on that north-northeastward path. It'll just be gradually speeding up as it does so. No changes at the moment to the tropical storm warnings. They're still in effect from just east of Destin all the way over to Perry, Florida, and up into Dothan and Bainbridge, Georgia. So a lot of wind that we're still contending with. Now, we have a new advisory on Tropical Storm Henri. Not a whole lot of change, 40-mile-an-hour winds, still off to the southeast of Bermuda, moving even more slowly south-southwest at 5 miles an hour. That's the beginning of a turn to the left. Tropical Storm Watch remains in effect for Bermuda, and this looping track, we'll see if there are any major changes to that on the 11 p.m. advisory, still keeping it between Bermuda and Cape Hatteras over the next several days. And on Tropical Depression Grace, intermediate advisory, because we do have watches up for a good portion of the Caribbean. Max wind still at 35, west-northwest at 13 miles an hour. The path will be updated at 11 p.m. Eastern time. And again, still very concerned about ongoing heavy rain, flash floods, mudslides for Hispaniola. That flood mudslide problem also extends to Cuba, Jamaica, and the Cayman Islands, where we could get some flooding. Outside chance of a hurricane in the Yucatan, and then we are expecting a hurricane in the southwestern Gulf of Mexico. Deep South Texas just needs to keep a heads up. Just a small chance of tropical storm conditions there. Guys?
First at 11, we are keeping our eyes on 3 named tropical systems tonight. Fred is moving into Alabama as Grace drenches Haiti, and now Tropical Storm Henri is churning away in the open Atlantic. Good evening, I'm Todd McDermott. Thanks for joining us here at 11 o'clock. Tropical Storm Fred made landfall along the Panhandle this afternoon with sustained winds nearing 65 miles an hour. You can see the rain then coming down in blinding sheets in Panama City. Choppy waves crashing on the shore in Okaloosa County. And we are in for our own showers tomorrow. Our severe weather expert Mike Lyons timing out tomorrow's storms. And Mike, you have the latest from the National Hurricane Center.
And let's begin, Todd, with Fred, which made landfall, as you pointed out earlier this afternoon. Right now, the center of the storm over Dothan, Alabama, where it's drenched that part of Alabama 4 inches in the past hour. And the storm continuing to move off to the north. By the way, rainfall totals in this part of the Panhandle approaching 10 inches from this tropical storm. Here's the 11 o'clock advisory. Still a tropical storm right now. Winds are 40. It's moving north-northeast at 12 and forecast to continue that north-northeasterly movement across Alabama and into Georgia during the overnight period and throughout the day on Tuesday. More soaking rains and perhaps an enhanced tornado threat as well. As you can see, the storm working its way all the way toward Pittsburgh as we head toward the end of the week. The other system we're watching is Grace, and as Todd pointed out, just dismal weather here in Haiti. Rain and flooding, mudslides. The storm itself is still a tropical depression, but forecast to regain tropical storm status perhaps as early as tomorrow as it moves into the warm waters of the Caribbean, moving toward the Yucatan Peninsula as a tropical storm by Wednesday. As you can see, those winds up to about 60 miles per hour. Then across the Yucatan into the Gulf of Mexico, where it has a chance to become a hurricane before making a second landfall in Mexico later this weekend. And finally, near Bermuda, here is Tropical Storm Henri, which will take an unusual track to say the least. The storm right now is moving southwest. That southwest track will continue, then west, then northwest, then off toward the northeast, essentially a big loop around the island of Bermuda. Some of the computer models do want to bring it a little bit closer to the United States, something we'll watch down the road, especially as we head toward Friday and Saturday. At the very least, we're expecting a lot of rough surf along the mid-Atlantic region. So 3 storms tonight, thankfully none posing any problem here in South Florida. We got rain tomorrow, more heat, more humidity. Todd, more about that when I'm back in a couple minutes.
This is CBS 4 News This Morning.
Good morning, everyone. It is 5 a.m. Tuesday, August 17th. I'm Maribel Rodriguez. Francis is off. Thank you so much for making us a part of your morning. This morning, we are tracking the tropics while you were sleeping. Grace strengthened back to a tropical storm, but Grace is just one of the 3 systems we're following this morning. Meteorologist Lisa Gonzalez joins us now with more of the second morning.
Good morning, Maribel. Yeah, we'll begin with Fred, which actually weakened to a depression. It did make landfall yesterday across the Florida Panhandle as a tropical storm, and now Fred is about 15 miles southwest of Columbus, Georgia, moving north-northeast at 14 miles an hour, still producing some heavy rain and gusty winds across much of the southeast, and it will continue to weaken to a low-pressure system as we head in towards the middle and end of the week and make a turn towards the northeast. Now, as we take a close look at Grace, which is unfortunately bringing heavy rain and gusty winds and the potential for flooding across Haiti and Hispaniola. Of course, Haiti is still recovering from that devastating earthquake, and our thoughts and prayers are with everyone there. But Grace is forecast to eventually pull away and continue moving westward towards Jamaica. And right now, max sustained winds of 40 miles an hour. Tropical storm warnings in place for eastern Cuba as well as Grand Cayman. Tropical storm watch for western Cuba and still in place for Jamaica and Haiti. And Grace is forecast to move towards the Yucatan Peninsula, towards Cancun as a tropical storm heading into early Thursday morning. And then as we head into late Friday into Saturday morning, it'll likely make landfall here as a tropical storm as we head into the weekend. But here's a look at Tropical Storm Henri. We don't have to worry about Henri. It will bring tropical storm conditions to Bermuda. Locally, waking up with mainly dry weather, just a few isolated showers across the upper and lower Keys. The winds are fairly calm or light, and today our highs will be in the low 90s with the chance for spotty storms.
Good morning and welcome into America's Morning Headquarters. I'm meteorologist Stephanie Abrams live in Panama City Beach. Fred, now the 4th named tropical storm to make landfall in the U.S. this year. I'm also joined by Kelly Cass and Jordan Steele in studio. We want to take you with new video this hour right into the Weather Channel. A possible tornado from Fred ripping into America's Georgia overnight. Debris spotted dangling from power lines. Many trees are reported down. Some structures as well, a little damage. The National Weather Service in Atlanta has issued multiple tornado warnings overnight and into the morning hours. So how about the very latest? We had a tropical storm make landfall at Cape San Blas, Florida yesterday at 2:15 Central Time with those winds at 65 miles an hour. Notice that pressure, 994 millibars. We're going to tell you why I want you to focus in on that pressure in just a few minutes. First, I want to give you the wind totals that we had here. And St. George Island Bridge, which was shut down for a time yesterday, gusted to 73. Bridges are open today, no problem. Schools are closed, however, and the rain did cause some significant flooding here from Lynn Haven to Indian Pass. We did have also just east of Port St. Joe some flooding. You can see our radar estimates here show that we saw over 5 inches of rain, and we saw actually near 10 inches of rain. Southport, Florida got 9 inches. Panama City saw 7 inches, and over to Apalachicola and Alligator Point, we're talking 3 to 5 inches of rain. So right now, look at the pressure of Fred, 1,004 millibars. So our pressure is going up. What is that an indication of? That's an indication of weakening with our system. And we always expect that. But once they go on land, the wind field also broadens out and usually does the moisture. And that moisture is getting all the way into the northeast today and will be there through Thursday, as a matter of fact. So we are going to be dealing with this for a while. It's not only at the surface, but the mid to upper levels show us moisture in the green and white on our water vapor, and red is where we have dry air like here in around Panama City Beach. But the rain has been coming in. We will see it exiting Alabama as we head over the next several hours. Unfortunately, eastern Georgia continues to be in that threat for tornadoes until 1 o'clock. And then we have that threat for flooding, especially into the Appalachians. We're going to talk about how it is a high-risk day, how rare that is, and how you actually get 80% of damage during high-risk days and 35% of deaths during high-risk days. We'll focus in on that, and then the path taking this all the way into the northeast. That was just one big overview, but what we're going to do over the next several hours is break it down by component here, Jordan. But first, we want to know what is the very latest this morning.
All right, well, let's get you guys caught up. We call this the What We Know Right Now. We got to talk power outages, Stephanie, because the power outages in the Florida Panhandle affect about 13,000 homes and businesses as of this morning. Outages in Georgia are beginning to pop up now as Fred churns north, with more than 10,000 reported. President Biden has issued an emergency declaration for Florida, which allows FEMA to step in and help schools in the Panhandle counties of Bay, Gulf, and Washington. Specifically, those counties will remain closed. Their school will remain closed today.
Yeah, and Steph, of course, we're following Tropical Storm Grace and the heavy rain that it is delivering to parts of the Caribbean right now. And Steph, the search for survivors does continue in Haiti this morning. More than 1,400 people are dead and at least 6,000 more are injured after a powerful 7.2 magnitude earthquake shook the southwestern part of the country over the weekend. U.S. aid is helping search and rescue teams dig through that rubble and transport survivors in need of medical treatment. The effort's even more difficult as Grace pushes through the area and is still causing rain to come down across southwestern part of Haiti. Just a very, very sad situation. Thankfully, though, Grace is moving right along, moving at about 16 miles an hour. So that's a pretty good clip, especially for a tropical system. Things should be improving gradually weather-wise for that portion of Haiti. Meanwhile, it gets the opposite in Jamaica. Our weather goes downhill. We're talking about heavy rain, the threat for some mudslides as well. And of course, the winds will be ticking up as well. There's a look at the winds right now. Montego Bay, not bad. 9 miles an hour over towards Port-au-Prince. We've been seeing those gusts up around 20 miles per hour for much of the morning. We do have tropical storm warnings in the red along the south side of Cuba, Jamaica, the Cayman Islands. But look over toward the Yucatan Peninsula. Cancun, Cozumel under a hurricane watch, meaning we could see hurricane conditions there because the system is expected to strengthen and intensify. And along with the rainfall, you'll see that threat for flooding. Jamaica, 3 to 5 inches. The winds tick up by Thursday morning, approaching Cancun, winds of 70. That's a high-end tropical storm. Remember, 74-mile-per-hour winds. You've got a Category 1 hurricane eventually moving into the southern Gulf of Mexico, perhaps additional strengthening as we head to the weekend before a landfall eventually along the coast of Mexico. And even if we don't get an actual landfall, say as far north as Texas, there will be those indirect impacts, Jordan. We're talking about rip current risk and some high dangerous surf as well.
But overall, it's going to be a fairly nice day with a little bit of sunshine. I mentioned this earlier in the show, but let's talk more about the tropics because, of course, it is all over social media. We have Tropical Depression Fred, no longer worrying about that system, but it still is going to bring heavy amounts of rain to portions of the Tennessee Valley. You can see the line of moderate to heavy rain working in for folks there into northern Georgia. We also have Tropical Storm Grace that has been impacting folks in Hispaniola, specifically Haiti here, now moving towards Kingston, just towards Jamaica, rather. You can see just to the north of that coast there. And down the line, it will become a Category 1 hurricane. We'll see that possibly by tomorrow morning, maintaining its strength as it impacts the Yucatan Peninsula, moves into the Bay of Campeche, and then again moves over Mexico, making landfall yet again. Tropical Storm Henri, winds at 50 miles per hour, moving west-southwest, eventually going to take a turn north, not impacting us here in the U.S. And really none of these systems are going to impact anyone in the United States, but we will still monitor them. And of course, it is the peak of hurricane season, so just being mindful about that. Rain chances going down here as we get through Wednesday, Thursday. We'll keep it that way into the weekend, Chris.
I want to take you to Pembroke, Bermuda. This is one of the 9 parishes on the island, and it's not too far away. We have Tropical Storm Henri, and it's performing a stately waltz right now, the 8th named storm of the 2021 hurricane season, slowly circling south of the island. So you can see a little bit of gray skies, a little bit of a breeze there. If anything, Bermuda is going to start to feel some of those tropical storm force winds that extend around 35 miles outside the center, as well as some rough surf as we have Henri that's kind of circling the island. So let's talk about the tropics, because as we're getting closer to the peak of hurricane season, it's lighting up. So we're watching Tropical Depression Fred, also Tropical Storm Grace, and Tropical Storm Henri all in the Atlantic. And then we have Hurricane Linda in the Eastern Pacific. First, let's talk about Henri, because it is near the island of Bermuda, just down to the south, 60-mile-an-hour winds. It's going to continue to make its way just skirting around the island due to a high pressure, low pressure, kind of where we have our weather systems in play. It's going to take a kind of a track to the west and then get turned back up to the northeast as we head into the coming days. So we still have that tropical storm watch out for Bermuda. Also want to touch on Tropical Storm Grace. It's currently making landfall in Jamaica right now. Going to see what that does to this tropical storm. We have the Blue Mountains there on the eastern side of Jamaica, and so some rough terrain may disrupt it, but it still is going to be moving into some waters that are favorable after Jamaica, and so with that, we could see some strengthening.
From WXII 12 News, this is breaking news.
Heavy rain and strong winds threaten part of North Carolina, causing damage as what's left of Tropical Storm Fred continues to move through our state.
It brings dark clouds and the potential for tornadoes, some reported already. What you need to know right now to keep you and your family safe.
And we hope that's exactly what you're doing, being safe and dry on this Tuesday night as the storm continues to move through North Carolina. More tornadoes and more rain, both still possible tonight. We wish that wasn't the case.
Yeah, we have live team coverage as continues venture out to see any potential damage from these reported tornadoes. We want to begin, though, with Jacqueline Shearer and a look at where this storm is right now. Jacqueline?
Well, unfortunately, it's still in our area, despite the fact that a lot of spots are feeling pretty dry and clear and calm at this point. It's unfortunately not over yet. All of these areas shaded in yellow under a tornado watch until 7 p.m. And of course, we've been talking about this tornado warning near the mountains. We were concerned that eventually it would clip part of Watauga County. And now you can see that's actually been pushed back further from Watauga County. I want to show you why here. We've been watching this little spot right there, that area of red surrounded by green. When we've got winds that are coming towards radar and also going away from radar, that indicates to us that there's some rotation there. And thankfully, that rotation is skirting just south of the Watauga County line. Now, of course, this is still a concern for other spots, so we continue to watch that very closely. But I'm not necessarily as concerned as I was even about 20-30 minutes ago that Watauga County could see a tornado warning, thankfully, so we're in the clear for that. Here's a look at live radar, though. I want to tell you, you're not going to be able to see that rotation as it's headed towards you. If you're on the highway, if you're outside in your backyard, I don't know why you would be, because it's raining very heavily here. Here's a look. We are dealing with hydroplaning in the area in addition to that tornado threat as well. Heavy rain all throughout. As we pull back, though, I think that if you're in the triad and you really need to get out, if maybe you need to just leave work or tell your friends and family members when they can leave work, I think now is the time. What we're waiting for is this next line of storms right there. I've looped this for about the past hour so you can see the speed that is coming in. Pretty slow overall. So right now, the triad and part of the foothills getting a break from this, but as we head towards the western part of the foothills and into the mountains, still dealing with some of those strong to severe thunderstorms. And now they are thunderstorms. Before, we couldn't technically call them thunderstorms because we didn't have any lightning behind them. The lightning is here now for sure. So here's what we're shaping up to for the rest of your Tuesday evening. Pretty messy. I'll tell you, this dark red just outside of our forecast area, by the way, those are some flood alerts for us. We watch as we continue to see this severe storm risk that gets higher and higher as we head towards the mountains. We'll talk more about the timing for that wave coming back in coming up.
Jacqueline, thank you very much. Some of the very worst damage we've seen so far is in Wilkes County. Quite a few trees are down. It's one of the areas that saw the longest tornado warning earlier this afternoon.
We take you now to Klingman, though. Justin Schreier is there. And what are you seeing, Justin?
Hey, Christine, good afternoon to you. We're in the Rhonda Klingman area. This is just some of the damage that we have seen this afternoon. You can see that house behind me here where that blue tarp and that wood is now up. When that storm blew through this area just a short time ago, it did pull some of the siding off of that home, but the folks inside that home did quickly repair that side of their house. I want to show you a little bit more damage here. Walk with me here and I'll show you this large tree that got knocked down here. This is on the other side of that road. When those storms blew through, there was a woman who was inside this home behind me here. She says that her and her granddaughter were watching WXII, heard the meteorologist talk, asked them to take cover. They took cover in their basement, and just a few minutes later, this storm blew through here that only lasted, they said, a few seconds. Thankfully, they said this tree fell down here and not on their house. That is the latest here in the Rhonda Klingman area. Guys, we'll send it back to you.
Justin, thank you.
Closer to home, we are starting off with the tropics. Tropical storm Fred, no longer a tropical storm, but still producing some heavy rain across the southeast. But we still have tropical storm Grace right now working its way across Jamaica. Winds of 50 miles an hour, moving towards the west at 15. This one is expected to become a Category 1 hurricane by Thursday before making landfall near Cancun with winds of 85 miles an hour. Then it ejects into the Bay of Campeche, a bit weaker, re-strengthens back up to a hurricane, and then eventually makes landfall in central Mexico as we head into Saturday. Computer models in good agreement, making 2 landfalls in Mexico, first into the Yucatan Peninsula, and then secondly into the mountains of eastern Mexico. Now, we also have tropical storm Henri. Henri expected to get a little bit stronger as we head into the next 1 to 2 days. Right now, south of Bermuda, the storm system is simply going to whip around as a cool front comes across the east coast, but it is expected to become a Category 1 hurricane, and then after that, it races up into the North Atlantic, where it interacts with the colder waters of the North Atlantic and dies off.
NBC6 First Alert Weather, certified most accurate 8 years in a row.
All right, folks, here in South Florida, we're dodging all these tropical systems, but the Caribbean is being impacted by, right now, Grace. Grace in Jamaica, producing quite a bit of rain after dumping 10 inches of rain in Hispaniola as it skirted along the south coast. Right now, winds are 50 miles per hour. As it departs Jamaica, it is expected to strengthen into the season's second hurricane. That would lead to it striking the Yucatan Peninsula on Thursday as a hurricane, and then a second hit on Mexico this weekend, again as a hurricane after crossing the Bay of Campeche. So Grace still will affect those regions over the next several days. We don't have any tropical worries because Fred, Grace, Henri are all staying away, and we will continue with mostly sunny and hot weather this week. It is the hottest time of the year, so if the sun is out, it is indeed in the 90s, and that's how it's expected to be for the next several days. We see that showers and storms are, well, generally, if they cross the metro area, they're few and far between, and the highest concentration of thunderstorm activity is towards the west half of Florida, and that, as you probably know, is because of an east to west wind flow. This is the remnant of Fred moving off into the northeast, and this is Henri, which is looping around in the Atlantic. None of those systems are going to affect us. That's why we know it's going to stay quiet. Tomorrow looks to be partly to mostly sunny with only isolated showers or thunderstorms.
Torrents of rain. I wouldn't attempt to drive through something like that, Elena.
No, just the rushing and raging waters out of Kingston, Jamaica. This is flash flooding that happened, trapping vehicles in Kingston from Tropical Storm Grace. As we continue to track the latest on Grace, this is going to continue to bring some big impacts across the Western Caribbean over the next 24, 36 hours here. Here's Grace down and towards the Caribbean. We've been tracking Fred for the past 24, 36 hours here as it's been making its way inland. And we also have Tropical Storm Henri, which is just starting to try to make that turn, that clockwise turn around to Bermuda. It's likely going to get absorbed by a trough and push right back out. That's why it'll take a weird turn. We'll show you that in a moment. Tropical Storm Grace here's latest. Winds are at 60 miles per hour. The center of circulation is now just clearing the island of Jamaica and heading towards the Cayman Islands, watching for some big bands down to the southern shores of Cuba. We'll have to watch for some spin, possibly even some water spouts there. As we look at the forecast ahead, this is forecast to become a hurricane before making its potential landfall across the Yucatan Peninsula up and towards areas. Likely Quintana Roo is going to be one of the spots that we have to monitor for potential hurricane landfall as this works its way west. Then it dissipates a little bit, regenerizes, and brings impacts to Mexico. Earlier models were showing some idea down through South Texas, but we've had better data come through, and we're likely seeing this stay well to the south of the United States. In terms of tropical alerts, we now have hurricane warnings from Cancun down through Cozumel. Those warnings into the red shades here. Also watches extending just a bit farther, including that area, that cone of uncertainty. Of course, the Cayman Islands are now under hurricane watches. We'll be watching the latest on that. Once the system moves through, we'll see some big changes in temperatures. We'll see that drop and then heat up once that system moves through. So here's the latest tropical storm force conditions for Jamaica, Cuba. That will continue through today through tonight. Heavy rainfall is going to lead to some mudslides in some of these locations, unfortunately. Tropical storm Henri continues to spin around, and this is making its movement west-southwest. We're likely going to start to see this kind of surround the island of Bermuda. 65-mile-per-hour winds, a pretty strong tropical storm here. And then our forecast has it becoming a Category 1 hurricane as it starts to move its way to the northeast. We'll have to watch Canadian Maritimes. Likely we'll miss the area, but we'll keep an eye on this storm.
Turning now to Haiti, where the death toll from Saturday's earthquake now tops 1,900. The search for survivors has been severely hampered by Tropical Storm Grace hitting the area with heavy rainfall. You can see the destruction left behind from the earthquake. The roads are completely cut off because of rubble. Officials say the only way these villagers can get medical attention is when someone carries the injured by foot, which can take up to 2 days.
All right, Chief Meteorologist Fetus Reed joining us right now. Of course, Haiti in the Caribbean, and they always get a lot of action this time of year.
Yeah, we have Grace moving across just east of them now, but in its wake, it left a lot of rainfall. And of course, they're dealing with the after effects of that earthquake. But we're looking at the rainfall that is going to continue to move east. And Grace is forecasted becoming a Category 1 hurricane potentially by tomorrow. So we're looking at Fred that has pretty much moved up, just becoming a rain event for parts of North Carolina and Virginia. Still some heavy rain over towards Charleston, but it looks like what we're seeing is Grace down to the south of us, and then also Henri that's out there towards Bermuda. So it's still trying to organize and get some circulation coming off of Jamaica, and as it does so, the track is going to take it to the west, forecast to become a Category 1 by tomorrow evening, and then make landfall near Cozumel and these areas up in the Yucatan Peninsula, then moving back over the Gulf of Mexico, reforming Category 1 strength, and then hitting Mexico with maybe tropical storm, or excuse me, hurricane force winds at 85 miles per hour on Friday. So we're going to watch that very closely. Right now, the winds are at 60 miles per hour. Right now, Tropical Storm Henri, 65-mile-per-hour winds just south of Bermuda, making that right turn as we have a nice blocking high pressure just north of us over Georgia. That's going to become a Category 1 out over the Atlantic. So most of the tropics are steering away from Florida as far as right now, and it looks like we're seeing nothing else beyond that until we get later on maybe in the season as we start seeing things pick up a little bit as we get into the end of August. September and October are our peak season. A closer look at your forecast coming up.
Henri is spinning near Bermuda and is expected to head west, but then take that sharp shift to the north. staying just off the coast of the United States. Now we have what's left of post-tropical cyclone Fred slamming the mid-Atlantic, providing for severe weather for them across the Northeast and the mid-Atlantic states. But all eyes really on Tropical Storm Grace, because we have a lot of people with family and friends in the Cayman Islands, Jamaica, and towards the Yucatan, where we are expecting the system to head as a Category 1 hurricane by tomorrow and into the end of the week. So therefore, there's a hurricane warning in effect for parts of the Yucatan, and then just around the corner on the other side of the Yucatan, a tropical storm warning. This system has a lot of moisture with it, so yes, that is going to be the impacts. That was the 8 a.m. advisory, intermediate advisory, and then the 5 a.m. advisory on Henri. The system still 65-mile-per-hour winds moving west at 8.
New video to show you on how Tropical Storm Grace is lashing the Caribbean islands this morning with wind and rain, specifically the Cayman Islands here. Look at Grand Cayman. Look at this, Tevin.
Yeah, look at the way those winds are just lashing those trees and the rain blowing too. Looks like maybe some of the first light, so perhaps video from this morning here. The Cayman Islands are under a hurricane watch. Grace is expected to become a hurricane today as it moves closer towards the Yucatan Peninsula. And look at all of the lightning as well there out of Grand Cayman. My goodness.
Yeah, so we've had winds gusting over hurricane force on the Cayman Islands this morning. Plus, we just had a drop from the plane, which is now west of Grand Cayman, with 70 miles per hour.
Okay, so they're starting to get in on the stronger part of the storm.
Yeah, so we saw that pressure drop, and I think we're going to see a system that's actually going to come up in terms of intensity.
So perhaps pressure dropping a little bit more. The enhanced satellite really shows that explosive convection and development towards the north and west side of Grace. But overall, this is a large storm. The entire island is covered in it.
Yeah, and some of the deepest convections went right over the Cayman Islands. So this is a dangerous spot because we don't have any shear, and we also have what we call very deep ocean heat content. And if you've been reading some of the IPCC reports talking about a lot of the carbon has been kind of stored into the oceans, and the heat is obviously being found there, you can really blow up a storm here in a big hurry. So this is something we absolutely have to watch for our friends in the Yucatan.
We do have to watch that into the Yucatan, Mexico City here. All these areas should be at the very least expecting heavy rainfall. You see the amounts here, 5 to 8 inches, but then we overlay the track on top of this. As this comes in, perhaps winds at 85 miles an hour on Saturday morning.
Very dangerous part to really blow up a storm here. Hopefully we will not get into the Category 2 range, but it would not surprise me either to get there. So look at this. The deepest ocean heat content. So you can mix this water till the cows come home, and it's still plenty hot to form a tropical system, and that's simply what that means. Henri, we should talk about. This one will become a hurricane eventually as it kind of makes its way around Bermuda and starts to move north. The big question is, Tevin, does it come on this side of the cone, or does it come all the way out here and then begin to turn?
And that depends on which computer model guidance you look at, but a lot of the guidance overall says west of the forecast track.
So it's starting to trend west.
Current forecast track for now.
Yeah, if you're in New England, you absolutely need to watch this. We have astronomical high tides this weekend. So at the very least, we will have some coastal impacts for you. Here's the European. It's kind of all over the place to the north, but we do have some outliers that are on shore.
All right, we'll watch that a little bit closer as we get into the weekend.
All right, so there you can see them all laid out there for you, encircled here for us. We're going to work our way through each of them here for us as we work our way through. All right, now there's Fred bringing in some of that rain and even some isolated severe storms to portions of the Northeast.
All right, so we've got the rainfall from Fred. Grace is now becoming a bigger threat when it becomes from wind. Now that we have it at hurricane status, went right through the Cayman Islands, went through Jamaica, did leave behind some very heavy rainfall, and really Jamaica didn't seem to do much interruption at all to Grace.
Exactly. So Cayman Islands feeling the brunt of it now. You can see those bubbles up. Those are the thunderstorms that are getting going here for us. You can see the alerts, hurricane warnings, and those were issued, I believe, yesterday in anticipation of this becoming a hurricane before making landfall on the Yucatan.
All right, so we still have some more warm water to go as it approaches the coast, expected to increase in strength actually as it approaches the Yucatan. Cozumel, that's that little island there just south of Cancun, right off the coast, coming right over in that direction. And then it actually may re-strengthen again once it gets over into the Bay of Campeche.
One to watch. Looks like it will be avoiding making that turn towards the north, though, but still an area to watch. And of course, Henri.
More on Henri.
Thank you, Annalise. And tracking the tropics, Grace has just become a hurricane as it heads towards Mexico at this hour.
Tropical storm Henri is looping around Bermuda, and it is forecast to reach hurricane strength as well. Here's our weather authority meteorologist Luke Doris
with your tropical update.
Another busy day for you, Luke.
It is. So it was the second hurricane of the year. Remember, Elsa made it to hurricane status as well. Left some damage, Grace did, on the Cayman Islands. Now a 75-mile-per-hour Category 1 hurricane. I know that we are picked up in the Yucatan Peninsula, so there may be some people there that are tuning in right now and watching this and know there's a hurricane that is moving in your general direction toward Cozumel, possibly. All right, so it developed an inner core this morning, and on top of that, it's traveling over with basically rocket fuel for hurricanes, which is some of the warmest water you'll find anywhere in the world. 86-degree water temperatures there. So while the forecast is for a Category 1 hurricane late tonight or tomorrow near Cozumel on the Yucatan Peninsula, they need to prepare for a Category 2. It's possible given the conditions. This is a hurricane warning that we have in the red that you see there. And this is an area that was hit really hard last year. Gamma, Zeta, Delta, all hit very close. It's striking to see so many landfalls over such a short period of time. After that, it weakens a bit as it interacts with land and then strengthens back into a hurricane in the Bay of Campeche with a second landfall on the Gulf Coast of Mexico. All right, so here's Henri, 65-mile-per-hour tropical storm centered southwest of Bermuda. It's got this weird track where it curls back up to the north, though when it takes that turn is critical. And now we're not so sure that the U.S. is going to make it out completely unscathed. The cone now includes areas like Boston and Nantucket. There's the very tip of Long Island. So Sunday and into Monday forecast to become a hurricane, and there's a chance that it could be uncomfortably close. Now, most likely it stays out to sea, but some of the guidance has been shifting further west, so they're going to want to watch that closely in New England. Elsewhere, big outbreak of dust. That's an obstacle for tropical development, so we don't expect any new systems to develop over the next 5 days. Nothing threatening as far as South Florida is concerned, so it's nice and quiet. Guys?
First at 5:30, changes in the tropics. Grace is now officially a hurricane. Meanwhile, Henri is changing course. Thanks for staying with us. I'm Felicia Rodriguez.
And I'm Tiffany Kenny. Henri now has the potential to turn. Severe weather expert Mike Lyons is tracking the latest track for both storms and which U.S. states are now at risk of getting hit, Mike.
We're talking about the Northeast, basically from New York all the way through New England, including Maine, the Canadian Maritimes as well, because, yes, the change in the forecast, Henri now forecast to come very close to the northeastern United States. More about that system in a second, but let's begin with Grace, and as you point out, it's now a hurricane. Winds are 80 just west of the Caymans and forecast to make landfall near Cozumel or Cancun late tonight, early tomorrow morning as a significant storm. Then moving over land should weaken it briefly before it gets back into the warm waters of the Bay of Campeche on Friday and fires up once again as a hurricane, making a second landfall in mainland Mexico. That's the forecast now from Grace, again, a system that will continue to move off toward the west. Let's talk about Henri, and we'll move past that graphic and go to another graphic. Here we go. This is the graphic on Tropical Storm Henri. Right now, winds are 70 miles per hour, very close to hurricane status. The forecast calls for the storm to become a hurricane, as you can see on Friday morning, kind of a westerly track, and then a big turn to the north. Now that's going to produce a lot of rough surf right along the mid-Atlantic region. You can see by Saturday afternoon, significant hurricane with winds up to about 90 miles per hour. By the way, the Hurricane Center, they've scheduled 5 Hurricane Hunter flights into Henri tomorrow at different times, obviously, to find out exactly what this storm is doing and to get all that information into the computer models. Then as we head towards Sunday, look at the threat from Long Island through Cape Cod up toward the northeast and maybe the Canadian Maritimes. The model shifting a little bit farther west today. We'll see with that new data tomorrow from the Hurricane Hunters if that shift does indeed continue, but could see watches, maybe warnings posted as early as Thursday.
Well, we've got Hurricane Grace heading towards the Yucatan Peninsula in Mexico, where it will likely make landfall very early, probably pre-dawn on Thursday. In other words, overnight tonight and into tomorrow morning. We have 80-mile-an-hour winds on this second hurricane of the 2021 season. Elsa was first. This is the second one. It is going to head towards the west-northwest and, again, make landfall as a Cat 1. then cross the Yucatan past Merida into the southern Gulf of Mexico, where it would regain strength to become a hurricane and then strike Mexico a second time. That would be over the course of the weekend. Of course, Grace is not a factor for our weather. Actually, indirectly, it's causing dry conditions, and it will continue to be mostly sunny and hot the rest of the week. Our better rain chances will have to wait until next week here in South Florida.
CBS 4 weather with Chief Meteorologist Craig Setzer.
Well, Grace not strengthening much this evening, but on the verge and at least showing some signs it's about to strengthen. Thankfully, it's running out of water to strengthen over. We'll soon be over the Yucatan there, and that will temporarily stop the strengthening, even weaken the storm a little bit, and then it's going to be back over the warm waters of the southwest Gulf as we get to the latter part of the week. Winds 80 miles an hour this evening. The reason I say it's about to start strengthening is the pressure started falling. That's usually a precursor of a strengthening trend moving to the west at 18. Category 1, and thankfully hasn't gotten a lot stronger this evening. Hurricane warnings up in the path of it, tropical storm warnings around it, and there is now a hurricane watch for portions of the southwest Gulf Coast there of Mexico. Here's the future track, and it crosses the Yucatan tonight and tomorrow. By tomorrow afternoon, it's back in the Gulf. Then by Friday afternoon and Friday night, making landfall, a second landfall there in the Gulf of Mexico along the east-southeast Mexican coast there. There, the yellow area indicates the tropical storm conditions. Of course, the white line indicates where the center is expected to be in that 2/3 of the time. Here's the satellite loop this evening, and you can see right towards the end of the loop, there's a little bit of a core trying to form with it, but once again, it's running out of time as it works its way on to the west. The other system we're tracking, it's Henri, a small but strong tropical storm. It has 70-mile-an-hour winds tonight, moving west at 9. No watches or warnings in effect right now. It's moved far enough away from Bermuda. Not going to be an issue there except for waves. And then here's the future track, forecast to become a hurricane as well tomorrow, and then turn and move to the northeast along or just off the northeast U.S. coast there, off the coast of New England. So folks there are watching it closely, but if it stays offshore, it shouldn't be too big of a deal, although we know these situations, right? The 4- and 5-day period there, have to keep an eye on it up there. There's what's going on elsewhere in the Atlantic. Just one strong tropical wave trying to come off there, but there's also a lot of dust out there, which is kind of keeping a lid on things. That's good. We like the dust because it helps inhibit tropical development.
First 10 minutes of the newscast, we promised you that update. Henri spinning very close to Bermuda, expected to make that turn towards the north. Hurricane Grace is bracing itself as it's dumping plenty of heavy rain and gusty winds just about 25 miles southeast of Tulum, Mexico. The 5 a.m. advisory just in right here. Winds of 80 miles per hour. It is now moving west at 17. It's expected to move through that area and then move into the Bay of Campeche and possibly make a second landfall in Mexico later into the weekend. But again, we have watches and warnings up as we are expecting the system to continue to bring some life-threatening storm surge and some heavy winds. As we go to the 5 a.m. advisory on Tropical Storm Henri, this system has winds of 70 miles per hour, so we are going to see the possibility of it becoming a Category 1 hurricane as it takes that turn to the north, being parallel to the U.S. But then look what happened. The forecast models and the cone has shifted a bit more to the west, very close to parts of the northeastern half of the United States, so impacts will definitely be felt for them. I'll have more details on our local forecast because things are quiet, thank goodness, coming up.
All right, so big question we want to answer and kind of talk about is how rare is it to get a tropical entity to arrive into the Northeast and make landfall?
I mean, it's pretty rare.
Right?
Okay, it's one thing getting a tropical storm, which of course Irene, we had Sandy, which was post. It didn't really come into New England. It came into South Jersey. But to get a hurricane, you got to go all the way back to almost, how weird is this? Almost 30 years to the date with Hurricane Bob. That came in as a Cat 2, 2 landfalls, Block Island, and then eventually Newport, Rhode Island.
I mean, if you were to just take tropical storm,
1.5 billion.
Last year was a unique year. We had 2 that kind of moved through. But other than that, it's about a decade. So all the gray ones here are going to be hurricanes prior to 1950. And so you look at all the colors, there's not very many here that actually worked its way through and actually made landfall.
No, and it's kind of interesting because, I mean, not only was Bob the last one, but it also formed off of an old front. And even this Henri was off an old thunderstorm complex.
That kind
so
of
it wasn't a Cabo Verde storm that came all the way up into New England.
Right.
So, the origins of it are also interesting. Came around Bermuda and then back up to the northeast. So this morning, we got a little dry air, we got a little shear on the eastern side of this, but it's still a 70-mile-an-hour tropical storm. And we don't expect it to really start to ramp up until it takes that turn between about 72 and 75 longitude. Then look what happens.
And it's interesting. It's moving north-northeast, and then there's a point when it kind of shifts due north. And that's the question, how long does it shift due north? Because if it lasts longer, then boom, we're talking landfall.
Well, the farther west that turn is one thing. The other thing we have to consider is how big is the ridge going to be that slows the system coming north.
To help it strengthen?
And no, just to slow it down. So now you've got tons of rainfall and wind and waves just beating the coast through consecutive high tide cycles. And then, do we in fact, because some of the guidance has suggested, turn this a little bit west. You can almost see that in some of the ensemble members. See how it kind of bends back a little bit to the west. So that's the ridging. There's a lot of things to consider there, and this obviously makes for a really interesting situation, because what are we dealing with? Are we dealing with a Cat 2, Cat 3? Approaching land, weakening. I do think it's going to weaken before landfall, but what we have coming in...
Even if it's a tropical storm, look what Fred just did.
Exactly.
I mean, it's going to be a huge rainmaker.
Dude, Bob was a 2, and it came in, and that was really expensive. Irene was a remnant, was a tropical storm, and then remnant before it got to Canada, and it caused massive amounts of flooding. And here's the deal. Don't miss this. The pre-existing conditions that are up, it's wet. We had the wettest July on record in a lot of these areas. So now you bring this on top of it after a tropical system, Fred, this week. Let's hope this doesn't slow down. Steph, over to you.
Guys, I'll tell you, Mother Nature is not getting any points right now with those who live in the Grand Cayman or in Mexico, because Grace causing so many problems, making its presence known in the Caribbean. Look at this video. Holy cow. Storm surge pushing onto beaches in the Cayman Islands Wednesday. Tropical storm watches are still up in the Cayman Islands as Grace batters the Yucatan Peninsula. And Grace made landfall, by the way, just south of Tulum early this morning with maximum sustained winds of 80 miles an hour. Trees swaying the whole 9 yards here, and a hurricane warning is up in parts of eastern Yucatan Peninsula. Jim, if this does survive Mexico and go over to the East Pac, it keeps the same name. And always remember, it's never just a tropical storm. I don't know if you saw some of the video from what was, if you will, the eye wall of Fred. That was just a tropical storm. It'll hammer you, and the same with a Category 1 or even 2 hurricane.
Let's see. What do you think, Abrams? Another 10 hours over water, we would have had a hurricane?
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. I would say less than 10 hours. That thing was coming together. Yeah, it was.
It was trying. And then, so we're going to see this weekend. It's already down to 75 miles an hour. So that's not surprising. Going to TS is NHC. And then eventually, as this continues to move west between Tampico and Veracruz, it starts to strengthen again. The big question is how much. Very, very hot water down here in the Bay of Campeche. And also the fact that we don't have any shear here means this thing will ramp up quite a bit. Obviously, a big rain producer coming in to not only the coast, but also into the Sierra Madre. So here's Henri, 70 miles an hour, still kind of hanging in there. But there's still a lot of deep convection around the center, moving west at 9. It's about 525 miles southeast of Cape Hatteras in North Carolina. Here's the visible on it. So, it's certainly not intensifying rapidly, and we don't expect it to. It's going to be over the next 36 hours that happens, when it makes the turn somewhere between probably 72 and about 75 degrees longitude. The farther west it goes, the more it stays west. All right? But look what happens, too. It's right over the Gulf Stream, 85, 90 miles an hour. Now you got a Cat 2 coming north. And what I think is really interesting is the G4, this is the high-altitude aircraft, going in at 1:30 this afternoon to grab data around this thing. This will give us a nice idea, especially into the GFS model and the HWRF, of what the steering is like. So a much higher resolution package into the model itself coming in from that G4 aircraft. We know it's going around the Bermuda High. The more it strengthens, the more propensity it has to go farther west, because it is going to pop up the ridge. It's going to build the ridge north of itself. So it's going to be a victim of its own size and strength. And that is what's going to keep it west and potentially even bump it a little back toward the west. And you can see that from some of the GFS ensemble members. So here's the deal. I mean, you've got a lot of members on the east side. You've got a lot of members on the west side. What does that mean? You have a very low confidence in where it's going right now. A very low confidence. And some of these bring it in to not only New York, but also into New England. We haven't had a hurricane landfall here since Bob, eerily enough, almost on the same date back in 1991. So something to watch here as we head into the weekend. Jordan.
Yeah, we'll be watching like a hawk.
Yeah. According to CAL FIRE, the Caldor fire has destroyed over 80 structures. Thousands are under threat.
All right, let's check out the tropics real quick. This actually the leftovers of Fred moving up through New England right now with heavy rainfall moving into Boston and all the way into upstate New York and into northern Vermont. Right now we're looking at Tropical Storm Grace, downgraded because it made landfall near Tulum, Mexico earlier this morning, and now it's weakening just a bit. But the forecast still calls for re-strengthening once it gets in the southwestern Gulf of Mexico to make yet another landfall as a hurricane in the country of Mexico and then die out over the mountains of Mexico. Henri, still 70-mile-per-hour tropical storm dealing with a little bit of shear here. It is expected to bang a right and strengthen into a hurricane. That track's been shifting a little bit farther westward now, and New England may be under the gun yet again from another system Sunday night and on into Monday. Neither of those are going to bother us. We have a beautiful sunrise this morning at the Boynton Beach Weather Stem site. A little bit of sprinkles there and rain that moved through that area, but then no bother, return to sunny skies, even a couple of rainbows out there. Had some nice pictures in. Follow me at Surfing Weatherman. I'll retweet them for you.
To Dr. Postel, we're watching Henri and we're watching Grace.
Yeah, Molly, you're exactly right about that. Let's have a look at Grace, because Grace, as a hurricane, made landfall earlier today across parts of Yucatan. It is now a tropical storm, weakened a little bit with the center over the inland sections here. But overall, it is going to continue to move west and soon come back out over the southern Gulf of Mexico, Bay of Campeche, and strengthen once again. So as a tropical storm, it's still bringing a lot of heavy rain and some gusty winds. And there were some reports of some 80 to 85-mile-per-hour wind gusts from some of our observations in the region. But we officially saw that the landfall intensity was set at 80 miles per hour. About 10 miles south of Tulum in Mexico. So at a pressure of 986, a formidable hurricane made landfall this morning. Now a tropical storm, but about ready to come back over the water and regain what it had, probably quickly. The water is very warm and there's a lot of fuel available, so you can see the swirl moving in a westward path like that. And the forecasts are fairly consistently showing this is going to crash into Mexico once again over the next, say, 24 to 36 hours. And you can see, boom, there it goes. Later on Friday night, very early Saturday morning, we may be dealing with another landfall with a ton of rain as a potential hurricane, Grace, once again, moves on board. And that will be watched very carefully because, again, we can see very significant impacts with this, especially in the mountainous terrain of Mexico. But there's more. And you know now, I think, about Tropical Storm Henri. There's Bermuda. It's kind of offshore the southeastern U.S. The weather along the East Coast right now is fine, but it will likely get worse. And we will be watching this very carefully. And you can see that the weather in Jacksonville, Charleston, no problem today. And we're dealing with a system right here offshore as a tropical storm, dealing with a lot of wind shear right now, which is going to hold its intensity in check. But we have to watch out very carefully because, indeed, Henri, as a hurricane, may be approaching the New England coast on Sunday.
And we can finally start to say goodbye to the remnants from Fred. Not before we have a new zone that could see some flooding. And Molly, we're not done. We have that chance for the next tropical system to come into New England as well.
That's exactly right, Mark, because as we say goodbye to what's left of Fred, we are potentially saying hello to Henri, Tropical Storm Henri. Just for some reference, there's Bermuda right there, but still about 500 miles to the southeast of Cape Hatteras. So this is in the middle of the Atlantic right now, and it's churning and it's swirling. Right now, the estimated winds at 70 miles per hour, but those are satellite estimates. The hurricane hunters are actually flying through Henri right now, and so we'll get a much better idea of exactly what's happening in Henri. When we get that, we can get a much better idea of exactly where this is headed. So we have seen some big changes in the track. This was 5 a.m. yesterday from the National Hurricane Center, and then we fast forward to what our current forecast is, and we have seen a pretty big shift to the west, and that does include a lot of New England now. So if you are in coastal New England, anywhere from Connecticut, New Hampshire, all the way
Florida, Rhode Island, up into coastal Maine, you have to pay close attention to this storm because by the beginning of the upcoming week, we could either be looking at a very close call, a close encounter for New England, or we could potentially at worst be looking at a landfall. So as we mentioned, the hurricane hunters, they're flying through this storm right now. We'll bring in hurricane specialist Dr. Greg Postel. What do you think that they're going to find? What are your suspicions as they fly through Henri?
Well, you know, just getting some of the data in right now, the pressure in their first pass was around 1,000 millibars, so a little bit higher than some of the earlier estimates, and the wind maybe not quite as strong as earlier suggested, but they're not done yet. They still have to go through it a few more times, but those are excellent questions, Molly, and we'll know soon within the next hour or so. We'll have a much better handle on exactly how strong Henri is. Right now, looking out on the satellite pictures, it's about 650 miles east of Jacksonville, Florida, right about there, with a whole ton of lightning with very powerful thunderstorms inside of this circulation. The question is, are those coupled to the low-level center? It's not clear that it's clearly that case, I guess I should say. The center circulation is likely right about there, and yet a lot of the biggest of all the thunderstorms in the mid-level vortex may be somewhere about there. So this is a tilted system. It is lopsided to some degree, and as long as it's like that, it is not likely to strengthen very quickly, and we'll be hopeful that that trend continues, that this northerly shear that's impacting it now continues to operate on it and make it lopsided. But where is it going? Today, it's not going northward, I can tell you that much. There is a blocking high in the way with a flow around it like that. There's no way Henri is going northward in the next 6 to 12 hours. It's going to continue around that periphery of that subtropical ridge aloft. But by tonight, that ridge, part of it will move this way and another part of it will move that way. It will split a little bit and open up a window for Henri to turn toward the northwest and eventually onto the north, also in response to a digging up a trough in the Great Lakes. So all three of those pieces are going to combine together to open up an avenue for Henri to move northward, likely far enough off the coast of the Carolinas to basically limit weather impacts. There won't be much. There'll be big waves and rip currents for sure, but no really significant weather impacts over the next day or two for the Carolinas. That does change as we head toward parts of the Northeast, because it does indeed look like, well, that Henri will make a close call, a close encounter, as Mark and Molly were suggesting, with the Northeast. For example, here's the most recent forecast from the GFS. It's actually shifted a little bit farther to the east in the more updated runs. But when you run that very same model over and over again, you get slightly different outcomes that are certainly viable. But the idea still on the table for everybody is that there's a lot of uncertainty in this forecast that we've got to sort out. There are some solutions that bring a hurricane into New England, let's say later on Sunday. There are others that likely bring it a much weaker system well offshore, and that matters too. So the idea is, Mark, there's a lot yet to hear unpacked that we've got to pay attention to the updates in the forecast and listen to what the hurricane hunters are telling us on exactly how strong Henri is right now.
You are anticipating this becomes a hurricane.
Yeah, so you got two tropical storms on that map behind you. We're going to have both of those becoming hurricanes before too much longer, as Henri has winds of 65 miles an hour. Now, don't misinterpret the change from 70 to 65. That's not really a weakening trend. It's more of a reflection of the fact that the Air Force hurricane hunters were out there, and the previous intensities were largely based on satellite estimates. So it's really just been kind of steady state since yesterday in terms of its structure and intensity and now motion, decidedly to the west. So here's the Air Force Hurricane Hunter mission that went through a couple times earlier, and they got winds for 65 miles an hour. So we're pretty confident of how strong it is right now. Now, this line is the path of the current mission of the NOAA G4 jet. It's flying up at 45,000 feet. This guy was down at 5,000 feet going inside. The jet's going to go around, drop those sondes, get the data into the models this evening. Those models will run overnight while you're sleeping. When you wake up tomorrow with the 5 a.m. advisory, those forecasts will have the benefit of models that had that G4 jet data. It's all trying to get that track forecast to be more accurate, get the models into better agreement. Now, the reason this is not a hurricane right now is because of northeasterly shear. You see the circulation center at the surface is down here, the mid-level vortex is up in here, and you see the cirrus fanning out down to the southwest. So it's sheared a little bit, but not so much that it isn't able to hold on to its intensity. And you can also envision with the surface winds over the ocean like this, that the swells are spreading out from there. They're going to be arriving on the east coast of the U.S. starting tomorrow. That's when the rip current risk goes up. Now, what's going to turn this to the north? Why is it moving west? Well, we have upper level and mid-level high pressure in here. That's going to slide east. This troughing in here is going to pull it northward. It's going to cut off here and pull it northward offshore of the mid-Atlantic. So that's what's going to send it toward the northeastern U.S. And it's also going to end the northeasterly shear because all the winds will be blowing out of the southwest at just about every level. So as it moves northward, it will likely strengthen as long as it's over the waters of the Gulf Stream up until about here. Now look at how the intensity forecast still peaks at 90 miles an hour, and the 60-hour forecast point valid, Sunday afternoon. Or that's getting into be like 48 hours from now. That is valid right off of Nantucket. Okay, so that is where it's still forecast to be a hurricane. So that's why tomorrow, when they issue the watches, they might have to be hurricane watches, not just tropical storm watches. Now, the Hurricane Center is highlighting this in this latest advisory. All the Weather Service forecast offices will be talking about this, the high risk of rip currents. We've lost too many lives on the East Coast with past hurricanes, even on the other side of Bermuda. So as the weather is pretty good, as the hurricane approaches and stays offshore for most of you on the East Coast, life-threatening rip currents and high surf. Now, the arrival of winds of tropical storm force, the expected time is still about Sunday morning. That's why the watches might go up tomorrow morning. But look at how the chances of tropical storm force winds have gone up for southeastern New England, but they've stayed about the same in New York City. So this is becoming more and more the focus area for the winds, and the hurricane force probability is now up to about 25% for a place like Nantucket. And I wanted to highlight one important thing here, and that is that the latest GFS shifted east, but the latest Euro shifted west. So the average of the two stayed about the same. That's where the Hurricane Center's forecast stayed. But even if the center of circulation is just offshore, in the case of this GFS, you're still going to get winds and storm surge and a long duration of those hazards, along with heavy rainfall and flooding as a possibility. So we've got a lot to be concerned about. We're going to break this advisory down and detail some of the hazards in a little bit. But Mike and Alex, I am very concerned about basically a hurricane season version of a nor'easter.
NBC6 First Alert Weather, certified most accurate 8 years in a row.
After making landfall very early this morning in the Yucatan Peninsula, Grace is now over the southern Gulf of Mexico, where it is regaining strength and expected to become a hurricane to strike Mexico for a second time at the beginning of this weekend. Henri is the other tropical storm holding steady against some upper-level wind shear that's impacting it, expected to become a hurricane and expected to threaten parts of the Northeast. Here in the U.S., this is the forecast path right now from the National Hurricane Center as a Category 1 hurricane. By Sunday morning, there you see it getting pretty close to the Nantucket, Martha's Vineyard area, Cape Cod as well, and potentially striking that area either as a Cat 1 or a very strong tropical storm, and then meandering through the Canadian provinces towards the beginning of next week. None of those systems are affecting us, so instead, here in South Florida, we're dealing with record heat, especially at night. 83-degree minimum temperatures. Those are records for the warmest minimum temperature. Limited rainfall expected as Henri and Grace threaten others, but definitely not us. So off to our southwest, that's Grace. This is Henri, and then you notice all this dry air in between. So the dry air is going to continue to limit shower and thunderstorm activity for our region, and even when we do see showers, they're expected to move away from our area. One more look at Henri and the potential for it impacting parts of the Northeast during the course of the weekend. Now we'll switch to our local view for the future tracker, showing that tomorrow is expected to be a generally dry day. Sunny with shower and thunderstorm activity quite limited. We might see an isolated shower late tonight, especially close to the coast, with a low near 80 degrees. Then tomorrow in the coastal waters, the winds will be 5 to 10 knots from the east and southeast, and the seas running at less than 2 feet with a light chop on Biscayne Bay. Here is tomorrow's forecast across the city. Expect just a slight chance of a morning shower or thunderstorm. Otherwise, lots of sun, hot temperature reaching 92 degrees. The rain chance tomorrow is just 20%. Also Saturday, only a 20% chance of rain. Sunday up to 30. And then next week, we'll see a more normal chance of rain Monday, Tuesday at 40%.
To be another steamy afternoon. In fact, the sea breeze does develop, but in the form of just clouds. It tracks swiftly towards the west by 2 p.m., exiting the western cities and moving into the Everglades with only a very slight chance for a pop-up shower. And then you notice some thunderstorms out over the Everglades and the west coast of Florida. So we stay mainly dry here in South Florida. That's going to change, though, as we head into early next week. Let's talk about the tropics. There is Henri and there is Grace, both tropical storms. Grace is a very strong tropical storm with maximum sustained winds at 70 miles per hour. Henri around 65-mile-per-hour winds, but expected to become a hurricane this weekend. And then a tropical wave not expected to develop, but this is why rain chances will go up early next week. Let's talk about tropical storm Henri. Here's the latest at 5 a.m. Maximum sustained winds at 65 miles per hour, tracking towards the west-northwest, but generally in the north direction. Then as we head into the weekend, that's when Henri is expected to upgrade to a Category 1 hurricane and unfortunately making landfall later Sunday night as a Cat 1 over New England. This is also going to be impacts for parts of Long Island and even down the northeast corridor into the mid-Atlantic as far as surf. But the highest impact certainly will be for the northeast and including New England. And eventually Henri makes a tight turn towards the east and will eventually move over the northern Atlantic. Then in the Bay of Campeche, we have Tropical Storm Grace with maximum sustained winds at 70 miles per hour. So very close to a Category 1 hurricane. It will become one before making landfall this weekend over Mexico and continuing to track towards the west.
Jim, we have some breaking news here. Grace is now a hurricane. It has been upgraded yet again back over water. And you can see some of the damage that it did to the Yucatan Peninsula. This is the Cancun area. Grace had maximum sustained winds of 80 miles per hour, and it went over land. It weakened, as it typically does, knocking out power to homes and businesses and more than 100,000 customers. 84,000 of those outages are in Cancun, but let's show you the cone and where Grace is right now. And there it is, back to 85 miles an hour over that water. You can see it trying to get its structure back as well. It will make landfall in between Tampico and Veracruz. If it does make it across, it would keep the same name in the East Pack as Grace. And the U.S. Coast Guard is in Haiti helping those injured following a 7.2 magnitude earthquake that struck Saturday. Last Saturday, I should say, the Coast Guard helped 20 critically injured people living in a remote area airlifting to a hospital. More than 2,000 people were killed and more than 1,200 people have been injured. The disaster was only made worse when Tropical Depression Grace drenched Haiti on Monday.
Good morning, everybody. Taking a live look at Martha's Vineyard, 75 degrees. Got the blue skies there. Boats look good. Water looks calm. 7 miles south of Cape Cod, accessible only by air and by sea. Do you guys know 30 years ago this week, the island took a direct hit from Hurricane Bob?
Bob was one that was very memorable. I asked people what they remembered about it on Twitter, getting a lot of different responses about the power being out for many days. Someone said they were in high school and went surfing and don't think it was a great idea, but it was a fun ride. I said, I'm glad let's not do that, you know?
Cat 2, right?
Yeah, Cat 2 at landfall, and Bob was moving very fast as well. This one is much different. Looks like Cat 1 tropical storm and also moving very slowly. Potentially with this. Welcome back into America's Morning Headquarters.
I'm meteorologist Jordan Steele. We got Stephanie Abrams, Jim Cantori. We're all here with you this morning to get you going on this Friday. We will be tracking Tropical Storm Henri all weekend long. We've been very much focused on where this thing is going. There's been a lot of uncertainty. And Steph, you were just pointing something out about 15 to 20 minutes ago. That northern side of that storm is beginning to kind of work itself together a little bit.
It's definitely doing that. So let's talk about all the different details because this is a very complex system. Jim, we have two different ridges, one trough, and they're all pushing and pulling. They're kind of playing tug of war with Henri a little bit here.
Right, so it's kind of like throwing the dice a little bit with what we got going on with the steering. But I completely agree with you guys in terms of this thing really wants to blow. You can see signatures on the satellite, these eyelashes, as I like to call them. There's certainly a sign of outflow, which is increasing. I think the storm is slowing and starting to maybe make that turn a little bit toward the north. Either way, you got to prepare for hurricane Long Island, coast of Connecticut, Rhode Island, Massachusetts, the islands. Storm surge could be as high as 3 to 5 feet. We have storm surge watches posted in through here, and obviously the maximized storm surge will be to the right of center, which over the past couple of days has gone from here back to here. All right, so the track has moved considerably given some of the guidance that we see, which now has a lot more believability to it. So the hurricane hunters are out here, and they did a drop that was actually south and east of the latest center. So I'm wondering if we're trying to reconsolidate that center a little bit, maybe down in closer to that deep convection, especially now that we're starting to see this thing begin to turn a little bit toward the north. So this is the northerly shear that we've had all morning. I mean, look at it. And it's pretty intense right near that center. Now you add the thunderstorms on top of that, and you can see where that is in proximity to it. But remember, the center's starting to move this way a little bit. So it's starting to get away from some of that maximum shear. There's been a little bit of dry air. We found that out with the G4 aircraft, but I really think this can overtake that in time. This is a plenty moist atmosphere, not to mention very warm water. If you're wondering where the Gulf Stream is, it is right here, all right? All sorts of warm water in between there and the areas south of Long Island. Even the water temperatures here on the buoys are 72 to 76 degrees, so that's plenty warm enough. Look at all the guidance that is still left of current track. So could there be further adjustments down the road? Absolutely. That is a possibility. But I think we're losing our avenue to just go out to sea here, especially with this trough digging and this ridge building. It's got to shoot this.
The new advisory came in at 11 o'clock here, kept Henri steady state in terms of winds, but did actually move a little bit of the watches farther west. So the storm surge and tropical storm now go all the way to the eastern end of the East River, and that does include Flushing, New York. We also have the hurricane watches that are up all the way here around the Cape. So this tells you that within 48 hours, we're likely to get conditions across this area. The hurricane watches go up here as early as they do so that you have time to prepare, because even if you're getting tropical storm force winds, you don't want to be out there dealing with, getting your lawn furniture settled and secured and things like that. So let's take a look at where we are right now. We still have a lot of the thunderstorm activity or convection to the south side of exactly where that center of circulation is. But you can see around the outside where you see sort of this eyelash look to those upper level clouds. That's the outflow, and that tells us that this is an environment that potentially will allow strengthening. In fact, that's in the forecast to do so. We know Henri is going to be moving north over some warmer waters in the Atlantic. Then when it approaches the coast, it'll be moving over some cooler waters. So how does that affect the intensity? It will weaken it, but still likely to be holding on to some strength here as it blasts on into the northeast, and then it slows down. That's why the end of the cone kind of looks like a bulb. It's not because of, the sort of uncertainty as you go out in time. It's because of the slow movement here, and that's what this cone tells us, is that we do expect some slowing down of the system as it weakens, but it'll still be a rainmaker at this point, though, so that's something that we need to certainly take into account in the forecast. Let's go back to Dr. Greg Postel and talk about that. And Greg, I think, this forecast cone that we are looking at here, when you go in time, the fact that the movement is going to slow down once it approaches the coast is key in making rain one of our biggest concerns.
Yeah, and just prolonging the impacts overall, Jen, that's a really good point. I mean, if you have tropical storm force winds over, 6 to 12-hour period, that can do a lot of damage. Don't discount the fact and the power of a tropical storm, because, those winds are capable of, power outages you talked about, and also damage to some infrastructure. But there is Henri right now. It's about 500 miles east of Jacksonville, Florida. And I looked at some of the tower cams here off the east coast of Florida. We're starting to see the swell pick up a little bit, and that's going to be the primary effect, I think, that Henri is going to have on the southeast coast. Weather not an issue. It's really going to be the marine impacts with some bigger waves and rip currents, no doubt. Right now, we've got Henri with a burst of thunderstorms in the last few hours right about here. You can see that. This is beautiful. There's lightning strikes and the cloud expanding outward from it. But here's the thing. The center circulation is probably over there. not underneath a lot of those bigger thunderstorms, meaning that the structure that we've got, that sort of asymmetry there with the low over there and the big storms there, probably not in a hurry to strengthen, if at all, in the near term. So I think that's good that Jen was mentioning what we're seeing is a storm about as strong as it was yesterday, and I think in the next 6 to 12 hours, not likely to get much stronger. Where it's going, and that's now clear, because the high pressure system that was once yesterday right north of it, not allowing Henri to go north, has backed off, gone this way. This high pressure system has gone that way. A digging trough in the jet stream has come this way, and you can guess what's happened. There is the trap door northward now being opened, so that northward component of motion is now underway. It's moving northwest and soon to be due north, bringing Henri into New England on Sunday. That's the bottom line. And you can see the Hurricane Center's track is one of lots of options. Remember, they build the track based on all kinds of pieces of information. And some of those pieces of information do indeed have a landfall as far west as New York City and as far east as eastern Cape Cod. Alex, something to watch.
This is a live look at downtown Miami. I got to tell you, drop off this morning with the kiddos. I'm glad I had the AC pumping and I didn't have to actually walk them to the door like I did on the first day of school because it was hot.
It is hot out there, but the only benefit that we did have is that we weren't dealing with the rain for the first day of school in the first week, right?
And we're going to keep that going through the weekend. Mighty fine weather here, ladies, and we're going to keep that going for the next few days. The tropics, though, remain exceptionally busy. You know, we've talked so much about Grace, even though the system tracking well off to our south, making landfall yesterday over towards Tulum and now into the Bay of Campeche now as a hurricane. So again, Hurricane Grace moving off to the west here. And again, the system getting stronger, potentially Category 2 by the time we get to tonight, just before landfall. Hurricane warnings are obviously in effect, but the concern will be the system slowing down and that abundance of moisture becoming widespread across Mexico and in particular into Mexico City. It'll take through the weekend for the system to wind down, but the bottom line is yet another hurricane getting ready to make landfall. Now, let's go a little bit closer to home across the southwest Atlantic. This is Tropical Storm Henri. On the verge here, probably in the next 24 hours of becoming our third hurricane of the season. It's moving now off to the northwest at about 7. Winds are at 65. The forecast trend, as you may have heard already, kind of favoring the western side of things, and that will have impacts down the road as we get into the weekend. There's your intensity forecast, Category 1 here as we get through the day on Saturday into Sunday, maybe peaking at 85 miles per hour or so, Cat 1, but then we approach New England, and of course the dense population here on guard, getting ready for tropical storm, if not hurricane impacts through the weekend as the system slows down. So we're talking about folks from New York City to Boston, all the way up to Portland, Maine, on guard for an impact here through the end of the weekend. Tropical storm wind probabilities over 50% in New York City, over 60% in Boston. And if the forecast trend continues, these will likely be higher as we go through the weekend. So again, the recap with 8 named storms. We've had 2 hurricanes and maybe an additional here. Well, if Henri will intensify into a hurricane this weekend. Busy season so far, but for us through the weekend, smooth sailing. No concerns for us.
Now for our tropical update. Local 10 hurricane specialist Brian Norcross is here to show us what he's watching. Brian.
Aiden Janice, we're watching this potential hurricane heading toward the northeast. Really unusual, and it's really unusual for them, and it's unusual for them to have any kind of hurricane. I'll explain that in a second. But first of all, here we are today, August 20th. This is the day every year that we wait for when we get to the beginning of the peak of hurricane season. Notice kind of the shoulder right there. This is when Dr. Bill Gray used to ring the bell every year saying, this is it. This is when the big hurricanes happen. But good thing is that nothing's kind of going on besides these 2 that we're watching. Nothing more in the pipeline right now. Here is Tropical Storm Henri as of 2 p.m., 70 miles an hour. The center is kind of up here on the top, so it's still kind of disorganized. But the computer models all say it is going to get organized as it moves to the east. You see the National Hurricane Center forecast here takes it up to about an 85 mile an hour storm, but it's going to be over very warm water with favorable upper level winds. So we'll see if that'll hold it. But there it is, right at the very northern edge of the Gulf Stream. You see the temperatures as the colors change there. That's the water getting colder. So as it gets into Sunday and it comes nearer land, the thinking is that it's going to weaken. Approaching Long Island is about a 75-mile-an-hour hurricane, maybe a little weaker when it gets up to about Rhode Island, Connecticut, or Massachusetts. The thing is, the ground is saturated, soaked up there. So a lot of concern about trees coming down on top of power lines, not to mention up to 5 feet of storm surge here on the east end of these major populated states on an August weekend. I mean, it's a daunting problem to get the people to safety. And then it hangs around, so that's what's so unusual. Usually hurricanes speed through here. This one's going to hang around for a day or two. And here you see all the hurricanes since 1950. Hurricane Bob 30 years ago in 1991. That was the last one. Okay, we have one more storm. It's still going. Grace, it's forecast to intensify as it comes into Mexico overnight tonight, but it looks like it will come into a generally unpopulated part of the coast. Otherwise, tropics looking good for the 20th of August. Back to you guys.
The most populous city in America now in the bullseye for tropical storm impacts from Henri. The first time the National Weather Service in New York has had to issue this tropical alert in over a decade. Remember that? Irene was August of 2011. You might be asking yourself, hey, what about Sandy? Sandy was 2012. Well, you might remember Sandy was a post-tropical system by that time. So welcome back to Weather Underground, everybody. I'm meteorologist Jackie Jarris.
Hey, everyone. I'm Mike Bennis. We've got a lot to discuss here. And, knowing how many large cities now are in harm's way here, Jackie, how much rain is coming, how much storm surge is an issue, even winds, we want to give you every bit of information that we can about what's going on with this system, all right? So let's break it down for you, and including that kind of the stats that Jackie was referring to, right? The last time that we had tropical storm force winds was Irene back in 2011. Hurricane was Bob in 1991. So if we are to take a direct hit from a hurricane, to be the first one in 30 years, in essence. And by the way, the last time the National Weather Service in Boston issued a hurricane watch was a decade ago. So, Dr. Knapp, the return period here, if you will, is pretty infrequent, right? A decade plus in many of these instances. So we need a bit of a refresher course on what to do here and what's actually coming our way.
Yeah, and I really want to emphasize to the folks in the Northeast how important it is not to focus on exactly where the center is going to go. This is going to be a widening storm, even though it might weaken a little bit on approach, but still make it to New England as a hurricane. The winds and the water at the coast and inland are going to extend well beyond the center and well inland from the point of landfall. Now, let's talk about the storm itself. On the cusp of becoming a hurricane. In a little while, I'll show you what the various types of aircraft are doing out there. But clearly on the satellite, you can see the center of circulation with these low-level clouds is still on the northern side of the convection, but it is really bubbling. So this is poised to become a hurricane. And oh, by the way, with it this close to the east coast of the U.S., today is day number 1 of the high risk of rip currents and rough surf from Florida northward. Please be careful. The beaches only swim at guarded beaches. Might just want to stay out of the water while a hurricane is that close, even though the weather is good. Here's the trough, the cutoff low over the eastern U.S. that's pulling Henri to the north, and it's going to move northward over very warm waters tonight, tomorrow, and tomorrow night. It's not till Sunday when it reaches the cooler waters. Really got to be careful about how strong it could get. Could get stronger than forecast if it gets its act together overnight tonight and tomorrow night. And how strong it gets down here will have an effect on how strong it is when it gets to New England. But regardless, a Cat 1 hurricane or a tropical storm making landfall and then slowing down and becoming larger, that is all bad news. And we have till Sunday morning when the winds of tropical storm force and the heavy rains and the waves and the storm surge will be arriving. So, Jackie, tonight and tomorrow are prep time. You got to be in your safe place by tomorrow night.
Grace has become a very broad hurricane. Winds could reach 100 miles an hour before it hits Mexico. That's going to be tonight, so the impact is almost imminent for that part of Mexico. This is Henri, still a tropical storm, but forecast to become a hurricane. It would be the third hurricane so far this year, and it would be the first hurricane since 1991. Hurricane Bob to strike New England. It is forecast, as you can see from by the National Hurricane Center's cone of concern, anywhere from New York City to Boston. That's where it's expected to track through, and that would be again for this weekend with a 5-foot storm surge, plentiful rain, and of course the wind gusts that could cause big-time power outages there in the Northeast. So those systems are going to be quite impactful, but here it is remarkably quiet, and it will continue quiet into tomorrow, although we will see a better chance of rain starting on this Sunday. First Alert Doppler 6000 shows, well, what you know. It's been dry. It's been sunny. The showers and storms are out on the west coast of Florida as we continue under an area of dry air that you can see here between Henri to our northeast and Grace, hundreds of miles to our southwest. Now, Henri, again, forecast to be very strong and impactful for the Northeast this weekend, while locally we're going to see some changes by Sunday as we start to see a better chance of rain. But in the meantime, Saturday will look like this. Lots of sun and only a minimal chance of showers and thunderstorms. 79 tonight.
Now in the night team, we're tracking two strong systems in the tropics, one hitting Mexico, the other heading towards the northeast. We're going to be there live in less than 2 minutes.
But first, our weekend is looking free and clear across South Florida. Here's a look at downtown Miami on a beautiful Friday night. Chief Meteorologist Phil Farrow is here now. Phil?
All right, so let's talk about the tropics and these two systems. We have Grace, which should be making landfall over the next few hours. And then there's Tropical Storm Henri. That is aiming for New England, and that should arrive there sometime over the second half of the weekend. Take a look at Hurricane Grace, Category 2 system as of 8 p.m. tonight. 100-mile-per-hour winds. You can see all that rainfall already impacting the coast. It is moving west at 10 miles per hour. At that speed, it'll probably move onshore very late tonight or early tomorrow morning, and even stronger with 105-mile-an-hour winds. 6 to 12 to 18 inches of rain is possible. 4 to 6-foot storm surge just to the north, and 100-plus-mile-per-hour winds. And it's going to be a rough night for them. Meanwhile, Tropical Storm Henri on the verge of becoming a hurricane itself. By tomorrow, as it moves over the Gulf Stream current, it could become a Category 1 system and then be very close here, anywhere between New York and Massachusetts sometime on Sunday. Here's the close-up cone. The center could move onshore anywhere between New York and Dartmouth by Sunday afternoon with 75-mile-per-hour winds. Here are all the advisories in place. 3 to 6 to 10 inches of rain. That could lead to some flooding concerns. We have a hurricane watch, a hurricane warning, and look at this, 2 to 4 to 3 to 5-foot storm surge coming in anywhere between East Hampton and Nantucket. We will have more in our lovely forecast a little bit later on in weather.
En el tiempo empezamos con la peligrosa noticia de que Grace ha convertido en huracán categoría 3, vientos 120 millas por hora. Está a unas 75 millas de las costas de Veracruz, en lo que podría ser un impacto desastroso a través de México en esta segunda vez que toca tierra. Los vientos extremadamente fuertes con ráfagas superiores y se está moviendo al oeste a razón de 10 millas por hora. Acá está su paso. Las lluvias incluso alcanzarían la capital azteca y luego estaría moviéndose aún más hacia el interior, ya debilitado como una tormenta. Eventualmente se esperan incluso deslaves, además de la inundación cortesía de la marejada ciclónica. No es solamente a Grace la que estamos vigilando, tenemos a Henri, que es una tormenta tropical pronosticada a convertirse en huracán categoría 1 antes de tocar tierra ya para el domingo a través de Long Island. De hecho, toda esta zona bajo aviso de tormenta tropical y también de huracán. Se espera que azote todo el noreste del país con lluvias torrenciales y una marejada ciclónica que podría estar cerca de los 6 pies, con vientos que al tocar alcanzarían hasta 80 millas por hora. Nosotros tuvimos aire seco, es lo que vemos en este color naranja, pero toda esa región ya se ha alejado y estaremos entrando a un cambio, especialmente lo notaremos para el domingo. Todavía mañana será un día más bien de transición.
Good morning, everyone. It is Saturday at 5 o'clock. Welcome to Today on 5. I'm Tori Dunnan with WPTV First Alert meteorologist Steve Villanueva. Hi, Steve.
Well, good morning, Tori. Good morning, everyone. This morning we begin with the tropics. We have Tropical Storm Henri just to the east of South and North Carolina. The storm system still a tropical storm, winds of 70 miles an hour, but it is expected to become a Category 1 hurricane over the next 12 to 24 hours. Then after that, it's going to make a run up towards the tri-state area of New York City around Long Island, making landfall somewhere on the eastern side of Long Island. So here's the official track as we head into the next few days. You can see it does become a Category 1 hurricane, and then sometime Sunday, either Sunday morning around 8, 9 in the morning, in that general time frame, makes landfall on the eastern side of Long Island as a Category 1 hurricane. First hurricane for this area in 30 years. The storm system will then quickly move inland and then start to dissipate, and then eventually whatever's left over will make a sharp turn to the right and then push out towards the Canadian Maritimes. Now, in addition to that, we also have our first major hurricane of the year. We have Hurricane Grace, Category 3 hurricane, making landfall as we speak into parts of Mexico. They're going to see very heavy rainfall and lots of mudslides. This is a very mountainous region. So as the storm system moves inland, it will produce very heavy rainfall and then quickly dissipate as it works its way across Mexico.
Other crews are on standby, ready to clear debris, repair damage, and provide essential travel service. The governor urging citizens to prepare now, asking drivers to stay off bridges and consider alternate routes. If Henri makes landfall as a hurricane, it will be the first storm of its kind in 30 years to hit New England. It's expected to bring flooding, rainfall, and widespread power outages. Erica, hurricanes not just for the southeast, apparently New England getting a taste of it too.
Oh, absolutely. We're dealing with Tropical Storm Henri, but is forecast to become a hurricane later today. And we also have Hurricane Grace over portions of Mexico. We'll talk about both systems in a moment. Let's take a look at our local conditions. 82 degrees in Fort Lauderdale and in Hialeah, already 83 in Miami. Down into the Keys, temperatures are also warming quickly. 86 degrees right now in Big Coppet, 83 in Key West. As we head into the upper Keys, Key Largo already sitting at 85 degrees. Now, other than a few spotty showers to the south of the Keys, all is quiet here across the island chain. And the same goes for Miami-Dade and Broward County. Just a few showers here over our Atlantic waters. We still have a lot of dry air in place, and it's not really allowing for these showers to hold together and push through our area. So let's talk about the tropics, because there's plenty to talk about. We have Hurricane Grace. It's now a Category 1 hurricane. It made landfall, though, over eastern Mexico late last night as a Category 3, almost 4 hurricane with winds of 90 miles per hour. It's moving towards the west-southwest, and as it continues to move inland, we'll see weakening with Grace. And as we head into tomorrow, this system should be downgraded, and you can see still by later this afternoon winds of up to 65 miles per hour. But of course, all eyes on Henri, still a tropical storm with winds of 70 miles per hour. It's over warm waters right now of the Gulf Stream, so we are expecting some strengthening, and it could become a hurricane later today as it continues to move towards the northeast. And it's moving towards the northeast because this front just not allowing it to move any farther inland. But that front will begin to fizzle as we head into tomorrow, so the system will continue to move a little further towards the west as we head into Sunday, possibly making landfall somewhere along coastal portions of New York near Long Island, and then coastal areas of Connecticut. Maybe it's a Category 1 or a tropical storm, but still storm surge, hurricane conditions, and heavy rainfall causing flooding is possible and likely across portions of the Northeast. Eventually, another front will come and push Henri out back towards the east, but in the meantime, spreading all this rain and hurricane conditions across portions of the northeastern United States.
We got some weather there. Most of it is offshore. You can see wind, 5 to 10 miles per hour. So the weather today, even the Outer Banks, just fine. The hurricane Henri is now about 200 miles east of the Outer Banks and moving up the beaches a little bit. We got some scattered showers closing in on the Jersey Shore, but those really aren't significant and directly tied to Henri, so maybe some breezes with that, but the weather today in the Jersey Shore, really not all that bad. But look at what we've got here. This is Henri right now, and it's kind of like a weird shape, kind of oblong, like right in the north and south direction, and that's part of the wind shear. The jet stream is coming in like this and interacting with it and stretching it out in the north-south direction. But this is also setting us up for what the steering currents are doing today. There's really no other way for Henri to go than pretty much northward. Some version of it, but pretty much northward. If you were hoping that Henri was magically going to head out to sea, the blocking high to the east is not really going to allow that to happen. So let's have a look at some of the other options on the table now that are basically out of the sort of book from the GFS. Well, there's the Hurricane Center's official forecast in the white line. And then some surrounding that are other forecasts from the GFS model suggesting other viable landfalling locations. Now, again, these are tracks of the center. This is not meant to sort of give you an idea of the breadth of the impacts, but it's important to know where the center goes because everything else follows from that. So here we go. There's the center, latest forecast from NHC. Eastern Long Island, likely tomorrow afternoon. But again, there are some solutions here that suggest that this thing could make landfall farther to the east. That means you're going to want to tune back into the latest forecasts and watch the updates as the new data comes in, because we really still don't know for sure where that landfall is going to be, and that matters because along and to the east of that track is where the greatest water rises are going to be and likely the strongest winds as well. The most recent Hurricane Hunter pass from the Air Force did not find even 70-mile-per-hour winds on their track. They were moving through and found winds somewhere in the 65 to 70-mile-per-hour range and a pressure slightly underneath 993 millibars. But what they did find was very strong winds aloft at flight level, suggesting that perhaps some of the momentum from aloft could be carried down to the surface in some localized patches of hurricane-force winds, which is why Henri was upgraded to a hurricane. Either way, materially, it doesn't matter. Whether it's 70 or 75, the impacts are the same. This is behaving as we thought it would all along. Here's one important point. There is some opportunity for it to strengthen later on today as Henri moves northward over the warmest water of the Gulf Stream. Temperatures in the mid-80s of the water, and it's also very deep, so there's plenty of fuel for Henri to strengthen at least a little bit. Whether or not it takes that fuel, I don't know, but there is some option there. But as Henri closes in on final approach, let's say to southern Long Island or areas nearby, tomorrow, it will probably be weakening because of that cooler water, which rapidly declines through the 70s. And that is not really that supportive of a strong hurricane. So that's good news there. Last graphic I'm showing you is the timing. So here we can sort of track Henri moving into parts of the southern New England coast or coastal Long Island. Tomorrow by 5 a.m., we should start to see the winds pick up and the rain increase, and potentially the worst of all the weather comes just afternoon in the early afternoon with the onshore wind. The shores and the beaches that are facing the wind seeing the most significant water rises of several feet at least, and damaging wind and very heavy rain following, moving all the way into interior New England throughout Sunday and into Monday. This looks like it could be a long duration event with a lot of flooding rain becoming a big time problem for many of us in the Northeast.
Here's something I really want you to pay attention to. This is one of our high resolution models. Couple of things. One is that we see this bifurcation here where a lot of times the right front quadrant is the more dangerous part of the storm. And certainly there's going to be a terrific amount of wind on the right side, but on the left side we may find a lot more weather. And so it could very well be that to the left of the center is where we find the heaviest of rain coming in. That's one thing I want to point out. Another is that this is 8 o'clock in the morning on Sunday. We're going to go forward here 36 hours. So it's moving in Sunday morning, Sunday night, maybe drifting a little farther west. Monday morning has not moved much at all. Monday night, 36 hours later, it's just starting to come up into central parts of New England. So the duration of this thing is going to be huge. Regardless of what wind and surge impacts we see, we're going to be looking at a terrific amount of rainfall in areas where the ground is saturated, where you've got a lot of pavement in the tri-state area, and also where you've got a lot of terrain. This is the latest output from the European model, a little bit of a shift to the right there. But wherever this happens, it's going to be a huge deal. We could be talking about life-threatening, catastrophic rainfall in some parts of New England and the New York City metro area because the motion is so slow on this thing. Here's the visible satellite imagery. Once again, there you see the center of circulation, some drier air wrapping around the underside of it right there. But that's a really well-defined core. And so if it does manage to get into a more favorable environment, it certainly could get a lot more organized over the next several hours. Here you see the upper low right in there, and there you see the wind driving into the center of circulation. So that is the shear that has been causing this thing to be a little less well organized. Here's what we're talking about as far as tonight. It's got this remaining period of time, about the next 12 hours or so, over this very warm water, and then beyond that, it's going to be over cooler water. So again, if it's not as organized, maybe that means a little bit less in the way of wind and surge.
Well, the maximum sustained winds have stayed at 75 miles an hour, but it appears poised to strengthen. And we had an Air Force plane that was going to go in there. They weren't able to, had to turn back, but a NOAA plane is on the way. So in the next hour or two, we should have aircraft data to see if it is strengthening. And I'll show you what's going on the satellite, because if you look at the infrared imagery, it doesn't look all that impressive. But we'll zoom in and I'll show you why there is an inner core that looks like it might be poised to tighten up. So max winds at 75 and the pressure's 991 and northeast at 18 miles an hour. So it's moving quickly for now, which is going to shorten the window for the conditions to get to the coast tomorrow morning, but then it's going to slow down and hang around for a while. So that's a bad combination. We'd like more time to prepare and less time for the storm to hang out over us, right? Now, here's the NOAA Hurricane Hunter plane. Took off from Lakeland a little while ago, and they're headed off the coast of the Carolinas. Should be into the storm in the next hour and a half or so. And we'll get data from inside there because we haven't had aircraft data in there for a little while. So the satellite estimates are still right at 75 miles an hour. Now, this forecast is valid 2 a.m. Sunday, and that is stronger because it has several more hours over warm water before it crosses over the north wall of the Gulf Stream. So it could get stronger, maybe even a little stronger than what you see here. But bottom line is it'll have an up and then a down because it'll weaken over cooler waters, and the forecast is for it to be very near that hurricane tropical storm threshold. Either way, not much difference between a 70-mile-an-hour storm and a 75-mile-an-hour hurricane, and there's still the very slow motion. It takes a couple of days to get out of New England. So once it starts, it'll last for a while. No changes to the tropical storm and hurricane warnings, and no change to the expected timing of the arrival of winds of tropical storm force. So the center of circulation might be crossing the coast around, Sunday afternoon, but the winds will get there sooner. Don't wait for landfall to have your plan to get ready. You got to go to bed tonight in your safe spot, because when you wake up tomorrow morning, the rain will start and the strong winds will start. No change to the storm surge warnings. It goes all the way from over LaGuardia Airport all the way out to the southern shores of Cape Cod, and the values are still the same, 3 to 5 feet above normally dry ground out to the east there. Here's that trough that is pulling Henri northward. That's why it's accelerating right now, but it's going to get caught in that trough, and a big ridge is going to stop its forward motion after it makes landfall. So if you look at the visible imagery, it looks a little healthier than it did on the infrared, doesn't it? Let's zoom in on that in a second. There's the north wall of the Gulf Stream, and the storm is down here. So it's got a while yet over those warm waters. So the next several hours will be key to see how strong it gets. The stronger it is here, the stronger it could be after it does a little bit of weakening. And zooming in on the visible imagery, there's a bit of an eye that has occasionally been showing up because we've got a bit of eye wall convection in here, and the center circulation is up in there, but it does have some dry air. So it's been struggling a bit, but it does look like it has a chance to strengthen. There's that time over the warm waters and the opportunity to strengthen. But Mike, once it gets here, it's going to be a category slow.
Dr. Knapp, I want to ask you specifically about, the possibility of a landfall location. Looks more and more likely far eastern Long Island at this point. So now I feel like the concern really ramps up for places like coastal Connecticut, certainly Long Island, but coastal Connecticut, and now Rhode Island as well, coastal Massachusetts, for pretty strong storm surge here.
Yes, and it's important to emphasize that storm surge in a landfall location on eastern Long Island, for example, that storm surge can extend both to the east and to the west of the center, because as it's moving in from the south on the north side, the winds will push the storm surge into Long Island Sound. And on the right-hand side, you'll have that push into the southeastern part of Massachusetts with a lot of wave action there, too. So, Mike, I don't want anybody to think that one side of the track or the other eliminates any of the hazards.
A quiet night continues here in South Florida. No rain expected overnight. Right now, temperatures still very warm, 85 degrees. Still feeling like temperatures in the 90s across the region. Here's what we'll wake up to Sunday morning. 80 degrees in Boca, 80 West Palm Beach, 79 in Wellington, and slightly cooler by the lake, mid-70s there. Vero Beach, also 76 degrees. Quiet on the radar, everything staying on the west side of the state. And that's been the pattern we've been in with high pressure and control, and that pattern will continue. But the big talker tonight, of course, Hurricane Henri. And there you can see the eye right there. It's about 25 nautical miles wide. And this rain is not even really totally associated with Henri. It's already raining across portions of New York, and this area is already saturated. They've had a very wet July. Add to it all the rains they just got from Fred, and now here comes Henri. So flooding, storm surge, all of these things, big issues in the next 24 hours. It's moving very quickly to the north at 21 miles per hour. Now it's just about to hit the north edge of the Gulf Stream, and so then it will lose its heat source, but it's still likely to make landfall as a hurricane, Category 1 hurricane, or perhaps a very, very strong tropical storm, but the impacts will be virtually the same. The official forecast track does show it a Cat 1 as it moves across eastern Long Island into southern Connecticut and Rhode Island, and still staying at Cat 1 until a little bit later. Then it turns to a tropical storm, then a remnant low, then eventually out into the sea. But lots of watches and warnings up tonight. Millions of people under watches and warnings across the Northeast. The areas in red, that's the hurricane warning. In blue, that's the tropical storm warning, which does include New York City. And the storm surge could be very troublesome, anywhere from about 2 to 5 feet. Anywhere is shaded in red, and those areas will likely be the hardest hit.
Chris, I think it gets worse, or we see more flooding come in before it gets better.
Yeah, we know we're going to get more rain, so that means more flooding likely there, especially around New York City. Thank you for trusting the Weather Channel as we break down what is coming with Henri and how soon it will arrive, likely sooner than you may think.
Yeah, if it stays on its current track, we're going to continue to track. 5 a.m. advisory will be the next one. We just did get the 2 o'clock advisory, and not too many changes, which also includes that forward motion at 21 miles per hour. So we'll continue around the clock coverage as we watch impacts from this storm potentially being felt for days.
People in Montauk, New York, Saturday prepping for the storm. Big pile of sand for the sandbags. You're also looking live at Fire Island, New York. If you look closely, I thought that was a raindrop. Those are bugs. I don't know. Does that look like rain? That does look like rain.
Looks like snow.
I don't know. It looks like we're starting to get a few sprinkles. It's not long, though, before the rain pushes in, and boy, is it going to be raining hard here. A lot of the rain right now has been east of there or west of there into New York City. And remember, we've got hurricane warnings in effect for much of Long Island into southern New England, right?
All right, Henri currently a 75-mile-per-hour storm. This is the latest, the 2 a.m. advisory from the Hurricane Center. Still moving north at 21 miles per hour, and it's starting to get dangerously close to the New England coastline here. At that speed, if it maintains that speed, that's late morning on Sunday. So some may be waking up and thinking, well, maybe it was supposed to be a little bit later. So that's why we want you to stay right here and stay tuned. The pressure is down 2 millibars, but as I had said, still the center at 135 miles south-southeast of Montauk Point out here right now, and continue to move on off toward the north and northeast. For now, surge warnings and tropical storm warnings and hurricane warnings stay in place. Most of Suffolk County, if not all of it, under the hurricane warning now. We're getting within a 12-hour time frame, most likely. We've seen potentially hurricane conditions, even on out toward Newport in Rhode Island. The red tropical storm warnings. All right, that does include parts of southeastern New York and down into the 5 boroughs of New York City. In and around New York, expecting tropical storm winds, maybe in gusts. We'll have to see, especially with some of those squalls that come on through, if you like to call them that. And here's the center. All right, it does actually look on the satellite picture a little bit more symmetrical or organized is what I would say. But look at this area of thunderstorms kind of get pulled away from the center from that trough and that upper level low to the west. That's what caused that rain in around New York City, and that flooding rain, and more baby on the way here. So although, as we have said and Chris has mentioned, the center's forecast to go in that direction, there will be impacts not only around New York City and Long Island and Jersey, but also to the north in the coming days. So we'll have to watch out for the heavy rain threat to continue here as we go on through Sunday and potentially into Monday morning when it's a weaker system, 35-mile-per-hour area of low pressure, but still Sunday evening, a tropical storm. Storm surge warnings stay in place for now. Coastal Connecticut and Rhode Island and through Massachusetts. And again, kind of splitting Long Island in half. So the eastern part of Suffolk County, that is where the warnings for storm surge are. Storm surge watch is further west. So the greatest surge is probably going to be in this area over here. Chris?
All right, I want to take you out to Buzzards Bay this evening, or late this night, maybe early this morning. 72 degrees. We're about to see some showers push in. These are some of the outermost bands, and they're starting to bring in some light showers. Probably a brief gusty wind up to 30 miles per hour can be expected. Very quick. This isn't going to be the heaviest stuff, but we're not far away from worsening conditions. Storm surge warning, tropical storm warning, and storm surge is the leading killer associated with tropical storms and hurricanes. Hopefully you knew that, and that's why the coastal areas are so vulnerable. But these can travel up the rivers, creeks, and waterways that eventually empty into some of these bodies of water. Take a look at the radar. You can really see now the definition of the center of Henri, and this band of storms, especially there on that northwest side of the center. We've got the eye wall area that's, or at least it's trying to form an eye wall, not very well defined at this moment, but that outer band, especially with that shield of rain, is only about 70 miles away from Long Island, less than that for Block Island, and only about 50 miles or less from Martha's Vineyard and Nantucket. So this is quickly going to be pushing in probably in the next couple of hours, and that's where we're going to see those tropical storm force winds. But then look at what's happened here over New York City, but especially now into New Jersey. Very concerning bands of rain right around Atlantic City and just to your north, central parts of the Jersey Shore. Wow, we've got a stalled out downpour, and it is not moving at all. In fact, it's only being enhanced. Now, these are some of the outer bands all associated with Henri. It's a little bit asymmetrical than what you're typically used to when it comes to tropical systems, but this is what has caused serious flooding here in New York City. It looks like the worst of the rain now is pushed off towards your west, towards Staten Island, and then working in towards Springfield and Edison, New Jersey. Considerable threat, though. We've seen some serious issues there in Manhattan. There's a look at the timing. Those outer bands getting in before sunrise, and then the worst of the storm of Hurricane Henri moving into eastern Long Island and southern New England by late morning and early afternoon. Now, storm surge and tropical storm warnings are up for parts of Connecticut. Henri from the radar. Very interesting shape, right? You've got your hurricane right here, but look at how far west these outer bands go, and that's what's causing serious flooding here in central New Jersey. Notice the outer bands too now getting into southern Massachusetts. We've seen it in Nantucket and Cape, parts of Martha's Vineyard. This now getting into southern Rhode Island, Block Island, you're next, and eventually that's going to work into eastern parts of Long Island. We can zoom in a little bit more closely. This band right here gusting over 30 miles per hour. That's headed for New Bedford, areas here around Buzzards Bay. We've seen some very gusty winds around Nantucket. In fact, the tower cam showing you that. And then this all working on shore over the next hour. So we'll monitor that situation as wind starts to pick up from there. Meanwhile, it's flash flooding here. Very considerable risk here for flash flooding as that band has just been parked over central New Jersey all night long now. And heavy rain getting into Philadelphia. Wouldn't be surprised for some flash flood warnings to be picked up as we head into the morning hours. And you can see radar indicated flash flood warnings here for Ocean and Monmouth counties. That includes Toms River and areas just to the south, just north of Little Egg Harbor, where totals are approaching concerning levels now, especially with the heavy rain ongoing and how much we've already seen. In some cases, we've had over 6 to 8 inches of rainfall just in the last 6 hours. And we'll continue to track the winds. Latest gusts over 30 miles per hour at both Nantucket and some of the buoys offshore. Be sure to stay with the Weather Channel and download our app on your TV.
Tracking the tropics, time is 5:08, and right now we do have Hurricane Henri on the way towards the northeast parts of New York and New England. We're talking about the rain bands moving on shore around this area. So basically, the center of circulation will be making landfall later this afternoon and into the evening hours as a Category 1 hurricane, and then eventually it will weaken to a tropical storm system later tonight and into the overnight hours. The latest forecast track takes it towards the east and into the northeast. Meanwhile, we do have a tropical wave over the Atlantic Ocean tracking northwest at 10 miles per hour. Very low, low development, just a 10% chance, and it will be tracking northwest around this area, so it will be out to sea. It will likely be a fish storm.
Because once the system moves its way onshore and loses quite a bit of its strength, it will drop in intensity. It's still going to be a tremendous threat in the sense that we could have some tornadic activity. The additional rainfall that Kelly, of course, caused flooding, and flooding could be our story, our big story when all is said and done with Henri. Let's send it back to you.
Yeah. And Reynolds, you're right on that eastern side of Henri as it comes in. So already we've got that onshore flow pushing into Newport and Block Island, Rhode Island, also around the Cape here. This is the center of Henri. And I know a lot of us focus on when's the landfall of that center going to be, but in all technical terms, we're talking about Henri's arrival already with the rainfall bands that we are currently seeing, especially over New Jersey. On the west side of New York City, we're seeing all kinds of flash flooding going on, some water rescues happening as well. And that's where the winds are fairly light, but it is just unloading in rainfall. Here's a look at Montauk on the east end of Long Island. That's where Stephanie Abrams will be joining us from. That north wind gusting over 20. We could actually see some storm surge flooding on the north side of Long Island, actually, with that northerly wind on the west side of our storm. So that water is going to be pushing onshore in places like Northport, East Northport, Long Island. So here's a look at Montauk. You've got the sustained winds around 15. Martha's Vineyard, though, we are sustained over 20 and gusting close to 40 miles per hour. Keeping an eye on Nantucket with those wind gusts of 35 miles per hour. The power will be going out in a lot of these locations because the wind will be increasing. We're going to have the flooding going on at the same time. And of course, landfall, well, it matters, especially, where it comes on shore. Could be the east end of Long Island sooner rather than later. And if it doesn't touch Long Island in terms of landfall, it's going to be a little bit later in the afternoon for that landfall to occur across southern New England. All right, so we do have the flash flood warnings in effect still from Middlesex and Monmouth counties. That's in New Jersey. Radar indicating a couple of inches already have fallen within that rain band. Even New York City itself picked up 4.5 inches just yesterday at Central Park. The airports out on Long Island, too, we picked up anywhere from 1 to 2 inches of rain. So Burlington, Mercer, Monmouth counties, you've got flash flood warnings that are going until at least 8 o'clock. Could be extended, though. And you can see some of the reports we're getting from the National Weather Service. Railroad Avenue underwater at Jamesburg. Again, that's in New Jersey. East Windsor Township, flooding and road closures. Speaking of road closures, we had that reported even in the Battery Tunnel overnight last night. So we've got issues already before Henri even makes that official landfall, either on the east end of Long Island or southern New England. Widespread power outages are expected here across New England, also Long Island as well. So Jordan, this power situation, it could last a while because you're talking about a lot of people being impacted here.
Meteorologist Allison Chinchar in the Weather Center for us. What is the latest that you've heard, Allison?
Right, so good morning. The latest is we're now starting to get reports of tropical storm strength wind gusts already over areas of Block Island, which is Rhode Island. That's the one just to the east of Long Island, for those that aren't familiar. But again, very heavy rain has also been coming in from areas like Philadelphia, portions of New Jersey, New York as well, and just now starting to see those bands begin to push even farther north. Again, here's a look at the radar. Look at this heavy rain, really, for areas of New Jersey and eastern Pennsylvania. Some other rain bands starting to push in across Massachusetts, Rhode Island, Connecticut, even Long Island. And this is going to be the case as we go through the rest of the day. Now, several inches has already fallen across portions of New Jersey. And look, these bands just are not moving. This is the stuff we talked about, where these areas are just going to get inundated with very heavy rain band after rain band after rain band. Some of the lighter bands are off to the north. Now, this is the stuff we're starting to see into Newport, the Hamptons, and eventually in towards Providence as well as Hartford. That's why you have flash flood watches here in green, and even the flash flood warning across areas of New Jersey in anticipation of additional rainfall coming in. Now, some of these areas, they've already seen plenty of rain. Even if it were to stop now, the problem is it isn't. Brooklyn, New York's already picked up over 6 inches of rain. Prospect Park, New York, over 5 inches. Even Central Park picking up just about 4.5 inches of rain. And those numbers are expected to rise as more of that rain continues to come in as the storm pushes inland. One thing to note, yes, obviously you're going to get heavy rain on the coast, but even inland areas, upstate New York, Vermont, New Hampshire, likely to still get several inches of rain out of this also. Winds, we already talked about some of those wind gusts reaching tropical storm strength around Block Island, but look at this as the forecast shows. Again, other areas, 50, 60, 70 mile per hour wind gusts not out of the question as we go through the day today. The concern there, Boris and Christy, is again, just a 40 to 60 mile per hour wind gust is enough to bring down trees and power lines when the ground is saturated. And it's not just the rain they got today. Remember, a lot of the Northeast got very heavy rain last week from the remnants of Fred.
Yeah, some of those areas are going to be saturated, and that could lead to a lot of headaches for crews and especially rescue workers that may have to go out there into the field. Allison Chinchar, thank you so much.
We have had the rain falling throughout the morning here in Montauk. It's been a pretty steady light rain that's been coming down, and the waves have been 9-10 feet crashing and the water rushing up right to where I am here along the dunes. High tide is at 9:18. So we are getting closer and closer to high tide. Now Tropical Storm Henri making its way towards the coast. And it's not just Henri. This is a very unique system. And I was teasing that on my Instagram. I said, come to the Weather Channel so we can talk about how unique this is. Usually you just have a tropical storm or a hurricane and it comes ashore, like we had Fred last weekend, right? But this is a tropical storm with an upper level low pressure. Why is that important? That is important because the upper level low, where it's situated in combination with Henri, is actually going to help rain out Henri a lot more on the west side. It's more energy, it's more oomph in the atmosphere. And so that's why the west side of Henri is going to see more rain, because that rain is going to be sandwiched in between our upper level low that is over the Appalachians and Henri, which obviously is here just off to my southeast by about 34 miles. That's center of location. So this thing's cranking northbound, moving at 18 miles an hour. Where's the worst weather? You see that eye, that clear area in the center? That is where you have very good weather. It's right around that. It's called the eye wall. That's where you have the worst weather. And where that comes ashore, you will have the biggest gust of wind. Now, we've already seen winds in Block Island gusting to 49, Narragansett gusting to 52 miles an hour. And that rain, again, notice how majority of that rain is on the west side of this system. Already flash flood warnings in New Jersey because of this squeeze and this combination of our two systems. Now, Henri was just downgraded recently to a tropical storm. It was a hurricane this morning, but the ocean temperature behind me, it's about 73 degrees, so that is not good for the storm. It's good for us. And also, Reynolds, doing this dance with the upper level system is also wreaking havoc on the storm.
Just how clear it'll be to see the moon and other conditions today, Erica?
Yeah, unfortunately, where it looks like Saharan dust has moved in, so tonight will be a little on the hazy side. And if you were leaving your house early this morning, still looking at the moon, you noticed the haze over the area. Otherwise, though, not too bad of a start, and it was a beautiful day yesterday, and it's already a warm and humid start. 85 currently in Miami, 84 in Fort Lauderdale, 81 degrees in Key West. Storm tracker looking a bit more active this morning than it did yesterday, noticing the showers and thunderstorms that have pushed not only across portions of Miami-Dade and Broward County, but also across portions of the lower Keys. We'll see a little more in the way of moisture today, not a complete washout. A quick check on your forecast. Temperatures lower 90s with a few scattered showers through the first half of the day and then slowly improving. Now, a quick check on the tropics. The big story is Henri. Now we're getting updates every hour, and this is the latest one now as of 8 o'clock. Downgraded to a tropical storm as of 7 a.m., but still a strong one at that, with 70-mile-per-hour winds. It's moving towards the north-northwest, and it is expected to make landfall somewhere across southern portions of New England at some point early this afternoon. And then it is expected to slow down, eventually making that turn with that front pushing it offshore once again. Either way, we're expecting storm surge, tropical storm force conditions, and also heavy rain across much of the Northeast. Closer look at your forecast is coming right up.
Well, Henri, weakening into a tropical storm just as it's about to make landfall in New England.
Now, millions are in the storm's path, and forecasters say it could hang around for a while. Reporter Lauren Blanchard is on the coast of Connecticut in Old Saybrook with more.
Here in Connecticut, the governor is urging residents to shelter in place as the weather starts to deteriorate and Henri comes ashore. An unwelcome visitor on one of the last weekends of summer, Henri barreled toward the Long Island coast, clearing out most of the beaches. While a few stayed, some family vacations were cut short.
I want to be safe with the kids, so we had to pack everything up. We got our luggage, and we're going home.
A huge stretch of coastline is in Henri's sights, but so are several major Northeast cities, and that has officials worried.
We're concerned about storm surges, particularly in parts of the Bronx and northern Queens.
Forecasters say the storm could stall, leading to widespread flooding and power outages. Some estimates in Massachusetts show between 100 and 300,000 residents could be without power, prompting the governor to activate the National Guard.
And they'll be ready to assist with high water rescue, debris clearing, and public safety support should it be necessary.
It's not often that a hurricane hits these parts. In 2012, Superstorm Sandy did more than $60 billion in damage. And in 1991, Hurricane Bob's winds topped 100 miles an hour. But some remember storms from even further back and hope history doesn't repeat itself.
Could be disastrous like the 1938. Hopefully not.
Later this afternoon, President Biden is expected to give an update on the federal government's response to the storm. In Old Saybrook, Connecticut, Lauren Blanchard, Fox News.
Welcome back to Weekend Recharge and the latest on Henri. Here are the headlines and what we know right now. FEMA pre-positions 700 team members, meals, tarps, and generators in the Northeast. New York's calling up 500 National Guard troops to deal with flooding. Connecticut is banning all empty tractor trailers, tandem tractor trailers, and motorcycles from I-95. FlightWare reports cancellations have now topped 1,000 at the nation's airports. So these are very significant impacts that unfortunately are complicating our travel and our daily lives on this Sunday. But, you know, the good news is that certainly aspects of Henri are manageable. The wind, which perhaps a few days ago we thought might have been a bit of a problem. Now, yeah, we're seeing some trees down. But overall, when you look at the observations, guys, this is not going to be as bad a wind threat as we thought. Generally speaking, I think we're going to see wind gusts of 40 to 50, perhaps gusting up to 60 in some spots, but many locations won't see that kind of wind. Block Island has been the big winner in terms of wind, with wind gusts reported at 55 earlier and some reports of near 60 in the region. The worst of all the weather is right in here, what's left over of the eye wall of this weakening tropical storm now, thankfully, but it is moving in that direction toward the northwest. So if you live in southwestern Rhode Island or southeastern Connecticut, be prepared for this batch of very heavy rain and wind gusts perhaps over 50 miles per hour, maybe even knocking down some trees, which is exactly what we've seen so far, Alex, across parts of Rhode Island. Each one of these is a storm report, Steph, where we've seen down trees. That is going to be the big threat here with the wind and, of course, the power outages that come with it.
Guys, we're right on Ocean Road here, on top of the Coast Guard House restaurant. You can see the Atlantic is not happy right now, okay? Because Henri came and stirred it up like crazy. We've seen some of the waves offshore, 19.4 feet, and we've certainly gotten some pretty gusty winds here, about 9,000 without power across the state of Rhode Island here. I don't know the current situation in Narragansett itself, but we can show you, obviously, just how agitated this ocean is. All right, so Steph mentioned where you are. I'm on the downwind side of the building. I'm going to walk out on the other side. Whole different animal out here. As a matter of fact, my producer has to hold my cameraman. I've got an anemometer. I'm going to hold it up, get to the gust. Last time I came out here before our shot, 64 miles an hour. 64 miles an hour coming. Oh, that's a good one right there. 40, 44, 47, 48. So it's calmed a little bit, plus the wind direction is changing. of steady in the 40s here in terms of the wind, and that's what we're looking at. Not surprising, but our max gust has been 64 miles an hour. Thank you, Tom Lee, for getting that Kestrel, because my other one had been croaked due to so many times in the storm. But this road is essentially blocked to traffic, and you can certainly see why. Occasionally the splash up coming up over the top of that road. Just to be safe, the good news is we are past high tide, but the fact that we're still on shore means this water is going to stay up for a while. Once we get in step situation and get our winds offshore, which may be later on this afternoon, possibly toward low tide, then that's going to be good for us, because that's going to push the water offshore and through here. Again, we've had mass gusts at 64 miles an hour too, 68 actually on Block Island. They've had some damage there. They've had trees down, a large tree actually across the road in New Bedford, Massachusetts. So there's a lot of wind with this. And remember, even reduced wind over the inland areas, especially with as wet as it is going to cause more power outages and more trees to come down. So the problem with that, you're going to be hot and humid for a good part of the week. Even once this storm clears out, expect it to be very, very warm and very, very humid. So, Steph, I'm going to throw it back to you in Montauk, but you can see the situation here in Narragansett. Hopefully we'll get near the center and see those winds calm down here in a little bit. Over to you.
Jim, thank you very much. With technical issues with Steph's location, but you know what? That's what happened when you have a landfalling tropical storm, as we do. Shortly, we will have landfall as Henri continues to bring a lot of rain and a lot of wind into New England. Stay tuned. We'll be right back with all the live coverage and the details on Henri.
Welcome back into our continuing coverage of Henri. I'm meteorologist Felicia Combs coming to you from New London, Connecticut, where we are under a storm surge warning, a tropical storm warning, and a flash flood warning as of right now that will be expiring in just a few at 12:45. And then a storm surge warning that really is where we're going to be looking at that overnight tonight, with that possibility for the storm surge building in. Now, we've seen more, or a little bit more than 2.5 inches of rain since just 6 a.m. this morning in New London. We've had winds gusting upwards around 46 miles an hour, so we've certainly been in those tropical storm conditions. The rain is still coming down now. And as we continue to move through your Sunday, power outages, we're at about just over 21,000 in the state of Connecticut at this point with Eversource. Power outages are going to continue to climb. Oh, okay. And I'm just hearing in my ear that Henri has officially made landfall in Rhode Island. Do we know where in Rhode Island? Okay, well, Henri officially making landfall in Rhode Island. So we do have that landfall in Rhode Island near Westerly. So obviously that is to the west of where we are here in Connecticut. So we do have an official landfall with Henri. But you guys, that's not the point here. Just because the storm has made landfall, that doesn't mean it's done. We're going to be stuck in this for the rest of your Sunday. And in fact, I think for places like New London, it's actually going to get worse in terms of the threat for storm surge and power outages as we head into the later part of the day. So right now, you may notice where I'm at this marina. We've been having winds with a northerly component. So we're on the Thames River. We were talking to Owen Wheeler, the assistant manager of this marina here at Thames Port Marina, and he was saying that some of these docks earlier were actually underwater. Now, eventually, this wind is going to switch around and have a more southerly component to it. So right now, the wind is all getting pushed out of the Thames River, out toward the Long Island Sound, which is south of us to about a mile. But once those winds switch around to more of a southerly direction, you're switching a persistent wind direction on the trees. So you could see some more trees falling. The grounds are completely saturated. And the most important thing here, once those winds switch around here in New London, in Groton, which is just across the Thames River from us, is the storm surge component. We have high tide around 10 o'clock tonight, and then with that wind coming in from a southerly direction, that is going to increase that storm threat into early Monday morning.
We're tracking Tropical Storm Henri as it has officially made landfall in New England on this Sunday, August 22nd, 2021. Here's some footage earlier today from Oak Bluffs, Massachusetts, and the imagery showing the powerful winds at the shoreline, taking some of that water and just spraying it across the road, as a couple of cars find some dry spots in the road at that time to drive through and get across. Once again, if you're just joining us, Tropical Storm Henri making landfall about noon local time in Rhode Island. Here to talk about that is the director of the Hurricane Center, Ken Graham. And Ken, now that the storm's inland, what are we looking at for some of those threats?
Yeah, we've made landfall about 12:15 Eastern this afternoon, and making landfall doesn't mean the threat has diminished. We're still looking at so much in the way of rainfall. Just look at the rainfall associated with the center. This is the center right here, and our forecast has it moving across Connecticut and then slowly turning back off to the east. So that slow movement with time, we're seeing the slowdown. That can compound some of the issues associated with the rainfall, not just around the center, but we see some of these rain bands near Long Island, just south of New York City, and even back into areas of Pennsylvania, even as far as Delaware, we've seen some of these tropical rains. So the threat continues, and even with some of those winds on top of that, the saturated soil, you could still see some trees down and some power lines down as well.
So this storm is still moving, now moving in more of a north-northwesterly direction. Where does that put the focus of the highest storm surge for the rest of the day today?
Yeah, the highest storm surge, we're looking at some of these values we've been looking at with the gauges, seeing several feet in some areas. We did lower some of these forecasts down to 2 to 4 feet of storm surge, including Long Island. So as we made landfall and you start seeing the center move across Connecticut, you're going to start seeing the wind shift out of the northwest with time. So some of that water that blew into Long Island Sound, you could see some of that shift to the south shore. So some areas that saw their peak levels already this morning could see some of those levels increase even overnight. So you still got to watch that, especially as they fluctuate with the tides. But I think really that's what your storm surge is here. I think the real threat's going to be this rainfall. I think we really got to keep an eye on this rainfall tonight. Tough to tell where some of those outer bands are going to set up, but as the storm slows down, some of those bands start to bring some of those tropical rains over the same area over and over, and that's why we have this moderate risk of flash flooding. New York City, Long Island, Hartford, Albany, Poughkeepsie, any one of these areas could see some flash flooding.
All right, thanks so much. It is very important, even though I know you yourself say not just a tropical storm, and watch those impacts until they're done. Ken Graham, director of the Hurricane Center, appreciate your time. And all of the team members, meteorologists, the staff there at the Hurricane Center in Miami.
It's really about the rain as we move forward. So here, I'm going to start out with the landfall. So we had landfall at 12:15, westerly Rhode Island. It was a 60-mile-per-hour tropical storm. A little bit of good news is that the cool waters of the North Atlantic really did a number on weakening the peak winds, but still a lot of rain and some surge impacts. Now, what's interesting is we go back a month ago, look at where Elsa hit. The same town, the center of the storm passed over westerly Rhode Island twice in just a matter of over a month, and both at the same time of 12:15. Remarkable to see such a coincidence. So here's the 5 p.m. advisory. 40-mile-per-hour tropical storm. Winds are coming down. But the thing, as I mentioned, is the rain. And away from the center of the storm, the worst of the weather's down here in New York and New Jersey. Look at all that really heavy, persistent rainfall. In fact, New York City has seen over a month's worth of rain in the past 24 hours, up to 6 inches. A 1-in-1,000-year flood event in Concordia, New Jersey. They had over 14 inches of rain. Here's the forecast as it's a slow slog over the next couple of days through the Northeast, weakening to a depression by tonight and then into a remnant low by Tuesday, and then producing a lot of rain as it goes through Massachusetts, New Hampshire, Vermont, and Maine. Elsewhere, the tropics are really fairly quiet. There is a disturbance this way on the other side of the Atlantic. Not likely to form. It's got all the dusty, dry air around it, so things are settling down in wake of Henri. Okay, guys, back to you.
So we've got all that rain on saturated ground, and some totals there in North Jersey have been over 6, 7, 8 inches. I want to show you what we dealt with. I was driving from Cape Cod today here to Newburgh. It's about 4.5 hours without stops, and pulled off here in Vernon, Connecticut. And look at the heavy rain and gusty winds. Winds gusting about 30, 35 miles an hour. Power knocked out in Connecticut. Saw several thousand customers there in that Vernon area. And then here in New York, our customers about 6,000. But then I came across this accident. In fact, I was driving down 84 when this gentleman hydroplane driving too fast with all the ponding on the highway and then flipped and slid off the roadway. Fortunately, nobody else was involved in the accident, and a very happy ending. The young gentleman was able to get out of the car after they broke the window and without a scratch. But it could have been a lot worse. But a good idea is to slow down when it's raining this hard. And in fact, at times, Dr. Nab, when I was driving on 84 through Connecticut, Connecticut, you couldn't really do more than 35 or 40 miles an hour because it was like driving through a car wash. And we're going to see more of that heavy rain tonight into tomorrow in these areas from North Jersey and the Poconos, and then it will pivot back towards Hartford. We'll see how much more rain they get, but again, that flood watch there until 8 tomorrow night.
Yeah, and Mike, I'm most concerned about northern Jersey, where we've got the flash flood warnings. We're getting reports of water-covered roads, some structures taking on water, and it's probably going to rain there all night long. That's what a tropical depression can do when one of the numbers in the advisory is really small. The forward motion, the forward speed, it's barely moving, and it's going to slow down even more as it inches westward and maybe just hangs out near the border between New York and Massachusetts and Connecticut. Just not going to move much overnight tonight, and by this time tomorrow, maybe just a little farther north compared to where it is now. So it's not about the wind, it's about the water. And this is where likely flash flooding is going to occur. And I would say the western half of this, especially eastern PA and northern New Jersey, of greatest concern. So here's where Henri is. And the reason the western side is the moisture-loaded side is because the upper level low that brought it north, that it's kind of merging with now, it's bringing some dry air in, and the eastern side getting kind of dried out. But then you got upward motion that's lifting the air and causing the heavy rain on the western side. Over the last 24 hours in New York City, northern parts of New Jersey have gotten the most rainfall overall, and that's where the flash flood warnings are in effect. But we do have a new flood advisory on the western side of all this. I want to tell you where things are starting to get a little worse. Stroudsburg out to Penn Forest, up to Barrett, flood advisory till 2 a.m. And if this continues, it could be upgraded to a flash flood warning. After dark, really, really dangerous to be out on the roads when the low spots could be covered in water. And then Newton, Mount Olive, under the flash flood warning until 11:45, and then West Milford over to White Plains down to Patterson. Northern parts of New York City under that warning, but that's not really the business end of this flash flood warning. Look at the bullseyes we've had up near West Milford and White Plains, and we continue to get very concerning reports in West Milford especially, with water-covered roads, and in this one particular case, a home taking on water coming through the windows and the doors. And then farther to the east, look at what's happening between Patterson and New York City. Washington Township, a tree down on the Garden State Parkway, blocking one lane, and in Butler, trees down across Hamburg Turnpike. So, Mike, it isn't taking really strong winds to knock down trees with the soil so moist.
More than 40 million people are under flash flood watches tonight as tropical depression Henri continues to barrel over the Northeast, bringing record-breaking rain to some parts of New England. And here at home, we're in for a hot and dry start to the work week. Severe weather expert Mike Lyons has the latest on Henri and when we'll see the rain return. Mike?
All right, Jada, let's begin with what's left of Henri. Downgraded to a tropical depression, hurricane center, they've written the last advisory. The center of the storm is here, where there are no clouds at the moment. That's near Hartford. The heaviest rain now in eastern Pennsylvania as Henri has almost completely fallen apart. Winds right now about 30. It's moving west-northwest at 8. What's left of the system will kind of meander across New England for the next 24 to 36 hours, move out into the Atlantic once again. And again, what's left of it may come close to parts of Halifax, Nova Scotia as we head down the road. Meanwhile, here's some of the gusty winds that we saw from the storm. No hurricane force wind gusts, but pretty close, as you can see, in parts of Rhode Island.
Highs reaching the low 90s, feeling like the triple digits. All right, let's go to the latest on tropical depression Henri. So the system made landfall, wreaking havoc across the Northeast. Flash flooding concerns, not just across the Northeast, but all weekend, starting all the way from parts of the Carolinas, Tennessee, all the way towards the Northeast. So now we have the remnant moisture of Henri with winds of 30 miles per hour, moving west-northwest at 8 miles per hour. The system's expected to push offshore, but boy, it brought a lot of rain. Central Park received over 5 inches of rain. New Jersey, 4 to 6 inches. This is just some radar estimates over the last 48 hours. More rain has fallen since then, and more rain's expected across parts of the Northeast today. More details on your back-to-school forecast coming up.
All right, thank you, Chrissy. We are getting a look at the damage left behind by Tropical Storm Henri in the Northeast. The storm made landfall Sunday along the coast of Rhode Island. It churned through the region with storm surge that flooded streets and strong winds that knocked out power to more than 100,000 customers at its peak. We're also watching another disturbance out in the Atlantic.
Chief Certified Meteorologist Betty Davis is here with her tropical update.
We will start with Henri. Good afternoon, everyone, which is still in the Northeast. It has lost its tropical characteristics, will slowly depart later on tonight, but not without dumping an additional 1 to 3 inches of rainfall, some isolated higher amounts possible for parts of New England. Elsewhere in the tropics, 3 areas actually that the National Hurricane Center is spotlighting, one over the far eastern Atlantic, one more west of the Cabo Verde Islands over the Atlantic waters, and then one over the eastern Caribbean Sea, giving all 3 a 40% chance of developing over the next 5 days. Here's a look at the infrared satellite imagery, and what we're seeing is none of these look as though they're going to organize immediately, and one of the stumbling blocks out there is all this dust over the Atlantic basin. But with time, we'll see what happens. I'll show you how the European model is handling each of these features. We'll track them right through Thursday. Notice the placement, not necessarily anywhere near Florida. We'll definitely keep watch on them, including this one currently over the eastern Caribbean Sea that looks to develop into a broad area of low pressure over the southwestern Caribbean by Thursday. At this point, nothing for us to be concerned about. That is the takeaway, but we'll definitely keep an eye out. Nicole?
Okay, thank you, Betty.